What is up, everybody? Welcome back. Hope you're having a good day so far. I'm going to continue, possibly finish, the level 1 run. So we got 54 hours, 56 minutes, and 16 seconds. Before we started, I did grab another weapon. Before we're done, we got the Antspur Rapier. Oh my god, that was scary. Hugh is looking scary, man, right after loading in. That was a weird angle. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I swear to God, I left the camera like this. Anyways, we got the Antspur Rapier. It's pretty good, apparently. I was going to grab it yesterday, but we didn't make the time for it, so we got that. I'm not exactly sure what kind of infusion, or not infusion, but Ash of War would be the best one for it. I'm going to go with Craigblade still and just see how that does with cold. And let me check the stat requirements too. We got 20 dex, so that we should be able to do that with the dex tier. And we're going to go back to Radon and just get this going, because I feel like we're going to be here for a while. Where is he? Let's see. There we go. Nervous, what's going on? Lambert, how are you doing? Galaxy, Deathpig, Dylan, CBL. Just a reminder that I have a second channel dedicated to uncut playthroughs. Oh yeah, by the way, for anyone that's actually watching on the YouTube as well, do you guys get alerts for when I go live? I'm curious, because actually I was going to turn them off. And I wanted to know what your opinion is on that, if it would affect your experience of not having alerts. Specifically just on the YouTube. And then also, well, I think I'm not going to have alerts for the second channel for certain things as well, but I was curious if you guys actually see those or not, or if they don't even work. All right, Antspur Rapier. Let's see how good this is. From what I understand, I think people have made builds with 2 of them at the same time, and they usually use poison, so I don't know if getting a second one is... I don't think it's possible in one playthrough, but I want to try PvP with that in the future, because I really like poison with PvP. It's one of my favorite things. Poison and bleed, so that'd be a really fun build to make. They do work on YouTube. Okay, I might turn the alerts off for the lives at this point, because I feel like it'd be kind of excessive with how many times you'd see it, and also on top of that, if it drops the connection for it and then it re-alerts you again. Never gotten any kind of alerts from Twitch, even if you have the doorbell turned on. Yeah, no, Twitch doesn't have good alerts, unfortunately. I'm just trying to make it so it's not annoying that you guys would see the alerts on the YouTube, because the live on the YouTube's not like really a big deal. It's kind of just like an extra thing. So I completely forgot to turn the alerts off for it. I mainly just want alerts for videos. So that's yeah, there are 2+ alerts for YouTube occasionally. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to adjust that and see how it goes, because for me, I think it would be a little bit much. Anytime I see anybody live that I watch on YouTube, I don't watch live streams on YouTube typically, but like, it does become excessive with the alerts, so my feed is literally full of just that and not as many videos typically. So it does get to be too much. All right, so we're gonna go with this, and then we need to change the Physic Flask really quick too. What's going on, Sushi? How are you doing? I like those emotes, actually. That first one is really good. It's a funny emote. Is that supposed to be a cat? So the Faith Knot I was using to be able to meet requirements for Flame Grant Me Strength. I don't know if that's going to be relevant on this fight if I'm not using a weapon that's strength scaling, so we're going to go with the Dex tier instead. I'm going to keep the one for stamina. And that should be good. Oh, wait, but as soon as it runs out, though, then we're in trouble. Okay, wait. Let's rethink that for a second, because it's only going to last for 60 seconds. And then I'm going to be in the same position. It's not like a strength weapon where I can just two-hand it and then meet requirements. So we want something a bit better, I guess. Maybe consecutive attacks. I feel like that's not going to be quick enough, but let's try it. The Turtle Talisman. So actually, like stamina in general is pretty good on this now. Like, we don't really run out of stamina too much. It's more so I wanted to make sure I had something just in case that covers that. But I bet you just with this talisman, it'd probably be enough. I need the Dex Talisman too. This one. And then I think we can use it. Yeah, there we go. So technically, I guess I could use Flame Grant Me Strength, but I don't think it's going to do a lot for this weapon. So let's try this again. I've taken, I think, about 30 minutes of attempts on Radahn yesterday. We killed Leda after probably 9 hours or something like that. It was pretty bad. I'm very glad that that's done. Oh man, the weapon looks crazy with Craigblade on it. I didn't even notice that. I don't think I've used it on anything but the iron balls and the spiked ones. It's pretty cool. I think this weapon would be probably better for phase 2, since you don't have as much time. Cool. I'm wondering maybe I keep it on and then I switch to it. Kale, what's up, dude? Nico only had Bloodborne and Sekiro left, and then a fireball from Shadows hit him. Oh no, dude. That really sucks. Bloodborne being at the end of that run doesn't seem good, because I had the same thing happen. Well, it wasn't particularly a fireball, but the gravestone like has a little ledge on it, and if they walk onto it and then they walk back onto the ground, there's an inch of space where they can fall, and they stubbed my toe by falling onto my toe when I was doing the last shadow and just trying to like do the delayed attack to get him to loop. And so he looped and then he sidestepped, fell for like fraction of a second on my toe, and that was my fourth game out of 5 on the best PB that I had. I think pretty sure that was my best PB for the 5-game run. So that sucks. Like, it sucks because you like, typically you could say, oh, just play Bloodborne first, but it's like you want to shuffle the whole list. Like, you don't want to do the same order all the time. There'd be no point. You wouldn't be getting even practice, right? So that's like the actual worst thing about it, is that some games like that one just are ridiculous in the silliest ways, but also that one's the quickest to do. So if it goes well, it goes really well, and it almost doesn't even feel like you're playing it. So like Shadows is literally like, it's the only thing. If you're not doing damageless, if you're just doing regular hitless, it's just Shadows. That's it. That's all you gotta worry about. I can punish that attack. Oh, it's nice that I can do that too. Yeah, stamina's pretty damn good with this weapon as well. Had a feeling. Ah, did I get phase 2? What? Wait a second. That's funny. Okay, because like there's not many things that you could die from and still get the cutscene. That's one of the only attacks that could happen on. Everything else would kill you first. Like, that's funny. Unless you maybe like traded with him, but that's so funny. We got the cutscene, but we're dead. I'm just gonna watch it anyways. How many deaths was Leda? I have no idea for the deaths, but we were attempting it for 9 hours, so probably 500 plus or something like that, I would say. A lot of it was just mainly me just trying to gamble with it, right? Like with the first part, and then trying to figure out a method for the second part, and then learning that method for the second part of the fight was not great, and then we found a better method, so yeah. But I appreciate you guys chilling and watching the process with Leda yesterday. It was worth doing. Like, as much as like I could say, oh yeah, I would just use the Giant Hunt from the beginning and then maybe it only took like an hour or two, I still would rather have done it the way that I did, because we learned a lot about that fight. Like, I think that even if I don't play it that exact way ever again, like that was an experience. That was something that was really funny to me. There was a lot of laughs too. Like, it definitely wasn't as stressful as it might seem. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's stressful for you guys if you played it and you don't like it, but it was actually worth it. It was fun. I had a good time. Oh no, it seems that I have died. The boss is so hard it killed me before it attacked. What's going on, Albertus? How are you doing, dude? What's up? You was there for some, but the second half was rough. Congrats. Thank you for being there for that. I appreciate it. And thank you for the congrats. This is gonna just be a lot more straightforward, thank God. Because I can just actually learn how to play the thing properly, and then that's the measure of being good. I like when things are just like, be good and you're fine. That's it. Super simple. Anything else and it becomes, you know, again, like maddening. It's like a mental battle. One thing for sure, though, I got to get a lot better at the rocks when he puts his foot on the ground. That is something that's pretty basic, but definitely screwed up on that a few times in total. And I think it's a pretty easy attack as well. There's a way to safeguard the rocks being delayed from the stop. You can go into like his kneecaps, and it essentially kind of misses you. Like part of it misses you, but the thing is, rolling into his attacks the whole time would be better then, and I'm not a fan of that. I tried it, done it quite a few times, but I'm not a fan of it. So I just had to go like slightly more forward at least on it. Best damage talisman would be two-handed sword and ritual sword. That's a good. Oh yeah, I forgot that because this weapon is a regular type of weapon that I can use the two-hand talisman. I gotta get that still though. Let me actually check and see where it is. Give me a moment. All right, here we go. Where is this? Hopefully nowhere that we've actually not been to. Oh, it's in the DLC. Okay, perfect. How much is my equip load right now? Let me see. It is 9.9 out of 56.1, so pretty good. Very good for Blue Dancer Charm. Oh, I don't know if we've been there yet. Wait, Temple Town Ruins? Temple Town Ruins, ooh. That's the water that's by Romina, right? Let me see. Okay, we have some of that open, but I haven't been down into here, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to go through there, I guess. I don't know. I'll have to explore and find it. Firekeeper, what's up? How's it going? Can you tell me how to dodge his long string chain attack that has 5 or 7 continuous attacks? Unfortunately, dude, I just even you saying that doesn't tell me what you're talking about, because he does a lot of different attacks. The best thing I could actually explain when it comes to differentiating on Radahn is there's a video that's excuse me that somebody made where they showed every single possible thing he can do at every single moment, and all the frames, and also the differences between the previous version and the current version. That would literally show you on screen like a map of every single thing that's possible. And then not only will you know, but you'll be able to interpret it a bit differently, because it's not as simple. There's no such thing as like a set thing that he will do all the time. It can kind of change based on certain things, and then there is some stuff that has to follow a little bit of like a ruling. So I wouldn't be able to like tell you. Best thing you can do in terms of practice, if you want to just kind of like improve bit by bit, is pay attention to your mistakes that you make, not so much what he's doing. So if you die, just get really good at being aware of how you died. So maybe you were standing still and something happened. You needed to move. Were you in the right place? If you're standing in the right place but you didn't dodge, your timing was bad. You were late, so then be early. If you're too early, then you rolled and you're in the animation and you got hit and your placement was good, then you just have to dial back the timing. So you just have to have like a map of positioning yourself in terms of like what the problem is, like trying to cover all bases on the problem. And then do that for every single time you die, and you'll never be able to die again that way after enough times. You'll just be able to, you know, it'll be very hard to repeat those mistakes if you consciously know how you made the mistake. So that's a better strategy than trying to see what he's doing, because you're gonna pick up on what he's doing anyways, indirectly. since it'll be the necessity that you don't want to die the same way, right? It'll force you to have to pay attention without putting too much emphasis on looking at it the other way around and then not being aware of your actions. So we need to get to the bottom here. Oh no. Rip. I wish I was a bit better at it to be able to tell you from a better perspective than that, though, but I don't even know if this is the type of enemy that... Like, there's no strategy, really, other than just being good. That's the only thing I can think of. There is a glitch you can do that I've seen, and there is weapon setups that are really good for damage, but there's no... Like, for me, I don't have a strategy, other than just playing very, very accurately and surviving for a long time. Oh boy. Took the parry route from on level 1. The cross slash required such precise positioning that you couldn't pull it off. Oh, so you went for parries because of that. That was one of those things where you have to stand in a spot before he does it in case he does, as well as one other attack, right? Don't you have to like kind of like already pre-position in the recoveries of other attacks? Okay, so how are we getting to the bottom here? I think we're heading down there, but again, maybe not right here, but even further. Oh my god, what? Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's a good one. I actually like that clip. That'd be pretty funny. All right, cool. I have no idea what happened. From where I am right now, if we turn around here, this is where Templetown is. I don't know how far down that is, though. Must be pretty damn far. Lorenzo, can I tell a guide on how to get the talisman? Oh yeah, I can see your messages. Sorry, dude. I'm trying to also just figure it out, but mainly because I need to get better at these areas. So I'll totally take the suggestions and try to follow what you're saying. I think you might circle around with the water here. Does that make sense? And then we just go down somewhere else. Because there is like stuff down there too. It seems like somewhere that I would have accessed before I got here to this part. Start in Shadow Altus and go right through a cave. I don't even know where Shadow Altus is, to be honest. Is that like a name of a grace or an area? Or is that the first grace of this area? Here, let me actually just submit to this. Oh no, come on. Now he's not doing the attack that can reach me, really? Okay. That better hit me. That's pretty cool, though. Okay, I'm just gonna die. Oh, wait, there's an item. Let's try again, maybe from here. There we go. The first bonfire of Shadow Altus, the one after Rulana. You have to go through a cave to get to there. One after Rulana is over here, or no? Enzis, so Shadow Altus. You know what? Okay. As much as I really appreciate the help, I think it might be quicker to just type in the location. Templetown Ruins. Let's see. That's not really much. Best talismans are Blue Dancer and Two-Handed Talisman with your setup. Okay. Well, that's good then. I just need to get the two-hand one really quick. What do we got over here? That's... Okay, I kind of recognize that area. Gotta go for more Ruins. Okay. Yeah, so I've been there before, and then that's where Dane is. So go there, and then where are we headed? We're going north. Okay, so yeah, I've done this. I think we did this before we actually found Romina originally on the first playthrough. Then you have to go through the cave, which is after this. That's west. What's your method for handling stress from outside influences that you have no control over but will affect you heavily one way or another? I don't think that's a simple answer. I think that's like a complete package, right? It's just mainly state of being. So like certain states of being are impervious to certain things, right? So the way I believe it is that, or the way I've experienced and believe it, if you elevate your state of being, then certain stresses probably won't really be relevant. Like the context of the tolerance or the scale will be different. So it's the reason why you might have somebody that like basically like their life according to them is like, you know, the worst ever. But then like when you actually look at their problems, they're not that bad. But then someone else has the same problems, but they actually have even worse problems than that on the scale of impact. But then they wouldn't complain about any of the things that are the problems that the other person has because their tolerance and their perception and scale is different because their state of being might not be the same. It might be different. So it might be at a point where those things are more irrelevant. So I think raising your state of being, state of mind is important overall with it. Anything that can contribute to a better state will help with that. And then anything that also gets the body, you know, in terms of, I guess, stress hormone, cortisol, lower is good too. So trying to lower cortisol through any kind of physical things you can do, any type of mental practices such as breath work, such as just like, you know, visualization, maybe trying to focus on things that are, you know, better quality thoughts, if anything, like changing thought forms. There's tons of different levels of that, but they all contribute to state, in my opinion. But at a certain point, certain things, like, there'll still be stresses, like you said, like no matter what, but the scale and the context will be different depending on what it is or how you do it. And then, of course, obviously, if there's anything that you can do anything about, like whatever you have control over that you can do that will help you in terms of, you know, tools that you build towards solving the problem, or in future cases will help you avoid the same scenario repeatedly, or anything that is gonna, you know, happen again like that at some point. That's really good too. So building certain tools, building strategies around that. Those strategies are gonna have to be something that you come up with where, again, you have to look at what you can do about the situation, what is something that you can change or influence. Okay, so we got this direction. I have no idea if I'm going the right way. I think I am. So not kind of, not really. No. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. We were supposed to go on the ground level. Oh man, good old Elden Ring. It's like, hey, I think it's over here, but then you end up 200,000 feet above where you're trying to go, and it's like right beside you. But it's like, oh yeah, could jump down, but I'll probably turn into dust. So not a good idea. Oh shit. No one saw anything. I think I actually landed properly. Election day is tough and you're trying everything not to doom scroll. Fair enough. So that's actually a good topic, like as an example right there. So for example, like I know some individuals, for example, in like where you live around different states and stuff like that, maybe even places similar to how your state is. And obviously, just in general, North America politics are weird, right? So, so now think of it this way: imagine politics don't even exist, like to you, like you just have the byproducts of their, influence on society. You have to unfortunately have to live by the guidelines, but you actually don't conceptualize with them at all, right? Then you can't have a problem because there's nothing that actually exists in your mind that allows you to get to that conclusion because you don't have an actual bias or any type of attachment to it. So that's the later level of this. The earlier level would be you don't actually have the ability to see the information. So then you remove the actual ability to see things, which would mean you don't have social media. You can't scroll. You can't look at things. Or you filter the things you can look at, right? That's a super easy controllable thing right away. So you're saying you're trying not to doom scroll, but you have a habit of doing it, which is going to make you more stressed because you're seeing things that you're now electively choosing to watch, but you become so used to it that it's habitual. So then just now the biggest goal would be, in my opinion, if that's something that is stressing you out, is to actually remove the ability to actually see the information immediately. And then from there, see how you feel. Like process of elimination, right? The bigger picture would be, though, detaching yourself from conceptualizing with politics if politics stresses you out, because what's the point of conceptualizing with it then? What is it doing for you? What can you do to politics that'll change your life as an individual? Nothing. In reality, right? It's kind of just like a thing that it seems fun, but it's not actually, like, you can't be involved, really. It's impossible to really do anything, in my opinion. Again, don't take this as generalizations, but this is just my take on it. So why be involved in the first place? You know, look at the system you're operating within. Okay, so we got, I think, the right area. Generally, I need to go a little bit more east. I think that I need to go down here, yeah. Maybe? Yes? Yeah, we're close. We're almost there. I think we're almost there. What is going on here? Where is this? Is this a cave? What is this thing? What? Yo. Spelldrake Talisman 3. Okay, I actually really like that. That's a good talisman. We found something else that's pretty good. Let's go back and try again. Vince, what's up? Welcome back, dude. Get that around by not caring. Don't think any politicians actually have best interests at heart. Well, the thing is, politicians aren't actually people that do anything. They're just puppets. Like, the actual way things work isn't what, like, you're actually seeing in full. There's more stuff going on than that, right? The most important stuff you don't see. So politicians aren't actually really the people that do much in terms of, like, their own creativity and influence. It's more so they're just working a job for somebody else, and they get told what to do. And again, this also comes from, like, I know quite a few people that work in government. They've spoken with the leader of my country many times, face to face, and they've said the same thing. Everyone says the exact same thing, and I'm sure you could get the same thing from other like different presidents or leaders around the world, and they're all gonna have personalities and be people, but like their level of what they can actually do, depending on which place we're talking about and how the structure of the politics works, you know, they're probably not going to be able to do a lot that they might even want to do. They might not even enjoy their job that much, to be honest. I mean, a lot of what I've heard in feedback is that, like, the people that have spoken to the leader of art, like where I am, they were just like soulless, basically, like just not really there, if that makes sense. And that's very similar to if you had someone working a regular job that didn't really want to be there, or they weren't in their element, right? Or maybe they didn't get to have jurisdiction over how things go, and they know that there's certain things wrong, some incongruence. But again, that's not even important. The more important part is mainly, if you can't do anything by thinking of stuff about that subject, then there's a certain point where you got to decide where the thoughts go from there, if it's going to amount to anything, or if you should just maybe move on with attaching yourself to it. W. Here we go. Okay, so I don't know if we came from the exact same direction, but this is where we need to go. This is definitely it. I'm super excited about the election ads going away, though, because they've been driving you up a wall when you listen to long YouTube videos at work, panicking. Yeah, that's interesting. So, like, that's the thing, too, also, I guess, like, it's not even just as simple as removing the information or detaching from being involved in it, but also, like, if you still were presented by it, like, for example, I have to talk to people that will ask me questions sometimes in group settings, social settings, about what I think about certain things, or maybe they just have the conversation topic is something that, like, to you there's no value, but to them they've involved themselves to some extent, and so you're gonna have to hear or like be in the vicinity of certain things. But even in that case too, like, it shouldn't bother you too much, right? Like, your position on it should just be kind of decided if you thought about how you relate to it enough, and you should be confident in that, and then that's about it. But just to accept that there's different perspectives, like even the campaigns, the way they run the things, the advertising for anything in general that you don't like, it's still a business. They still got to make money. They still got to do the things they do. You know, there's a system. So you got to not take it personally, because I think that it's hard to not be personal because it involves your life. But then at the same time, if you can't really influence it too much, why take it too personally? Right? Just kind of go along with the ride. And when there is room for intervention or like massive things that can happen on your scale, then do them. But otherwise, you know, spend the thoughts and the energy benefiting yourself, in my opinion. It's not easy. That's a constant process. But I think that, like, for any subject in general, if it's not serving you, then it's better to look at it that way. Okay, that's a death in a second if I don't go really quickly to a grace. And these guys are going to kill me immediately. I know that. So we're close. We're very close to where this is. Somewhere over here. Man, okay, this area is flooded with enemies, but it's just the birds. Birds and bugs, man. Why here? Of all the places they could do that. That's the opposite direction. Whoa, I'm dead. It's a little bit of a trickier area for me because it's like very, very pretzel-y. Okay, so we're at Rao Base, at least. We got the ground level. And then, again, it's like west and north, apparently. No, but then that's not how... Is that how we get into there? Southwest is how we get to the direction on the map. Only ads you take personally is when they start with, "I dare you to skip." That's funny. I should start doing that. You don't care to listen to it, and YouTube keeps sending you political ads even if you click "Don't show me this ad." A lot of them are unskippable. That's fair. Okay, I understand that. Then ad blocker or YouTube Red or Premium, whatever, would be a better solution. Yeah, one important part too, I guess, is the fact that you're going to have to be subjected to certain things. Even, for example, what Galaxy was saying that might stress you out, that you've made a very good system upon, you know, not really being involved in, and then you just got to be able to, again, your relation to it has to be very, very firm and has to be clear and make sense to you. I think if you're just kind of like getting pushed and pulled around by the idea of it, then like I mean, it's controlling you at that point. So yeah, after applying what we've been teaching people to your own channels, your stuff is building fast. Yeah, it's been doing good. I remember your second channel, I think it's outperforming mine right now as well. Although I did technically like take a break from the second channel to be able to do the other stuff. So, but yeah, no, it's exciting. Okay, Southwest. What made you decide to do your first Elden Ring run naked level 1 panicking? So this actually, just to clarify, and I don't know if you're joking. I'm assuming you're joking, but just in case you're serious, this actually isn't the first run. I would have loved to do it level 1, but the problem with that is that like you only get one experience for the game, and I genuinely didn't think when they made this that there would be a sequel. And I still don't think there will be a direct sequel. I'm open to it if there is. I'd love to be wrong, but I don't know about that. So I wanted to enjoy it the way that gets the most out of it. Whereas DS3, I did level 1 first playthrough because I was like, it's the third of the same idea that's in a trilogy, and why not? It's the last one that's going to come out like it. You know, so maybe if they did like a second game that's an actual follow-up from this, then I would do that. But when it's the first one, it's a new IP, it's usually fun to see what it's about and get the most out of it. You being a smartass? Okay, okay. Yeah, that would have been a very... I feel like a typical thing that I would want to do, just... it would have taken 500 hours, probably. Oh, man. Yeah, I think the level 1 on DS3 was 220... Or about 200 and something, and then, like, Nameless King by himself was 20 hours. I remember that. It's pretty wild. But again, blind level 1's different than just level 1, so I feel like that's kind of fair. Thank you. He didn't even have the bow out. He had the other thing out. Who's shooting the arrow now? Is it the guy behind him? God damn it. Decay, welcome back, dude. How are you doing? Like FromSoft to revisit Tenchu? That'd be amazing. Because I never got to play Tenchu or even... What's it called? What's the game they made that is like really... Oh, sorry, Eternal Ring and also Kingsfield as well. Both of those. Like, it'd be amazing if they did Kingsfield, but then with this level of mechanic depth, still having the first person, that'd be insane. Oh man, I wonder what that'd be like even. Maybe the option to have both. Definitely gonna shoot me again. Oh man. All right. Got a Spirit Spring, and is that a map shard? I already. Oh no, it's. What am I saying? It's not a map shard. The map shard's right there. Okay, we're right beside where we need to go. Where do you think of the lore? Where do they think of the lore? Probably just really, really creative people that just have great ideas. Like Miyazaki, I'm sure he comes up with a lot of the story, just from what I've heard. But yeah, just very, very creative people. And probably an excess of material. Like usually when they write things, or just from like, I guess like thinking common sense wise, you probably have a lot of characters and a lot of writing that never gets used, and you just write a ton of stuff and then you just pick what you want, and then they probably revise that and make more sense of it and flesh it out over time. But they probably have, like, not only just, we know they have cut content, right? But they probably have a ton of unused written material for story as well. But like some of it seems like what they do, and this is just my take on it, just because again, they like to be like kind of mysterious with the story, but I bet you sometimes they probably just like take an idea, run with it, and then they don't even know how to complete the idea full circle themselves as they're going, and then they just kind of, they leave it open-ended because they know someone's going to be able to interpret it, and they have multiple different interpretations that could be applied that they discuss, right? So maybe it's not even predetermined. There could be things that are like hard and fast and like in a book written particularly, and then they just take bits of that, and then you have to obviously like, you know, see if you're right about the other pieces. But I think that some of it is freestyle too, because Miyazaki was saying, or there was some interview where they talked about how he doesn't interfere with other people's processes in the studio. Like he'll oversee things, but he doesn't try to tell them like that he doesn't like kind of always make the final decision. He lets people run with their ideas pretty far. So like he's not responsible for a lot of the things people don't even like or do like in some cases. But we'll still reference him anyways. Revered Spirit Ash. Okay, where is this talisman? It's somewhere over here on this side. Just gonna check one more time. A lot of these these things where it's like, oh, you can pick up this item right here. I've noticed that people already had picked the item up, so they just go back to the place they picked it up. Oh, there's a skip you have to do. Interesting. Okay. Wait, what? Or is he just saying skip for no reason? What's going on here? Southwest. Over this way? No, that doesn't make any sense. Does it? I don't think it's over there. So I guess he's heading from the other place over here. I'm gonna try to see if I can find a better video. Some of these are pretty bad, I'll be honest. Oh man. Temple ruins, two-hand talisman. Also, I apologize, guys. I would have done this before I started. I didn't know it was a good idea to have this talisman because, again, we were using a weapon that isn't counted as a two-hand weapon for a while. And it wouldn't have worked with it, so there's no reason to have it. Harpy, it's going good. How are you? What's up? That's not a new grace, is it? How many graces are there over here? What? Dude. Okay, there we go. Templetown ruins, and then... Oh, there literally is a skip. Okay, that's interesting. There's a rock that you have to jump up. Or is that even a skip? Does that count? Man, this is very confusing without having a reference. Like, also the time of day being different, too. Yes, okay. Right here. I think. Trying to find this rock. Is it this thing? The roof of this thing? No, it can't be. Oh, Pockeye. He has the shadow fragment, doesn't he? Oh, man. I think that was one of them. Okay, I kind of want that too. Top of the ruins is a little hole on the wall on the most southern side. Okay. I see. Yeah, like these videos, I guess, like, it depends on if you've already played the area quite a bit. Like, I actually don't have any idea. Like, even the stuff we've been through, I couldn't tell you about, like, even, like, 95% of the map off the top of my head. I probably could remember 5% of it, like, visually. Like, this connects to this goes this direction. Base game, probably, like, 30% of the map or something like that. So, it's... I think the next step for what I'm doing is going to be, like, just studying this as if, like, it's a book, and just to see how much information I can get out of this. Okay, pot guy. Is he... He's over here? Is this one? I don't think this is the right one, but I'm just gonna try anyways. No, it's not. Okay. Go figure. So maybe to get to the top of the ruins, that's the thing that was the skip, or required the skip. And everything except for the minor catacombs. Damn, how many hours do you have? First time I see your face, you always listen to your VODs. Gotta say your voice is very deep, nice, but your eyes are a bit young looking. Scrub Incarnate, yeah. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, actually I got there's someone that was, they thought I was 25 the other day. Like, and they weren't someone that would bullshit. Like, they weren't trying to be nice. They were just being like genuine about it. And I thought that was pretty cool because definitely trying to beat the clock, right? So those epigenetics, man. So to me, if that's what you think, that's good. Let's keep it that way forever. Lorpo, what's up? How's it going? There's the hole in the wall is huge on the side that faces the waterfall. The waterfall is, can't see that on the map. Okay, we're just gonna run around in a circle until we see this hole. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So I wonder, it's kind of weird. The dude was talking about doing a skip, and then this is the wall that he was on right here. But I wonder if... Wonder why. Is this the item? No, that's a scatter fragment. Nice. Okay. I definitely don't want to be on torrent around that dude right there. That's a no. Oh, I can definitely get up there. I can feel it. Okay, maybe I... Never mind! See ya. He's like, that took too long. Third time's the charm. Shade, by the way, welcome back, dude. How are you doing? I'm sorry if we're just a little bit behind on chat right now. I'm trying to just make sure I get this talisman so we can actually do Radon properly, because he's not the one that you want to do without somewhat of an optimal weapon at this level. I don't think it would be making any sense. The statue that I started from is over here. What? Had to kick your girlfriend from this house this weekend after all the chaos. The whole place feels more help me, Lorpa. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. But honestly, if that is the best decision for you, then good. I mean, it's hard to, in the midst of processing everything, talk as if it's like, you know, good and bad and this, that, whatever. Like, look at the bigger picture right away. But it seems like you probably knew that that was a good decision. So good for you. It's good that you did that if it was needed. And I'll hopefully, you know, she does okay and things get better for her and you guys are all good and both have good lives. But it's always a bonus, I guess, if your place feels homey. That's good. Other than that, how's everything else going for you? Always a new Blake page ahead, and you're streaming too. Yeah, it's a good attitude actually to have. It reminds me, one of my friends actually, he separated with his wife recently, and very similar attitude to you. Very, very good about it. Very proud of him. Because again, those situations can, even if they're a good decision to make, it's like it can be very chaotic, but his life improved very, very quickly right after, even just within like a week or something like that. So it can happen if you allow it to be a good thing. But it's definitely not easy still, so I wish you the absolute best, and if you need to talk about anything, let me know. But I will offer you a welcome distraction. Hey, look at that. I'm dead. I actually thought I was going to kill him. I was like, maybe we'll just like fight him and beat this guy, because I've beaten tons of these guys already, but didn't work out too well. Pre-nerf Consort was such a long, drawn-out fight. Would be boring without all the reaction tests. I want to fight the original one still. How much longer would you say the fight was overall? Like if you could compare being, you know, playing it the exact same way, pre-patch and then current. Spiral Rise, First Rise. I think it's this one. I'm so bad with the name still. It's Divine. Oh, it's Divine Gate. Yeah, there we go. DS3 Miracles run soon, maybe. You really want to see a DS3 Miracles run? I did one already. What about if I did Miracles for hitless on this, or like a speed run, or something like that on this? It'd probably be better, right? Because with DS3 is like the out of everything, it's like the game that if I cannot play it, not that I don't like it, I love it, but like if I can choose to not play it or do something that I would have done on something else, I will, just because the hours on it are out of whack. Like I have literally 10 times the hours on that game than this one, so I need to like catch up on this for sure. Like I can keep Sekiro and Demon Souls low hours, but I need this one to be like almost kind of catching up to DS1, DS2, if we're gonna do some really cool stuff on it eventually. But anyways, got the two-hand talisman. I'm gonna switch it for Viridian Amber and see how good that is. A little bit less stamina, but again, we're not gonna have crazy consumption on it. That's how you feel about DS1. DS1 has such a special place just from the way they made it that I could always go back to DS1. It'd be hard not to. DS1 literally, like, I could still play a casual playthrough on. It's same with Bloodborne too. I could still do it just purely with no criteria, even though it wouldn't be as fun as doing a randomizer. That's why I think the randomizers are amazing on it, because they're like my version now of a casual playthrough, right? But I want to start getting into doing the randomizers with level 1 on more of the games, and then also obviously like deathless, hitless, and all that too. And then obviously catch up. There's so many mods I missed as well, like just overhauls and different types of mods for this game. Even updates to Convergence probably that I missed. The wall ate all of his magic there. Did you play the roguelike on remaster? The roguelike on remaster? No, I don't think so. Tested it recently on accident. You would say it's about 40 to 50% faster. Really? The fight went on that long on the original patch? I need to try that now. Oh. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing a comparison of previous and current with Radahn, just so I can actually have a reason to, you know, beat him both ways. And then I also want to add on the modded version of him that's crazy that I saw as well. But I have a feeling that one's going to take, like with a leveled character, as long as this is going to take, or maybe even more. Like we might actually have to get a B-spec going, like where I have a person watching and giving me like a commentary on the side so I can keep track of what's going on. There's so much stuff on the inner Radahn. Oh my god. Oh, he did the one frame turnaround. Damn it. Yeah, because if he does it on that attack, you have a way less time. See, oh, he's doing it right now. Oh, man. I got to clip that, too. I got to take a picture of that. That's it. That's what I was talking about. So there's a video explaining how he doesn't have an animation, or he doesn't need an animation to walk or turn. Like, he pivots automatically on a frame with the beginning attack. So he just pivoted neutral there automatically, 180 degrees on a frame right there. That's pretty crazy. Because that's the only way he's able to, like, he can conceal, I guess, the startup, because he doesn't need to face you to attack. But he also doesn't need to have a delay at all. He doesn't have to like do anything. It's the Radon Shuffle. Yeah, that's amazing. Oh man. Go. So that one, I didn't get the lead on the running there. There is a way to dodge that close and far away. I think you have to jump for the close one, and then far away. Again, I just had to have a bigger lead, and then he misses the first 5 attacks, I believe. How's Dancing with Radon going? It's going good, dude. I really love. It's my favorite boss in the game, so I mean, I'm happy. I could probably fight him for like freaking 100 hours, dude, but without getting bored. So it's well, hopefully by 100 hours I'd be incredible, but you know what I mean? Like there's a long way to go to get consistent on it and to really dial it in. So for me, it's pretty exciting. Been looking forward to this part the entire time we've been doing this. Although I've been surprised, like there's a lot of stuff along the way that I really enjoyed, like even more than the first playthrough. For like maybe for some different reasons, I guess, but now I understand, like I have a better grasp on maybe why I would rank things a certain way, or how good the design actually really is of some of the things. Like for example, Bale. I was saying, like, I'm not really sure if he'd be my favorite dragon that they've designed, like real dragon. Easily is one of the best fights in the entire game, and also I think he deserves to be the best dragon for sure. I think I was wrong about being on the fence about that, and like he's very close to being as good as this fight too. Previous to the DLC, my favorite boss fight was Malekith. I think that Bale beats Malekith by a bit for sure. Yeah, it's becoming harder for me to figure out exactly how much more I like certain things than the other, because there's a lot of things that are almost equal on this. So funny, with Craigblade on this rapier, it looks like the weapon that you got from DS2 when you got the collector's edition for the original one on PC. One that came with the starting weapons and the retextured longsword and all that. It looks like one of the weapons. Curse you, Bale. Blue, what's going on? How long we've been going? I took the beginning of the stream to just get the Anspur rapier and... Or sorry, no, the two-hand talisman. That took a while. I definitely... Yeah, I got the Anspur rapier off stream beforehand. I recorded it, so it's going to be in the video, but... Oh boy. We've been on Radon for probably 15 minutes now. Like, of actual time. No dragon form? Like dragon torso stone or something like that? Has anyone suggested parrying yet? Because you should parry him? No. No one's suggested parrying. I'm kind of glad. I tried parrying him on the first playthrough and didn't get it down, so that'll happen at some point. I don't know if I would beat him with parrying on this fight. I want to do a guard counter run, though, for sure. Like, we got to try that soon. I think after the randomizer, that would be a really good idea, but I'll have to look into how it works and everything. Because you'd probably have to do New Game Plus, right? Or you'd have to like load in with the DLC tier or go and grab it immediately. music warbled. So the thing is, the encoding on Twitch, if you're on Twitch, yeah, you're on Twitch, right? So you just have to refresh. That's a typical thing that happens where the commentary won't be all warped, but the desktop audio will be. And it's been a glitch that's happened for probably 7 years now or more. And you could fix it. Pop-out player sometimes fixes it, and then closing the pop-out player and restarting the video player embedded, or just refresh. Yeah, it's like per user too, so some people might not be hearing it, and then you're hearing it. I hear it almost all the time when I host people, or just if I were to turn on a stream, I could probably get it to happen pretty quickly. Okay, that's fine. It was a little bit early. Gotta get used to the placement again on this one. It almost seems like locking onto him is hard for some reason. Like, maybe harder than it needs to be for the placement. Ansper's a good choice. I think it makes sense for phase 2 for sure. But phase 1 though, I don't know. The Fist seemed like they were doing pretty good. Oh, we don't have Blue Dancer Charm on. If I take this off, do I still meet requirements? No, I don't. All right, so I guess I got to go without having Blue Dancer for this one. Because Ritual Sword seems like it would be better. I don't know. Could switch it and just see. Because my equip load is very low. So I'm probably getting the best scaling out of the Blue Dancer. Or almost the best. Parries take some learning. Still need to deal with many other attacks, but it's good in terms of damage per second. Okay, interesting. I would have thought the parries would be harder at level 1 because your crit damage wouldn't be like as flexible. You couldn't make it as high. Guafa, what's going on, dude? Guafa in 2 places at the same time. Time traveler. I like that. Oh god. You enjoyed the parry strats. Crazy fight seeing dodges. Just attacks you've never even seen. Oh yeah, because you did it differently, true. I definitely don't think I'm gonna beat it with parries. It's gonna be like straight up. I guess like the bulk amount of the fight we already have down right now. It's mainly just getting better at the things I already know, and then I need to learn the nuke from close distance. Like not actually escaping the area. I'm gonna try to just do it the way I did the first time, but I want to learn that without having to be out of the area. So anytime I fumble on it, we're gonna see if we can get the timing to roll the explosion. You know what's up, dude. How are you doing? Oh boy. When's the next time you're doing the piano run? Oh my god. Would you rather have Dark Souls 4 or Elden Ring 2? Definitely Elden Ring 2. The less sequels, the better. So if the series already has a lot of sequels, then let's make it the one that has no sequels. Not that either of those would be more appealing than a whole new game, because every time they make a new game, it's amazing. It usually gets Game of the Year. So I would say just a whole new game, but if I have to pick between those, Elden Ring 2 for sure. Fire on Dagger to insta reset Frost. The Frost is actually, like, I'd have to replace the Frost with, unless, are you saying I can buff the weapon and have Frost on it at the same time? I'm confused. Because I don't think you can put Fire and Frost on the weapon at the same time, can you? Unless you mean like, oh sorry, you mean the dagger, not the rapier, like another dagger. My bad. I was tripping out for a second. I'm like, are you trying to say I can do 2 infusions somehow in this? Oh, yeah, that, oh! Okay, early spaced it somehow on the foot attack. No. Yeah, we were resetting the Frost before. Only issue I found with that, though, is it takes so much more extra consideration that, like even thinking of that does deter the fight. Like I did die thinking too much about trying to reset the frost, so I totally could. I guess just in case. Here, let's go get something with fire just to see if maybe it makes it better, but I did that on the first playthrough and it was a little tricky for me. What dagger? We have Sacred Dagger right now. I'm trying to think of what is light that we could use. I guess technically the Iron Ball we could just make fire. Although that's very, very short range, so the longsword maybe? Would the longsword still... That'd be still light load. Okay, then I'm going to change this back to Ritual Sword because we're going to have a higher equip load. Doing a boss with a different weapon each. So most of them were done with Starfists. Lion was done with Iron Balls. Bale was done with Dragon Katana. Leda was done with Great Katana. And this one, it's just kind of like an experiment right now to see out of all the stuff that I have, like what is the best. But I think the Inspire Rapier makes sense because it's such a quick attack and so low commitment for the stamina too. So I don't have to use any talismans or tears that boost stamina, which is really cool. Braggart's Roar and then put cold on it. Or sorry, wait. I don't have the fire one anyways. I just realized. So I probably would be better off with a torch. There we go. Catch Flame, some fire incantations, Jay. Is that like a offensive one, like one that does damage to them? Because as much as I think that would be really cool, like I do want to do a level 1 character eventually that has the ability to use every single thing you possibly could do and like just do some silly damage, some very funny combos on stuff. But for this one, one of the rules was that I can't kill anything with projectiles. I can use like, for example, if I wanted to get somebody's attention, I could throw a throwing knife at a wall, or maybe like, let's say we need to interrupt something or whatever. Like, you know, you could do like little things like that, but I don't want to use range as my method to kill anything. At least for the boss fights. And we've done pretty good not actually doing that. It's pretty easy still, considering. But I think my biggest mistake in the beginning was not having Starfist right away. Probably would have been better for Lion. Lion would have taken like probably 4 hours or less with that much bleed. And having the frost as well. Wait, just to make sure. How much is the weight of the torch? 2.5. So yeah, it's pretty much the same as the longsword. It's not too bad. We should be able to use that. Gotta use the R2 to poke. What about... It's a little bit quicker. Yeah, it's mainly just going two-hand with it, because like this animation is long. To the point where I actually almost want to have the torch on the main hand. And then literally just do this. Because then even if I fumble, I have one hand attack still, and that's still doing damage. I'm not gonna die from that. But having to do like the inputs that many times to go back to two-hand to get the quick animation is pretty crazy. A little fire explosion on your hand, no fireball throw or anything like that. Is it kind of like combustion? Oh, we don't even need the finger seal as well. I just realized that. So with that being said, let me go back to Blue Dancer Charm and see if that's better. All right. Wait, we have to redo that one again. Because now the things are all reversed. Why not just use the thing to kill the boss without dying? I heard that's the best method, Bruns. Typically, the best thing to do is just be really good and not make mistakes. But if you end up in that situation, I have you covered. Call 1-800-I'm-BAD for lessons on how to get good right now. Our training camps include 19 hours of Radon straight with no breaks. Better be hydrated because we don't have water at our facilities. Some people cry, but it's worth it. 10 years of Souls, you still don't know how to get good. I bet you you're much better than you think you are. Like, the one habit I think most people have, even I have this sometimes too, is like you don't really give yourself enough credit because you're on to the next thing. So it's a good thing, but like I think a lot of us are definitely better than average for sure. Like significantly above average. Oh, that was really close. Wait, how did he go into the phase after? I'm confused at why that's happening. Does anybody know why it took a second? Ah, for that one. Am I wanting to go towards him? That didn't happen that often before. I think maybe my initial roll just has to be quicker too, because like you have enough time to double roll that. But I wonder if I did something different on the first playthrough on that attack. Lingering damage? I'm trying to think. There's no status effect I put on him, so why did he not transition immediately? You're an all-right player, but no clue what the process was. Just play. Here you go. Oh no. A case of Millennia Syndrome. His loss in the first phase to my character brings back the memories of the Scarlet Rot War, and he starts to get PTSD, and then is like, oh man, it's happening again. The Antspur applies Scarlet Rot. Does it by default? Oh, it does, dude. Okay. Oh, shit. That's pretty cool. So I was thinking, when people were talking about doing a Scarlet Rot build with this weapon, again, I saw a video where a guy had 2 of them. And I was thinking one of them was set up to do that. The other one was poison, and then you combine it, but it already has 50 Rot buildup. That's pretty cool. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So by the time we get to phase 2, we already have Rot buildup. And we know he doesn't like that, canonically. Can go a little bit earlier on that and get 2 really safe. Maybe even 3 attacks. Ooh. Dead anyways. Okay. Wouldn't roll in the gravity thing. He doesn't follow it up if you roll away from it. Wouldn't roll in. He doesn't follow it up. The gravity thing. Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to do that on purpose. It's kind of like just like a last resort because I'm moving around and I happen to be in the direction. I'm like, usually I'd roll backwards on it or something like that. But if you're close, yeah, he can do the like the AoE with the crystals. Yeah, that's basically me being like very sloppy with my placement of where I'm choosing to be at the time, and still getting back to, like, you know, where I was on this fight. Oh, that was a little bit too... Okay. No greed there at that time. Because on phase 2, we probably don't want to even if we... Oh, he's doing the pivot again. He's doing the dance. It's crazy. What's going on, Darren? How are you doing, dude? Welcome back. Okay, we got to incorporate the torch on this too. Bad manners, yeah. That's his point down gesture when he PvPs. He does the flicker 180 just to be asserting his dominance of apex predator nature. That was, yeah, I knew that was bad. Doing the Fortnite dance on your corpse. I would love a gif of like his character model, like the consort character model, doing that with Mikola on his back. That'd be amazing. And then Mikola doing jazz hands at the same time. Oh man, can someone make that, please? I'll pay for it, dude. And like we'll make it some artwork too. We'll make it a display. Doing the take the L dance. I don't even know what that one is. I remember the flossing one. And I'm just imagining how funny that would be. Like there's the GIF that I've used of Millennia doing it. Or sorry, Melanode, but yeah. Oh boy. Looks like this fight's just gonna be practice. Now we can go in and actually we'll do it properly. Here, I'll try to parry. How about that? What are you gonna do? Too far away. I have to parry with like literally nothing in my hand, I guess. Oh wait, that doesn't even work. You can't even do that in this game. I forgot. Never mind. All right, let's just get the practice, whatever. Let's try some different things. Perfect. All right, that's rolling straight into him. It's not too bad, actually, but again, on phase 2, you can't do that. So, my ideology on it was, let's just practice it as if we actually are still dodging Mikola's magic in the first part, and then it's just going to be automatic to do that. So, I do think that is actually really nice in phase 1. Like, you do have a little bit more overhead time, but, like, just slightly. Pontiff looks weird in this mod. Okay, so... if anyone knows, actually, that brings up a really important question. Like, is the attack that he does that's the combo in phase 2, like the preset combo, is that a Pontiff attack that they literally just copied from DS3? Because it looks exactly the same. It looks like something I've seen, and I'm pretty sure it's a Pontiff attack. You can still dodge straight in phase 2. They dodge. Oh, they go behind you if you have space, right? That makes sense. I didn't think about that. That makes a lot of sense. I shouldn't. You can't do 2 on the fire. Forgot about that. Man, the ticking on the Scarlet Rot's not bad at all. Holy shit. That's pretty damn good, actually. I think we might get this today. He's already phase 2 after I'm dead for a while. We should do a speed run. What's the latest you can die while still getting phase 2? Like I want to see the cutscene basically play, but then it doesn't even show my character. It just goes right to the loading screen after the cutscene. Which weapon am I using? Senorita, what's going on? How are you? I'm using Antspur Rapier with Cold Infusion and Craigblade on it. Considered Blood Grease. Can you buff this weapon? I didn't think about that. Again, I'm used to using a lot of weapons as of late that don't allow you to buff. Ooh, nice. You had an attempt where you were fading into the loading screen and then the cutscene played. It's amazing. Boy. Hey Lapinu, how are you doing? So how you say your name? Is it Hey? Can't use blood grease on it, and bleed grease is really bad buildup anyways. Oh, there we go. I wonder how many like channels right now, like there's just someone at the exact moment asking that same question. Like, why don't you use like a buff on this weapon? And there's like, you can't use it on this weapon. It's like, it just shows how much there's still, you know, kind of like a mystery in this game. There's so many things that are going on that, like, that kind of question would never happen on DS1, like, as often at this point of the release of the game. It would be like kind of straightforward, right? So it's kind of a cool thing. But it's also kind of funny too, because I still, like, obviously almost all the time I'm just like, wait, you can do that? It's like, oh, this is a thing. Nice, yeah. So if I go early, I want that direction just in case I make the mistake. Oh, yeah. Next one. Every time he gets the cutscene. Oh, man, someone's going to come in on the second that it plays and just be like, oh, nice, you got phase 2. If you put your inventory into simple mode, it stays open when you use your items. Simple mode for the menu. I don't even know where that is. Open your items and you'll see an option to toggle simple mode. Open the items. Oh, I know how to do. Yeah. You're talking about removing like this so you can see while you're moving around. So that's a thing. I think DS2, either DS2 or DS3, one of the two. That was a thing. Couldn't do it in DS1, but that was really helpful for PvP specifically, and also doing runs, like trying to change things while you're still looking at where you're running through an area, because there's a lot of multitasking on that. So, especially DS3, because like a lot of it was just running the entire time. Like you don't actually stop and like, you know, you don't buff a million times, kill things, stealth this, stealth that, use a bow, like freaking, you know, you're not a hitman. You're literally just marathon running through the whole thing. This is level 1, no skibbity or all skibbity. This is with skibbities for sure. I have 14 at the moment. I'm gonna double check and see if I can get 15, even though it's not gonna be a big difference. because I still have some fragments I gotta use. Okay. Okay. Got body blocked during the light show. Yeah, I did. Yeah. It's like he has a like his collision still registers underneath him, like his base location still has collision. Stomp is wonky phase 2. Yeah, it apparently is. I wonder if it's smarter to literally do the whole thing rolling towards him and see. Like, we'll try and see, because I feel like that's going to be too much. There's going to be too many variations of it. Of like, oh, maybe I'm in this spot, and then if I would have had to have rolled differently, and I'm used to it being, you know, where I lead the attack a little bit by strafing first. So to not have to decide as much, it could be smarter, and then maybe other things get harder, but I'll try the rolling into him. It's based on the terrain. Yeah, the hill there, I think, screwed me up a little bit, didn't it? I was gonna say that, but I wasn't sure because like the timing was pretty good, but we were going uphill for sure. So that was a mistake because I tried to two-hand in between and it made me do an attack. Because I didn't hold Y for long enough. That's funny. A stomp attack is a good example of why you didn't love this fight level 1. It felt random if you were going to get hit or not on some moves, largely because of the terrain. Is that with rolling forward as well, Justin? Like no matter what you did on it, or were you trying to roll left or right? It seems like rolling right actually is good, or forward, mainly because obviously right is the space that's beside where his leg exists, so it's like a little bit less dominant in terms of the hitbox, but no matter where you roll, it just catches you sometimes. Oh, okay, so maybe I don't need to change the direction then? Like if there's not a big difference, I don't know. It seems like you should roll forward though. Okay, I guess we'll still try. If there's not a big difference, then I don't know. Trying to think of what changes if I go forward here. Like you have a little bit more time for that too. You just have to watch out for this one. That turnaround swipe. Okay, we're gonna try something a little bit different here. Let's do phase 2 very slowly. Let's try to only hit him once every time, even if I know I can get 2, because I think my pacing on it, like I'm more likely to hesitate with a follow-up just in case I think something's going on, when really it's just because there's more to consider. So I need to simplify, just focusing on surviving a little bit in the second part for just a bit, and then I think we can crank up the aggression a little bit more again. What's going on, Clyde? How are you doing, dude? Why not Starfist? I actually did use Starfist yesterday on him. They're pretty good, but this is definitely better so far. Like, it's more deep damage per second, and it's more range. Less stamina consumption, so then that means my talisman setup can be better, and the crystal tiers I use, I don't have to use anything for endurance. So it does help with that. Did we get Heart Stolen yet? Dude, it would be crazy if he could, like, just... is it Dumb and Dumber? What's the movie, like, where the guy, like, he literally just punches the dude's chest and it folds like cardboard, and he just grabs his heart and pulls it out? Like, that kind of final... like combo, or like final attack special, whatever, that'd be amazing. He just eats your heart or something. That'd probably be like a little bit too much for the like the rating of the game. I feel like that'd be like considered something like cannibalism or whatever. I don't know, but they did have Gale and he did eat people. So got past the Leda lottery. Ramiri, I did. Yeah, thank you for the good luck, dude. Yeah, Mortal Kombat would definitely be doing that. With really late dodge, Stomp was still inconsistent. Yeah. Okay. I didn't really notice the Stomp being a problem first playthrough, but I guess it's because I was able to get hit by other things. That was super early, obviously. Even if English is not my language, you still enjoyed some of the runs on Souls. Dude, I really appreciate you being here regardless. And also, your English is perfect in terms of chat and everything, so I appreciate you still trying to communicate and doing your best. And thank you for watching everything that you have as well. The Heart Stolen was a cool addition and fits Mikula well. The unique death animation of the grab. So actually, I don't think I've died to the grab before. So my comment about the Heart Stolen thing was literally just... Probably sounded silly there, right? Because I've literally never seen what happens. Any tips on Godskin Duo? Sleeping Pots, Saint Trina's Arrows, or Saint Trina's Sword. Basically put anything that can put him to sleep. If we're just talking base game stuff, I think there's better sleeping stuff in the DLC. But that's a really good way of doing it. You can manage just fighting one of them at a time. If you gotta fight two, then you gotta use the pillars a bit, in my opinion, to block Noble. And then parrying can help on that. Like, if I do the fight without pots, I usually parry. And then I do Apostle last. Or mainly just focusing on dealing damage to Noble, because they keep respawning, obviously. Perfect. Oh yeah, I like that. Oh, that's already too much. Ooh, was the one jump enough? It helped. One jump. Oh, maybe my jump was like a little, for the second one, it was later because I wanted to try to roll back in. That last attack was so tense. Yeah, it's mainly, I think mainly just the timing I start the jump there. That attack is one of the coolest attacks in my opinion for him, because that one it definitely stumped me a little bit, because I was trying to figure out, I'm like, does he track you to the last second? Is this just you know, like scripted a certain way. Like, what can you actually do with it? And when you realize how accurate he can be, like up to like the last second, it's pretty crazy how close he can get to you, even if you run pretty far. But you can make him miss you though, which is nice. I was able to do that on the first playthrough, I think at least once or twice, but yeah. Oh, this fight's super anime for sure. Reminds me of someone for like if you were to see the battle beyond the ending of Berserk, or at least like the animated series, and there's like another like final boss or whatever. Guts versus this guy would be pretty cool. Oh. So hard to see. Okay, you know what actually I might do? I'm gonna adjust the color settings of, let me adjust my monitor too actually. Because he's so hard to see in the second part. Is there color on this? Let me see. Yeah, that's way better. Oh my god. It's a little grainy looking. You guys can't tell the difference, but that would be the best thing I can do. Change the mode on my screen. It's like very sharp now. Okay, that's way easier to see. Like it looks really silly and it shows me the frame rate counter too, but oh my god, like the sharpening on it's so much better. Maybe I can actually see what's going on now. It doesn't look cell shaded, but it's like there's a very vivid dark line. But yeah, one of the issues I had originally, you just can't see anything with his body. It's mainly just Miquella's hair because the contrast, and then like all the effects and everything. Bale was kind of like that too, but like particle effects on Bale and like just the I don't know what else it would be. Maybe the lighting was kind of weird, to the point where I think back to even. Oh, dude, this has better frame. Oh my god. Yo, I swear to god the frame rate's higher now on this mode. Why did I not do this before? Guys, I'm gonna be 10 times better at the game immediately. I just changed the mode and the frame rate's like 150 million. Holy shit, it's way smoother. What's going on right now? It's way better. It looks so good. The visuals don't look amazing and like the colors and stuff aren't the greatest, but man, the frame rate's crazy. Did I just activate 144 hertz with a button or something? I thought it was already set to that. Oh my god. Yeah, it looks way smoother. You can't tell the difference, but like it actually looks like 100 and something frames. That's crazy. It might not be better in terms of like timing anything, but we'll see. Anyways, yeah, basically, what was I even saying before that? But yeah, seeing him's hard, blah blah blah, whatever. And then, what did I change? I put the monitor that I have in gaming mode. Or action mode, sorry, it's called action mode. I had it on user setting, which is just like, basically, I have it on reading mode. All my monitors on reading mode if they have one. I had to make like a pseudo reading mode for the one monitor I have that's a TV, but I think that this is much better. It's not much brighter, I can still keep the brightness low, but oh my god. This is so good, dude. This is actually silly how good it is. Because, okay, oh, sorry, what I was trying to talk about before is that on Dark Souls 3, it actually was easier to do hitless on Vort by turning the graphics settings to low. So you would actually, or sorry, no. It was easier to do Vort turning the graphics settings for particles to medium. That was the mistake I was making. Turning the particle settings to medium at the minimum, because if it was on low for particles, you couldn't see the effect of one of the attacks properly. So like it would look invisible almost. So to the same effect, but the opposite. I think that like Bale in this fight could benefit from lower graphics because there's just so much stuff going on. Like there's a lot of distractions that are different layers that wouldn't be possible if your PC was like lower end or something. So I think actually having the settings the highest might be a problem, or certain settings. So for like actual runs, I might turn them down a bit. Midra phase change. Yeah, Midra's also like there's a lot of yellow, and then he's kind of a bright color, but there's still elements in the room that are very dark and situations where it's hard to see. And then Bale, like literally, he's the dark color, the arena is red and black and all that, and then he has so much going on with the particle effects. And then there's the lightning in the sky in the background, there's fire frickin' everywhere. Oh man, yeah, it's crazy. Like even him doing a lot of the attacks, or like his roaring sound effect, like the motion blur, bubbles and all that, and it's just all too much. A lot of visual slop, yeah. But like in a good way for the effect and the atmosphere on the first playthrough, for sure. I'm shocked by how good the frame rate looks right now. It's so weird, and it says it's 60, but... Oh, wow, man. What is happening right here? I wish you guys could see like the difference of this. Okay, I gotta stop getting distracted by that and just play. Jump if I'm far away on that. Do I enjoy this fight at level 1, Yoda? Already I do, yes. But it is my favorite fight in the game, so typically I'd assume at this point it's not going to change by doing it level 1. It might become even more enjoyable. Like some of the things on this run were even more fun to kill than on the first playthrough. Especially ones I didn't really think they'd be fun. Like Romina was very fun. Putrescent Knight was way more fun than I thought he would be. He wasn't like incredibly fun, but he was much more fun than I thought he'd be. The Shadow Tree Avatar was awesome. Like that's a really cool fight, even though I had to do it a little bit slower. That was very fun too. And Gaius was not salty at all. He was much better than the first playthrough. Basically, like a good half of the lists or more is better. Oh, he actually got me. Nice. But we didn't take damage, so it doesn't matter if we get grabbed once. Although, still a crazy fight regardless. Still gotta run. Oh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5, not 6. Ah, you roll on a 5. That was the right way to do it, though. That was actually the way to do it. Favorite From Software boss? This one's my favorite. What makes it your favorite? The variety of moves. There's quite a few things. So basically, the amount of things they program that he can possibly do in any situation is the highest amount of variety I think there is in any game they've made, just like bar none. And also one of the highest amount of varieties any enemy in any game can do that is action based or RPG based that I've ever seen. So it is in like a top percentage of all time just for that. Really good tie into the story. The fact that like also Moog is one of my favorite bosses, and that it combines the body of Moog, the soul of Radahn. Radahn is really, I really wanted Radahn to be, in terms of like the way they portrayed him in the story, made as a like, you know, like a full on, like the full version of him in the fight. And this seems like it's like a good way of portraying him in how he would have been before Scarlet Rot and all that. So I asked about that. I was like, I really hope they do that for the DLC. I said that a lot, and they did. So it's something I wanted to see, or that I was very welcome to. They did it better than I could have imagined. And then Miquella is also something I wanted to see too. So like the involvement of how they used him, but didn't make it like just about him, because that would be kind of divisive. I feel like there could be a lot of ways they go right with it, or they could just make it like a bad boss fight if it's just Miquella. But because they combine them, they're taking some stuff that's kind of familiar, and then they're adding new stuff, but they're doing it in a way that throughout the whole time it does challenge you in ways I've never seen. So it's like, it almost, like I said, it feels like you're playing a mod of the original game for a lot of the DLC. And it also has given me the satisfaction that I had in the type of challenge that I had on level 1 when I first started doing them in general, and I was very bad. So it's like the same type of time it takes to kill things, and like just the stress of it is there. So I enjoy that. I think a lot of the aspects I like it are the exact reason people don't. Because if you just want to pay for a game and play it, enjoy it, and, you know, leisurely have fun, this is not the thing that you enjoy playing like this, for example, or even just by yourself in some cases, if you're not really willing to like improve at it or whatever. It's not the AAA formula, we'll just say that. It's the exact opposite, which is always appreciated. Ooh. Damn. That was a bad one. It was like an 8-minute fight. And that's probably pretty optimal too. Gotta admit, Miquella is cool. You're beating the shit out of him and he still kisses you. Miquella gives me like Griffith vibes, but like if Griffith was actually like a legitimate god of some sort or whatever. Like the next level of like that type of archetype of character, for sure. He's like the final form of Griffith. You're bitching about Jory? Jory's not that bad. Yeah, okay, wait, clip that, and then in like a few months, troll me for saying the exact same thing when I'm doing a run with Jory. Or I lose a run to Jory. Gonna practice this the same way I would just do the second part as well. He doesn't seem to want to get back into your area that quickly though, which is, yeah, that might make that not that good for the buff timing. That was a sneaky one. I think I've only seen that a couple times before. That's pretty crazy. Wait, he can... Oh. What? 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 Dude, he did the follow-up of the meteor attack as a regular attack. That was like the second part of the thing that he does that's scripted, but he just did it as like its own thing by itself. Sudden jump animate. Like, so that one I would have to probably jump for. Like, it's a different attack he can do after a dash. He can do that occasionally. I don't... Like, that probably has happened in the first playthrough, but I don't remember that, though. That's very shocking. Yeah. No way I would have expected that, but I think we would have had to have done the jump a similar way, and then I have to do the roll in right after. So it's got to be like 1, 2, or wait. 1, 2. That seems like a little bit slow, though. Maybe 1 jump and roll in. Strafe right and dodge the last one. You can strafe that attack, really? I tried to before and it wouldn't let me. Maybe I was doing the strafe at the wrong timing, but I tried that for a while on the first playthrough. Like, that was like my initial idea. And I was thinking like, well, they don't even really let you do that, but... Oh, wait, maybe... is the strafe better because if you run, he does track you a little, like, more aggressively? Is it that you actually have to jog and not run? That's the ticket to it. Because I was trying to sprint and it wouldn't work. What it seems like is if maybe again the tracking is a lot less accurate when you're moving slower. It begins and then it has a preset way of you know, playing out, obviously, that doesn't track you past that point, but you need the beginning to miss you so you can strafe. That might make more sense as to why I couldn't do it with the running, because it always targets exactly where I'll be, because it's trying to track me a bit better, but yeah. For the nuke, I've seen like you can iframe the actual explosion space, or you can, like the way that I did it on the first playthrough, I ran out of the arena as far as I could. It's deceptively fast and can be mixed up with Lion's Claw. Oh man. That's it's really cool. I guess that's an even bigger reason as to why this is just madness. The Souls-like language, yeah, it's like, imagine going to like a I don't know, like a dinner party, and you're just like, yo, do you see that like fucking like 1 frame fucking startup on that that AoE, dude? Like, whoa. It's like, yeah, but I like the DPS on this setup better. It's like, yo, this build's fucking crazy with the backstep iframes. It's like, oh, but guard counter exclusively is better for the absorption on the counter hit that you could leverage on this thing, and then it's like you get. It's like this out of bounds snow clip is fucking sick. What are you talking about? It's actually funny. I've been to a couple events for Twitch specifically, like not even TwitchCon, because I would say TwitchCon wasn't quite like this, but I've been to some like semi-local events like in my country, and there was people talking about that kind of stuff. There was a couple people that came up to me and they were explaining something I did that I couldn't remember, like basically like that. And I was always wondering, I'm like, is somebody going to try to like talk about like the actual game, or is it just going to be something else? But there was a couple people in person like years and years ago that were like, yo, like that one time, like this thing, I remember I was watching and then this thing happened, and I was like, I have no idea. But I was like, that's awesome that you enjoyed it. Brain rot souls. We're basically giving him brain rot by method of the, or by distribution of the pokes with the ant rapier thing. We're poking his brain into oblivion here. Oh my god, I'm dead. Just lock on and hold right. Shouldn't need to sprint. Okay. Crazy. That's so crazy. can get 4 attacks on that. Wow, that's incredible. It's going to be a big opportunity, I think, in the second phase. Oh, actually, it operates a bit differently. I forgot about that. Nice, there's the other frosts. Perfect. It's okay. Practice. 2 on the... Yep. 2 on this. 2 on this. Watch stamina. Oh. That's the only thing with rolling forward that's kind of weird, is like if maybe there's a little bit of like a backpedal that happens, or I'm not like constantly moving a perfect direction, I have to actually dodge again to adjust for Mikló's attack. That's the quickest thing I can do in that situation. I have to be aware that like I hadn't moved at the time it queued, so that it's gonna get me anyways. Sorry if I don't understand you. Oh, I totally do. It's all good. Keep in mind, again, if anyone doesn't speak English as a first language, you're ahead of me. I'm speaking English, but you're speaking presumably 2 or more languages, so there you go. That's pretty good. You can always get better at English, but you also have another language too. One thing I will say, though, for typing in chat, like that is a really good method of improving if you make more conversation. I've seen people improve their English like in a year so much just by being in chat or even streaming themselves. It's ridiculous. It's almost better than actually getting lessons or like educated. Because it's like fun, right? That was a weird one. I did rush a little too quickly. So again, I'm trying to get the 4 hits in now. Don't need to go that crazy, but I think I need to like walk forward and pivot a bit later. The strafe isn't consistent on uneven terrain, Saul. Okay, so then what would you do then to not strafe that attack on a hill? Like, do you have to do the jumping thing, or because you can't roll? I know the roll you get caught immediately by I think the 3rd attack or something like that. So with that dash away and then like the 5 attacks, like the overhead attacks, how do you deal with that if you don't have flat ground? Cool. Okay. I was waiting a little bit. Oh boy. How do you deal with that? You start the fight again? Okay, so is that actually something that like is a known thing? Like if he does the dash away and then 5 overhead attacks, you are screwed if you are on a hill. There is no method. Because it makes sense, since even when I didn't have the right spacing and I was able to jump some of it, I was farther away than when he dashed away and did it by itself, right? As like a single combo, so. Yeah, I'm mainly asking these things though too because I know that even just to figure out like how much more or less I need to do or like what is missing, I'd have to probably die to it again another few times at least, right? But if he only does it here and there, I'll trust doing the strafe. And we'll deal with the rest of it. Maybe we'll find out something that could handle multiple situations after. There's got to be a way though. It just seems like maybe because of how close you are before that, that's what screws you. Since that's how you play the fight. Maybe on a fight where you're farther away more often, it's easy. But I don't even know what that would look like on this. I feel like you'd be pretty close to him at all times, or he would find a way to get to you, right? Oh, that was, yeah. I went for 2 assuming. Dirty Shark, what's going on? A cam, that's new. When was the last time you were here, Shark? Radon is difficult fight, Justin? For this run? Oh yeah, like he's, in my opinion, he's the hardest fight they've made in general, like just overall. Like period, there's nothing they've done. And there's not even a lot of mods that exist that are harder than this. I think Impossible Mode Gale, I think I killed quicker than him on the first playthrough, Radon on the first playthrough. And that's considering I have way more hours in DS3 and like I already know regular Gale and all the nuances of that game way more than this. So that says a lot if like that particular Gale fight, which I would regard as the hardest enemy or single entity I've ever performed in a game at that point. So he outdoes a lot of mods for sure. I don't know how consistent the Gale fight would be, but that one definitely took less time. And then the delay on the pull up. Okay. Perfect though. Perfect. That's really good. A little bit more progress on that. From what you've seen, backstep is possible, but you're wasting a talisman slot for backstep iframes. Oh, okay, I see. Who's harder, SL1 Hitless Gale or DLC Radon? SL1 Hitless Gale versus playing Radon like regularly? Is that what you mean? Or both of them being hitless? Soldier of Godric's actually the true deity here. Soldier of Godric is the thing that they're going to reveal later on. That if you had beaten every single thing in the game within 10 hours, he'll become the hardest enemy of all time. And then he'll permanently be the Rick Soldier of God instead of Godric Soldier. He'll become the actual Rick Soldier of God. Ooh. Ah, that was, yeah, don't do 2 on the fire. Oh man, oh man. You try God Run with Elden Ring and all Souls games? I haven't, no. I don't plan on doing that ever. If I do, it's a surprise, and it'll be something that probably will just happen. I won't talk about it much. It'll just be something that we piece together from other things, but there's no plan to achieve that. There's no plan to put time into it right now. There is quite a few other things, though. I have like a list of stuff that I don't think I'll ever be able to get done. It's like way too many things, but the good thing is I can kind of pick like which thing is the you know, the most interesting at the time, and so there's enough runs I have that are planned that will be, or even just videos even too, like dedicated videos that will definitely include the game, and some of them will include all the other games too. Oh, yep. Yep. Cool. We take those. We definitely take those. I don't take corners, though. I like corners. There we go. Three on that one, maybe? You could probably do 3 on that one. Unless he actually hesitated there and that wasn't like a thing that he typically does. Souls Trilogy, no damage you did was fun to watch, Silky. I appreciate you being there. I remember you being in chat for that for a lot of them, for a lot of the failed runs. So thank you so much for being there for that. It was super fun. I'm downloading Elias 2024. Yeah, so I've downloaded, I think, a lot of the fight. It's mainly now just downloading the stuff that's later, like the nuke and that last part of the aerial attack. I think there's a couple other things, the Pontiff combo kind of thing. I gotta retry, like, or take a shot at that as well. Like, I kind of have it down, but obviously we'll see if it works this time or not. So we haven't seen it on this run yet. I switched to two-hand too soon. I gotta wait for a bigger opportunity to do that too. Rick is like the godhead from Elder Scrolls. All of reality is his dream. That would be an amazing like a way to tie up all the loose ends of the lore. It's like it was just a dream from Rick anyways, so it doesn't matter. I got the 4 attacks comfortably on that time without having the weird roll there. See, but then it makes you want to go very, very quick on it. Oh, man. Rick is actually the true form of Radon's sword, like a Bankai. I haven't actually seen Bleach fully, so I've heard the term. But is that like the whole thing with Bleach is they have like a special weapon or something like that, or like a special evolution form they go through, like in combat or something? They need to do a crossover or reference for Rick and Morty where the main Rick is actually controlling AI in these games. Oh man. I have a feeling that Miyazaki would not like Rick and Morty. I don't know why. I couldn't personally get into it either, to be honest, but like I have a feeling he wouldn't like it. A little bit less damage into phase 2 here. Which I wonder if that's why he's doing this. I don't know if that matters. Very bad direction here. I think I'm screwed no matter what. 1, 2, and then roll forward. Yeah, the 2 jump roll forward might be good. Because then like the iframes you get from your feet on the first part. Or I guess no, I could have done the strafe there too. I could have tried the strafe. You could choose another vessel other than Moke to host Radon. What would you choose to maximize the character? Who else would I choose? Well, like I mean, like the funniest one would be Millennia, just because like the backstory. So I would pick Millennia just because it would be so silly. Godfrey would be very cool. Yeah, Godfrey would be like the next coolest choice for sure. I did too right there. Strafe doesn't work on meteor attack. You need to be sprinting. Oh, it's only on the one that is like its individual one. Okay. Is that because you're able to strafe earlier on the individual one? So wait, basically, like just to get it straight, if I don't run the meteor like immediately backwards, I'm dead already if the spacing's bad. Like I'm just waiting for death no matter what. Like there's no way to solve it close range. Just need to clarify that, because then if that's the case, then I can kind of... Two different attacks. The jump one has slightly different hitbox on it. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, so for the one with the meteors, like if you don't get the lead on the meteors, you're just dead no matter what. Like there's no way to avoid the second part if you're close. That's all I'm wondering. Because I swear, I feel like that jump thing kind of works a little bit. Favorite boss? This one is my favorite overall. Straight for the meteor is only after you've ran far enough from the meteor. Oh, you still have to run far. You can't do it like right point blank. So there's like there's a position or like a spacing you need to even do the strafe. Didn't count properly there. If you're point blank, spam dodge, right and pray. Interesting. That's really funny. Haven't been able to find a consistent way if you're too close, but you're one person and many other people might have different experiences. Yeah, I've been trying to just ask as many people as possible for some of the attacks that I find more interesting, like what exactly is the, like your understanding, because you're right, like you can only figure out so much so quickly by yourself. It's a lot of flips. Okay, cool. Dodgeable cross slash? Yeah, exactly. Jameson, what's up? Bro, you're godlike. You watch all the VODs all the time. Send in love and absolute awe your way. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for watching the stuff, dude. And welcome to level 1 Radon damageless. Shit took you so long, SL1. Good luck. Oh, no, honestly, praise goes to you. If you already did it first, you beat me. There you go. I'm just catching up to you guys, basically. Could get 2 there. Ooh. Gotta be really careful with fumbles on rolling that, because that would have screwed up the placement on phase 2. And again, I want that second frostbite. Gotta use the fire sooner. Yeah, see, that's very close. Not sure what we can do with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Do I have more time than I thought there? That was still a little later than before, but it wasn't quite perfect yet. What is the lore here? Why is Radon back? Basically, so Miquella's conquest is to basically, like, he wants to charm every single person and create a world where he's just the god of it. And so everyone would essentially be possessed or, like, you know, under his spell. And he's not a good guy, but he calls himself a good one. And then he takes Mohg. So Mohg actually was a puppet that he was possessing, and like him in the egg is actually him controlling Mohg. And then eventually he takes Mohg's body, and then he puts the soul of Radon inside of it, and then he joins him as like his main dude to, you know, carry out all the stuff he wants to change with the place and everything. And then there's the other NPCs that kind of like serve him or whatever, but it's essentially just trying to like mass brain control everybody, and that's about it. But it's Mohg's body with Radon's soul, and then Miquella is the phase 2 edition as well for the backstory. That's like the simple version, the very quick scoop on it. You had to use summons for this? You ended up rolling through the DLC and New Game Plus on a Chaos build? Oh no. New Game Plus DLC, that's scary. Well, I mean, congratulations for beating it still, and also, as long as you enjoyed it, whatever way you want to play it to enjoy it the most. For me, I have to do this kind of stuff where it's, I'm not going to be able to sleep the same. I need to go to bed knowing I did it. Where it's like, I didn't get my money's worth out of the game. Oh my god! Dude! He did it! What? Wait, I only caught the corner of that out of my corner of my eye. I gotta also take a picture of that for a clip. That was, dude, he did like a 360 thing with the attack. Was that the normal attack, or was that just, maybe I'm just overreacting to what happened? Maybe I'm thinking of something that's not really that special. It looked like he was spinning around, but it could have just been the attack. Like he was attacking too, but I thought he was like rotating more than normal. Like trying to find me or something. You give Radon a Snickers bar, he becomes passive and breaks Miquella's charm. You're not you when you're hungry. Imagine how hungry you'd be if you were in someone else's body that probably hasn't eaten for a long time either. It's just been controlled by Miquella as well. Like, Miquella definitely he doesn't need to eat food. Jumping there was a bad idea. Okay, focus. Gotta focus. You started doing challenge runs because of me, James? Oh, it's amazing, dude. Hopefully you enjoy them. Me admitting chat's better than me? Well, no, a lot of chat actually has more playtime, more knowledge, and some people have more runs completed for sure. So like, it's not like majority of people, but there is a percentage of people that are definitely way ahead on this, that don't make content at all. Just depends on how much time you put into it, right? That wouldn't be the case as likely on something like DS3 because I put a lot of time into it. But it's the case on Sekiro for some people. It's the case on this. Definitely the case on Demon Souls. You're kidding? No, I'm like being legit though. Like, a lot of respect to be given to anyone that is doing some cool stuff of their own as well, especially like this, but even harder in some cases, right? From what we've been talking about. That's not as common, is it? The outside in single swipe in between that. I don't know if I've seen that recently. Next one, I guarantee you, probably would have been Frost. Next couple hits. Oh, it's so close. It's all right. Oh, I'm not running. I'm not running. I'm screwed. Double jump? Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't get what's going on. Is it because I'm not... Is it my location on that? Guys, you gotta tell me what's going on that one. Is it just slightly different than the other attack he does like that? Well, it looks different, actually, but... Someone said Sekiro, what about it? I was saying that, like, a lot of you have the chance to be much better or much more knowledgeable, accomplished when it comes to, like, runs on Demon Souls, this game, and Sekiro versus me. Because I have, like, a very, average or below average amount of playtime on them. But if I had more playtime, obviously, I would have probably gotten better, right? Mistimed it. So I could wait longer? That one's a bit delayed. I noticed the delay, but it's more delayed than I even thought. Ah. Give me your kneecaps. There we go. I only want to look at them, I swear. Ooh. Ross, did I get it? No. Hills, maybe, because of that? I'm trying to think of why... Magic looked like it appeared, like, touching him, like it was in front of him. Maybe it was because of the way I moved before that. I'm still thinking, like, rolling into him's not actually as good as I thought it was for phase 1. Like, the same problems still seem to be possible, unless, again, like, my accuracy, my ability to assess the situation is not accurate enough right now, but... How do you compare Gale and this guy? Gale's pretty easy, to be honest. I've always found Gale easy. I don't rank him that high up in terms of difficulty for anything, but he just has a lot of defense. So, never thought Gale was that hard. I think for DS3, it's Cinder still. And, oh, Demon Prince. Sorry, Demon Prince and Cinder. Yeah, I wouldn't even... Gale's not even in the same, like, universe, in my opinion. But I'd say Cinder and, like, Demon Prince especially, I could start to see how he could be kind of close. But obviously, very different game with the way you handle things and what you can do as well. So if we factor that in, I think that's the best comparison for me. Yeah, Gale took me, like, I did the DLC level 1 blind. Like, I had never seen anything, no spoilers. Level 1 first playthrough, I killed Gale in 1 hour and 15 minutes, I believe. And then even after that, he never, like, he's hard for hitless for sure. For different reasons, but like overall on the majority of runs, he was always something I would rank below Demon Prince and Cinder for sure. Cool. Are you liking that Scarlet Rot there, boy? Oh. Some slight angle. Oh, okay, I see. I read that and then I died. Oh boy. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to the washroom very quickly, take a very quick break, get some water. I'm gonna be like a couple minutes or less. In the meantime, enjoy the BRB text. Also, if you haven't checked out the other YouTube channels or anything else going on, here's all the links. It's only gonna show up on the Twitch chat, not the YouTube chat specifically. But if you want the same links and you're watching on the YouTube live, you can find them in a pinned comment on most videos. If there's a video you don't see them on, let me know. I'll put it on there. But yeah, I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Here, I'm gonna face the screen too. Let me stare into your soul again. This guy. Perfect. Be right back. He's blue, he'd look like Papa Smurf. He definitely would. I feel like this is Gandalf's nephew. Randolph. Randolfo. Alright. So we are back. I actually have food too. I'm gonna do this thing where I have a bite in between each fight. We're gonna see how long it takes to finish. It's like a quarter of this left. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna take a bite like this big every single time. Because I do not like eating on stream. But I will talk like this the whole time I put the fight because of the Is that Greek yogurt? It is, but I forgot to get the lactose free, so I'm screwed. Yeah, it's got some, I think it's California Gold protein in it. It actually is like low lactose, so amazing. It's probably the best protein powder I found, but yeah. Talking like Radon probably speaks when he has a speech. I feel like Radon, like when I imagine how he sounds in my head, and I've thought about this before. Not even joking. I imagine like the sounds that Ganondorf makes in Zelda games that aren't even actual like words. Like whatever sounds or the sounds of him laughing would be everything that he says. That's pretty much it. Randy Savage from Spider-Man being his voice. That's so funny. Randy Savage in Spider-Man 1, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, that weird outside one, I don't see that as often. That was way too early. Okay. Humanity has technology to filter out lactose of yogurt? Oh yeah. For sure, yeah, you can get lactose free. Man, I don't even go there. No, actually, it's funny because I finished most of that entire container already over the past handful of days, and I actually haven't been bothered by it too much. I'm taking more pro and prebiotics, so I think I'm ready. But inside my stomach right now, with that not being lactose free, it does look like this fight. There's a bacteria enzyme guy that has no armor on, and he's got like a little pokey stick, and he's fighting like the final mucus boss of the 6th layer of the gut biome right now. He's going on a hitless run of the entire digestive system, so gotta be careful. That makes me think I have a club as a weapon when I'm seeing the effect of the Craig Blade on the weapon. You don't have the shards of the occult tree and revered spirit ashes. Shards of the occult tree. So not sure what that is, but I have the revered spirit ashes for sure. I just haven't used them. I don't even know what that does. Isn't that for like when you summon people or summon the spirits? All right, focus mode again. Phase 2 almost every single time, and we're gonna pinpoint the issue every time. I'm gonna keep a list of the last mistake, and we're gonna see how many times we repeat it. Right now, it's that delay on the light pillars from his overhead attack combo thing. got kind of lucky there, to be honest. Okay, also one thing I need to do for any attack that we're having trouble on, even the same thing with that delay on the light pillars for that uppercut thing, I need to basically die to it without moving. Like, that's something that I don't do a lot. I need to purposely die to it just to feel like how long it takes to die. And that's the one that's wild, so no expectation there. Let me heal. So got practice at least. Ooh, the first part got me this time. Interesting. That was a really weird opening. Imagine interviewing Radon after the royal wedding, and all you got from him are Cookie Monster noises. That's what I'm saying. He's just like, Gaius is like, "Good sir, will you please give me my boar's armor? I must go joust the lads in the field." And then Radon's like, and he's just like, yes, exactly, Radon, exactly. And then Mesmer's just like, "How could this happen to me? My mom is a snake. It's in my eyeball. Got nowhere to run except in the DLC." Oh boy. Actually, that context-wise, Mesmer has the snake inside of his eyeball, just in case you didn't know that. Well, actually, no, you did, because the cutscene, right? The Force be with you. Oh man, we're getting Star Wars references on the Elden gameplay. That's when you know you have to like pull out all the stops. You have to really dig deep to find the way to win. It's like we got to go to Star Wars to find the answers. You AFK for 2 seconds and come back to that? Yeah. That's what I imagine Gaius, Mesmer, and Radon talking about, because they were apparently all friends or whatever, but like it'd be so funny. Oh man. I'll keep it in mind. Let's just say there's something coming up that's already in the process that might have some room for Cookie Monster Radon. So if that becomes a thing, I will, or if that's the voice that he gets for it, just gonna leave it at that, then I'll do my best job for it. Cool. Damn it. Oh, dude, did he glitch on that one? What? What? He appeared in a different spot. Like he got pushed over to the side and got stuck behind, so then it was even harder. That's crazy. That gets me 2 bites, because that was just wild. I don't think there's anything I could have done there unless I maybe knew that was going to happen and read the arena, maybe. Maybe I could have gone left on the dodge and then circled back right. Or the part that you actually, you know, space. I don't know. I think it was the hill. Like, he literally got trapped from getting the full distance on his animation there. But that's insane that the explosion goes like that far in front of him. That's just the ground, not even the actual, like, the Mikula magic. It seems like a bit of overkill. Like, not that it's a big deal, like, I'm not complaining, but it almost seems like unnecessary, because how are you even going to be in that spot when he does it? Like, you can't even get that far away. Who's going to even be there? They probably could have made it half the size and he'd still kill you every single time if you didn't do it properly. think the rapier attacks are fast enough to use too? I don't know. Like, I probably could still hit him with 2, and then I'd have to do 1 less attack for certain openings. There's Frozen Needle, and you can change the Ant Spear to bleed. I can try that. I'm wondering if the damage per second would be better. Let's continue to do it this way. Let's learn the phase 2 a bit better, get some really good attempts, and then I will actually try that if I feel that it's not going good. George R. Martin is super Star Warsy. You interviewed him once, Ralph? Like, legitimately, or are you just screwing with me? I think the reason that George R. R. Martin likes Star Wars is because his name's George. Everyone named George are friends, right? I don't know how he feels about Disney, but definitely George Lucas and him are buddies. Calling it. Oh, that was not the time to do 2 attacks. Ugh. He actually did. He's very nice. I don't know a lot about him, to be honest. Like, I never watched the series Game of Thrones other than I was at somebody's house and they were doing like a celebration for the end of the series, and I think they played the second last episode the day it came out. So I saw the second last episode, and that's it. And I've never read the books, but the second last episode, having no information other than a very brief run through for like 2 seconds from somebody, and then seeing it was actually pretty cool. Like, it was not, I enjoyed it. It was enough to captivate me the whole time without having any like real setup in my head of watching the other stuff. The problem with it is just there's so many episodes, so I don't think I'd ever like actually watch the full thing, but it looked pretty cool. If they ever make a movie that's based on it, I would definitely watch the movie. Or I'd be like way more likely to get into that for sure. Apparently there's a lot of controversy about the books though, because he didn't write another one or something, or he's supposed to be writing them a different way. Something about the way he wrote it, or did not write something. There's some controversy. Jameson, good luck studying, dude. Thank you for the good luck. Oh man, I got yogurt on my mustache. Oh no. Rip. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to make sure that the VOD that you do watch actually has him dying on it. It'd be incredible. Although, we do only have, let me see. We have like 2 hours left, which is, it seems like a lot of time, but that would mean I'd have to get a lot of consistency in the beginning of phase 2. Like right now. I feel like we're like halfway there. We're not even 50% there yet. Like, not even in terms of like how much health he has, just in terms of learning and like being very confident on it. Oh, okay. There's a secret meaning behind all of the end that nobody got for Game of Thrones. Oh, really? So the is like in essence like the reason people got mad at, because they didn't interpret the ending the way that he intended. Because I think that's like the only series, and again, it might be because I haven't actually, like, I don't know a lot of people that like it, but every single comment I heard about it was negative. There's not a single positive thing. It was either like maybe there was a neutral one here and there. Nothing outstanding about it, only just they ruined it. That's it. It's hard to tell if that's just because like it's so popular that you're just gonna hear a lot more negative stuff. Nobody got what George was doing. Dude, he did the big attack twice. Well, I mean, he benefited from it. You know, he made the book. They made the show. He made his money. He probably doesn't have to write a single thing again if he doesn't want to, but maybe he will. Who knows? Rip. Nems loves the Game of Thrones ending. Nems loves it. Why particularly Nems loving it? I'm curious. Did he tell you why? I actually really like the soundtrack from Ramin, the composer. Like, he's one of my favorite orchestral arrangers, and he did an amazing job on the soundtrack, and also for Dracula too. I think I'm at a point where I know the soundtracks of more series than I'll ever be able to watch. Like, tons of them I've never seen before, but I know the music pretty well. Dead? Nope. Yep. It's his favorite show. He said he watched it 100 times. Really? Interesting. Maybe that's why he likes Dark Souls 3 so much. He was hoping that he would be transported into into Lothric eventually if he got the record enough times. You spent hundreds of hours on this fight, Teak, but if you asked me about a specific attack, you'd be like, what is that? I could see that. I could definitely see it, because depending on like what the conditions were for you playing first playthrough, I'm assuming it was probably like new game plus whatever. Probably like some difficult circumstances. Like, you're just trying to win at a certain point too, right? So same thing for me. There's stuff that, like, unfortunately, like, you don't get to the point of needing to know on the level that you need to know for this run. So even that overhead attack, the fact that he had the extra one that I didn't remember, and then even if I had seen it before, I would probably never be able to deduce just by playing that there's no way to do anything about it, because I would just assume that they would make it so you could do something in every single situation that you're in. Because in the other games, like, if you are in any single spot that exists that you can stand, and you can push buttons, and your brain is turned on, and you're paying attention, you can pretty much do anything in any way that I can imagine without it being impossible, other than like a very select few attacks that have to be done a certain way to avoid certain things. But like, that's why I think DS3 was so fun, is because like I didn't do a lot of the methods that I should have, as according to what people told me, and like I was on the 2017 strats, as they say, or like my own shit, and it still worked because I could just play those methods with the freedom. But on this, it seems like there's some things that it changes the whole fight, just because of it being an attack that will repeat maybe 3 times, 4 times, maybe very infrequently. But just because it's introduced that way, it's like now you have to change the way you play it. I'm also curious if anybody has like if anyone's actively working on improving this right now, or if it actually is at the point where it's the best it's going to be, or like most of what's learned is there. Because from like some of the comments, you guys made it seem like there's still people figuring things out on this. And that would be pretty uncommon, other than in like world record speedrun context, for like a drawn out level 1 run type of fight on any of the other games. That usually all that stuff would be figured out pretty quickly. Like just the actual basics. That's really good, actually. I like that. So the crossblade one doesn't seem you can't be moving slowly and dodge left or right on that. You have to dodge forward if you're moving slowly. If you're already strafing and turning around his center when he does it, then you can go past him. But you do have to go like diagonally forward or whatever. Can't be like hard left or right without a strafe. And that makes sense of why I got clipped on, like my foot got clipped on some of his magic on the beginning of one of the phase 2s, where I actually, to me, it felt like I did it right, and I probably did time it right and do the same inputs, but like again, the direction was slightly off, so it didn't travel in the ideal place, right? Just by like a little bit. What's going on, Andre? How are you doing, dude? There's always room for improving, but the improving smoothing off the edges. Okay, so yeah, if we're at that phase, that makes more sense. I was assuming that maybe there's things on this that just can't be done a certain way. And there's the possibility that will be like just on a basic level figured out. But again, that's a lot of time and a lot of people that have played to not have it all figured out, or most of it. All right, food's done. We can go back to digestion. It's Miyazaki's fault if Radon is hard. He don't like gamers. You think? Do you actually believe that, or is that a joke? Because I don't think that like I don't think the actual gameplay of these games in general has much to do with Miyazaki at all. Like I think that a little bit of it does, like the ideology, but the actual programming and like the things that happen that we play, I don't think most of it has anything to do with him at all. Because he's talked about that. But then again, I do think sometimes there's an employee that's just a little bit salty and just decides to like be like, I'm just gonna change this a little bit differently than what they told me and make it a bit crazier. Frigid Outskirts in DS2. Case in point. Like some guy definitely was getting fired that day and he's just like, I'm just gonna fuck them over by making this area. Making the ponies. One thing too, I don't know if this is going to work in phase 2 that much, but the only way it seems to get the spacing if you're already in a disadvantaged spot, and running will make you still too slow because like maybe he's going to rotate you by blasting past you on the takeoff for that attack, is like in phase 2 you can kind of like pre-roll the spacing for it, like to correct your spot when he takes off without having to worry about him actually making you turn. So you kind of like just do it freestyle, and then you start to get the lead, and then you can sprint and fix the distance on it. I think that might actually be a thing that like lets us dodge the attack versus not if the placement's bad. Just gotta do about 3 rolls. One has to be the correction for the placement, and then the other 2 are just to get the spacing quicker than running. Good old speedy attack. Nice. Oh, okay, so that's unfortunate because he actually didn't do a startup on that. That was halfway through the animation. That was like a cancel or something like that. Unless he concealed the startup in the actual explosion there at the same time, but I didn't know he could even keep attacking. I thought he had to stop that after the outside in swipe, but that might also be at certain spacing, so we are not going to go close on that ever again. Fuck. I think there's I'm a little bit quicker than I thought I would be in the first part of it. I thought I'd actually die without getting to phase 2 for like maybe an hour or 2, but it took like what, 15 minutes yesterday. Also, for anyone that like also sees any kind of like, well, I guess you wouldn't hear me, but might have to spam in chat to reset for anybody that got a crash as well. For anyone that actually can hear that. Boom. No hitbox where he slams his sword on the ground. There's no hitbox where he slams his sword on the ground, by the way. For which attack are we talking? He actually looks a little bit cooler with the Scarlet Rot effect on him. They could have done that. Like, red is a really cool color for, like, a buff. Some sort of, like, aura, for sure. Especially for this dude. Okay, that pit right there is a problem. Know that. Try 3. Okay. Again, we're screwed on that no matter what. But, like, okay, the thing that's weird, though, he didn't do that on the first playthrough. I would have died almost every time, so I don't know how are we getting that attack that many times now? It almost seems like if you couldn't do anything about it, it wouldn't happen. I don't know. There's got to be some sort of thing that's causing that to happen more, or I got super lucky somehow for an absurd amount of time, because I don't remember that happening enough to even remember it in general from the first part, but I do remember the other one. What's going on, Dino? Power Within, yeah, exactly. Power Within and also like the red tear stone effect from DS1 is a pretty cool animation or effect or whatever it is. The fact you didn't see that first playthrough is impressive. Well, I'm pretty sure I did see it, but I would have remembered if I saw it a lot of times, and it was like very problematic because the worst things are definitely burned in my head from this one. I just don't have a mental note of that at all, so must have only happened very infrequently, or somehow I was able to do something about it. Wee. Thank you so much for doing that right away. Maybe get a Frost again? Frosted Flakes? Kellogg's Radon? Maybe? Oh, definitely. General Mills Radon? Nope, no Frosted. Okay, that one is one of those ones where I want to watch a clip of that, actually, because I think I turned before doing the input for the roll, as if, like, the difference between me doing the input, it wasn't simultaneous enough. It was like I pivoted just for, like, a fraction of a second before the button was pushed, and that's why. It actually might be, might be the actual, like, legit pivot. Like, I might have done a 180 skid, so I got stuck in that animation. Something felt like it was not registering there. So I'm gonna check really quick. Let me see. So I want to see what the like. There must be some sort of habit I have on that for that part. It's gonna probably continue like that, because I swear to God, like, that was super. I was very aware of what was going on there. It looked like I turned for a second though, and then the turn wasn't like the beginning of a roll that was 180. So where is the clip? It's not even letting me do that. What? Okay. Channel. Where are the VODs? I don't like the way they laid out the website at this point. It used to be really easy to get to everything. Oh yeah, it's not even, the VOD's not even published. Okay, fuck. I might take some time to show up after I publish it. So let's just assume that, again, the 180 was the problem there. Unless someone actually does have a clip that you can send me. You avoid the pivots by dodging to the side you run to. Yes, yeah, that make more sense for sure. Or even doing like the semicircle thing might not be possible because it takes too long to do that. So it'd be like a diagonal kind of thing, or sideways. Yeah, it should be the same even if I'm in front of him, right? I don't think there's it's not more dangerous being in front versus being behind them for that attack, as far as I can see. So we should be able to go sideways twice. But again, the way that the pillars cascade, it might actually fan out towards me later, the farther I am away, because it does look like it starts at a certain focus and then it kind of spreads out. That could also just be the effect. That might not actually be damage being registered differently there. So that's why I always wanted to go behind him, because I'm like, oh, that's the part that hits first and then decays after, right? There's that frost. You just gotta be a little bit more aggressive on that part. Oh, I don't like the timing on this. Yo! That's wild, man. That was the exact same timing that works on phase 1. Again, that could be because of the hill, too. That's pretty wild, dude. I don't know. Maybe, again, could be that I have more time for that. Doing drum streams from time to time, Hager? You mean on Clone Hero? Yeah, we are going to do a Clone Hero stream at some point. Just not sure when. I wanted to do it within this week. But yeah, I still play and everything like that. Definitely I've been trying to get to a point where I can PB pretty much on every single thing you've seen me play already. And I actually have PB'd on almost everything, but I actually quit out of the songs so I can not save the score, so we could actually, you could see the PB for the first time on stream. But I'm looking to make some big jumps, get some FCs, and also, I'm gonna do some more, I'm gonna add some more music to the game too. But we'll be doing that soon. It most likely will happen at the end of one of the streams. Like, I'll play a little bit of this, then do that at the end. And I'll have to, unfortunately, like, turn off the YouTube side of it because of the copyright, but if you want to see Clone Hero on Twitch, then I'll let you guys know on... I'll make a post or an update on Twitter, even if I'm already live, just saying I'm switching to that. There we go. Cool. Chipping away at the foot pattern for bleed. Oh god, good luck. Like on an actual kit, like you're playing the song on your regular kit. Yeah, those Herdas are crazy, dude. Like the fact that Thomas Hackey literally took a month to learn his own song that he wrote is just funny. Like I have only heard a couple stories like that before. Like Jason Richardson, John Petrucci, well, no, not Petrucci, sorry. Richardson, and who else? Some of the Periphery, like Matt Halpern had to learn for P1, like basically a drum, like Misha programmed drums that a human wouldn't normally even play. Like some of the fills are just ridiculous and not orthodox. So he had to play some stuff that was like just robotic and learn that for that album. And then, yeah, Jason Richardson writes all of his music without actually playing it and then learns how to play it after. So all of his stuff is like that. Sure, it takes a long time, but he's also really good, though, too. And then there's a couple other people I've heard, but... sorry, Dream Theater, John Petrucci was saying it, like, they have to, like, put in a lot of time to remember, like, their songs because they can't remember. They have such a long discography, and they're all, like, pretty complicated. So to remember the music was something that he was talking about. It's kind of tricky sometimes. He has a cloud backup of every song. He only needs to re-download it for the current set list. That's pretty cool. When you have a 40-year career span. Yeah, when you've had the discography of just like, you know, no one like no one else, like one of the biggest discographies for that kind of music. And the songs are very long too. See, I still got hit even though I waited. That's so weird. So there is a disadvantage of being in front. Okay, at least I know that. That's crazy. One pillar by itself, still randomly sneaked out. I'm trying to think. That must have been residual from the final bit of his combo. But then, how was I able to do it last time that I got it? Because the difference in timing is so small, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's not going to actually help you avoid the pillar. So I'm trying to think of how is that possible. They tend to do that. I haven't seen that. Well, maybe again because the context wasn't to do it perfectly before. Maybe that happened and I didn't notice. But yeah, it's weird. Have to look out for that, I guess. Choose a general direction that's better in case it's always in the center there. Dead. Oh, actually got that one. Nice. Dead. Oh, interesting. Doesn't really work as easily in that position. With that little warning there. Yes, we got the frost. Cool. Okay. See, taking a small break to DS2. Good luck with DS2, dude. Hope you enjoy it. Yeah, again, you gotta go right there. It's weird because, like, it's counterintuitive to the direction you want to go, or at least what it seems like you want to go the whole fight. So then I have to try to imagine that there's a chance he does that at any point, but then change the direction. But then the strafe on it is not the way of doing it. You have to roll spam it. So yeah, maybe maybe just really pay attention to the dash away. I think that's the thing. As soon as the dash away happens, any dash away happens, I change my direction to right. Even if I feel or think like it's happening, and then I'm probably going to make a mistake thinking it's a different attack, then I dial it back and remove that bad habit, but just generally go right if he dashes away for any reason. It's not like the airborne stuff. Or, sorry, this kind of stuff, the gravity magic. If you're running, you run right by default. Okay. But then you'd still rotate around him to the left, though, to kill him, right? If you were going to even move a direction in general? Or do you guys do, like, right the whole time? I've never seen that before. I've only seen, even, like, fights I've watched, people do it exactly the same way I'm doing it, or it's, like, forward, or slightly more diagonal, but still kind of left still, right? It's alright, though. I'll get a better read on it. I just need to see it a little bit better. Nice. This all pre-nerf, so maybe the rolling's easier now? I hope so. Oh. Yeah, he did it again. That didn't happen, like, at all, really. I gotta watch. I'm gonna watch back the actual first playthrough. I gotta see how many times he did that. I swear to God, he didn't. Like, ever, almost. Oh, also, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate that also. Welcome. I run right, but mostly roll left, just because most of his attacks come from the left. Run right, but roll left. Okay. Oh, wait. So you're saying that, like, if you are running right by default at any point in time, even if he's in front of you, and then you switch the direction, that doesn't get you caught in the residual magic at all? Like, the tracking doesn't become a disadvantage because you switch the direction? And, like, just that roll is enough to space it? Because then that would make a lot more sense. I was always under the impression that you can't switch the direction, like, at that point. It's kind of like you gotta pick something. As soon as he starts it, it's like it's gonna probably still be underneath you. Or, like, right on top of you, sorry. You change the direction really quickly. That looked like a very lenient hitbox, actually. That's kind of funny. I thought I was going to die there. Very surprising. I think this is one of the few fights where I think I'm dead way more than I actually am. It's like usually the opposite, but I'm more surprised about living half the time. Okay. I think in any situation in general, if we're behind him and there's not like a massive recovery, we definitely can't be maximizing the windows for anything, because like that turn attack is, or not even turn attack, but just him doing the frame 1 attack on the quickest animation is, it's not possible to really see, or it's like if you see it, you're already dead basically, or like, sorry, if you can see it well, you're dead. You need to be very, very sneaky on it. Lorpa, are multivitamins good at all? Your last exam showed only vitamin D deficiency and you've been prescribed those pills already? Yeah, multivitamins can be good, but the thing is, like, you have to look at the quantity of what's in one, and then, like, you'll notice a lot of the stuff that you might need, you need a higher quantity. So what I do is I take a supplement that is kind of like a multivitamin, and then I just take extra vitamins in the areas that I like to improve more, and that I feel, you know, the most effect of when it comes to deficiencies and everything in your life quality. So basically, you could just take the multivitamin and be fine. But if you feel like, you know, maybe there's something off or whatever, I would look into what it would be. Could be a few things, but like vitamin D deficiency is pretty brutal. Zinc, definitely you want to make sure is on lock. And then like when it comes to mineral content as well, that can have a lot of benefits. But overall, like a lot of multivitamins are just going to give you like a little dose of stuff that is going to cover a wide spectrum. And some of the stuff in it's not going to be enough, but a lot of it'll be fine. It's like, it's better than not taking one, in my opinion. Unless your diet is like super micronutrient dense, then you probably don't have to. But to actually get all your micros, it's like the actual type of diet you'd have to have it'd be hard to pull off, in my opinion. Like optimally, it would be very, very tedious. So I don't think the goal is to actually get all the micros all the time. It's to get a variety of micros over the course of like a larger period, and also the most important ones that you can. Ooh, nice. Running to his right, being generally further away from him. After Light Mikola, he can do point-blank range attack. It's hard to react to. Light Mikola. Oh, like that disc, right? Is that what you mean? Like when I roll through the disc towards him and then he like kind of concealed the next combo or instant attack inside the light of it? Magnesium. Magnesium's good too. Like biglycinate could be really good for obviously like sleeping in certain cases. Quite a few different things, but yeah, I think it can affect sleep quality predominantly. Kathy, what's going on? How are you doing, dude? Welcome. How have you been? Okay, so I'm gonna keep in mind what you said about going farther away. I'm gonna just stay over here, but not be as close to him right away until he can do something nice. Oh, this is bad. This is worst case scenario. So he did an attack that he typically doesn't do, like in that position or even that far away, and then like there was no way to correct the spacing on that, so I would have had to have done the strafe thing that you guys are talking about. But then even the meteors were a little bit different. Light of Mikola is the AoE at the beginning of phase 2. You can do a quick attack out of Light of Mikola. What is the attack you mean that he can do right away that is a problem? I'm curious. Because typically he's done a bunch of different stuff. Like it's been a couple things that are repeated, but a lot of it is either the disc. Disc into like regular outside in attack, disc into combo. Grab, or again, he did the takeoff there. Sometimes he did just regular attacks. Yeah, like usually when you're close to him, he does this thing. That was really unlucky that he did it from far away. But I guess again, we're gonna have to expect that now. Get ready for it. Probably run towards where he was too, just to get any amount of space we can, even to strafe. Oops. Reset the frost there. Oh, try to switch to two-hand while he's doing that. You run behind him, you're too close to the wall. Every single attack he can do after Light of Mikola. Okay. Even farther away, so he can't do meteors. Interesting, because I actually played the fight like that on my first playthrough. Like I went really far away from him, and then it actually became easier going closer. But yeah, we could try that again and see. I remember it being harder from farther away, but also like people in chat were saying the exact opposite of what you're saying now, to go close. And every video I've ever seen of the best players, everybody's going close, or they're even doing something that's even crazier than that, where they're like inside the attack, and I don't know if they're doing Valve Indomitable, some backstep kind of thing. I have no idea. But there's actually another method that's even closer. And I think the ideology is that you're basically going to, what's it called? You get the DPS quicker, the fight progresses faster, there's no downtime, and then you're not like just waiting and then still having the same things happen that could have happened earlier, right? It's a lot easier close up. Yeah, that's why I switched to that. So I can see both being valid for different reasons, but in terms of actual like how efficient the fight is, efficiency I think requires you to be close. And efficiency on this one seems easier in terms of like winning, because like winning inefficiently would take longer in total, even if you actually were pretty careful, since you'd have to be subjected to more things and probably die, right? But yeah, I guess even just the gap of being far away. I'm trying to think of what other things he could do to close the gap from there. Cool. The far away, like, light speed attack from a distance without being, like, right next to him it's just rip. That's dead. So I remember that one getting me a lot, and I think that was, like, one of the main things that made me change it. Is that one, and then something else. Not far away that he can do undodgeable sequences if you're too far. Okay. So there's like a sweet spot. If you're at range, he can buffer a range attack. Get close. And then do the buffered range attack in melee. Yeah, there you go. Like, so storing the cues for where your placement was, right? And then just kind of like unleashing it in an unorthodox manner. Which actually has happened a lot in the DLC. There's a lot of attacks that have happened that aren't applicable to certain ranges that get backed up in the queue somehow, like more often than it seems like the rest of the game. It was actually a mistake, but he stopped, which is nice. I thought he was going for the spin after that, I think, because I thought I saw that attack before the spin before. That makes more sense, though. Mostly you have to be careful around the phase transition because his attack queuing is especially messed up then. Okay, that makes sense, because then there is a couple of things that have happened where, like, again, when I went through that disc, that didn't seem to be the smartest thing close range, but like medium range it was fine. Worst thing so far, it seems like, is that, again, he did that takeoff from far away. So if that happens more often, I'm curious if he could do that same thing if I'm like running towards him from far away, because I've seen him do it in phase 1, but wondering how much more rare it is in that scenario. Because if we can't really find a good way of dealing with that close, then it's a good thing to change right there. No, I knew that was bad. Only would have worked forward or right on that timing. Maybe. Maybe. Getting the habit of walking forward after you finish attacking, so if he dashes away, he does a worse follow-up. Walking forward after you finish attacking. Speeds up the fight a lot. Interesting. Better follow-up. Wait, you're saying like if you hold forward attack and then there is time for you to walk and you can do that footstep, that it changes what he's going to do as a follow-up for like any engagement? I'm trying to understand how that would work, because like if he were to backstep away, you can't reach him. Like he's not. Maybe again I'm not doing that right, but from what I remember, he gets out of range when he tries to move away. By far the most chill player I've ever seen. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I expected this to take about 5 to 10 hours. We're well under that time frame, so I'm not too worried yet, but I might be. I might be at some point. We'll see. I appreciate that, though. That attack looks so much cooler from far away. I almost wished like that when he took off and he did that one, or maybe he like would backstep to start at a farther distance and do it. That'd be so cool. All right, so we're trying this again, and then we're just gonna not go too close right away on this part, but expect that he might take off with the meteors too. That's a good one. Again, stop a little bit early. Although you're playing the game in one of the hardest ways possible, not cussing, raging every death. I personally, like, I do swear, but I don't swear like recklessly. I don't try to use words in ways that I don't mean, if that makes sense, or at least swear words. So, like, if I actually was pissed off, I probably would be like, "Yo, that's crazy." Like, I have sworn during the stream, of course, but I just speak how I normally speak. Basically, yeah, I think that if you were really mad at this fight, like, you wouldn't really beat it. Like, it would be hard to win, so it would just make it a lot longer. I don't believe, and this is just my interpretation, that anybody doing this level 1 actually got that mad. I don't think it was that big of a deal. Or you're making it way harder. I've never seen anybody that is like that does these kind of things be any less chill than me, ever. Like, if anything, a lot of the people are more chill than me. So maybe it depends on, like, if we're talking about someone that like seeks out this kind of thing versus they just try it out and they don't really know what to expect. But yeah, like, I appreciate that, but it's definitely not like that rare though, in my opinion. Like, a lot of people that do this are not that mad or really mad at all ever, because they enjoy it. Like, being mad would be like you're just fooling yourself at that point. It's like you're mad at yourself. You can't be mad at an elective activity you chose to do. That's your creation, right? You created the experience, so be mad at yourself for creating the experience that you didn't want. Or don't do things you don't want to do and then expect them to work a certain way, right? It's the best way I could put it. Kathy, thank you so much for the host as well. I don't know if I said that when you came in. I didn't know you hosted me. Were you streaming? Were you playing something? Also for also UXD, or were you playing something today? Hardest level 1 or any of the games? Elden Ring, definitely, easily. Most content, purely, objectively, just from volume. Like, even if we don't look at the quality of each boss. Before this, it would definitely be DS2. Oh, that kneecap is frozen, my boy. Oh, look at that. Oh, that one is too. Actually, that one's on fire. Oh. Ooh, nice. I always get thrown off by that. Phoenix, I'm doing good, dude. How are you? And Doherty, what's up? Is it because I'm sprinting? Is the sprint not the thing you do there? Like, do you need to stop the sprint last second? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I need to strafe for like a moment on the final attack. Because like I'm doing the input. Like, you can actually even go back and watch when I press the button. It's not doing anything. Like, the animation's not happening. And it's like before, like it's early enough where I'm thinking I'm gonna do it, but then I'm still gonna die from the second thing. So I'm wondering, that was so easy to do on the first playthrough for some reason, and the character was medium roll for some of it, and I also didn't have any iframe boosting things at all, so I have no idea why that. And also the first couple times I did it too, it must be Buffer the roll instead of straight up stopping the sprint. Buffer it instead. Wait, how would that work? Yeah, because I actually even did it today perfectly. I have no idea how that's different, but yeah. I'm thinking it's something to do with the sprint, so I'll try maybe not sprinting at the last second or before that. You have the habit of walking back after you finish the attacking. Make him most likely do the discs after he dashes. Disc after he dashes. The disc is actually a pretty good attack. I kind of like that one. But I've only seen it happen like one time in phase 2, so I'm wondering what the problem with it is, because I'm not dying from a disc as far as I know. Maybe I'm missing what you're trying to say. Like, but the disc is kind of a good thing versus some of the other attacks, in my opinion. "14 Shadows fine." Oh, nice. 1, 2. Okay, cool. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, like, why was that working? Because the diagonal direction of the roll first. Okay, we're just getting away on that so we can get back in here. Nice. Yeah, I like the disc, personally. Well, I don't mind it. Maybe I shouldn't say I like it. Oh, see, I did the pivot got me, dude. I rolled twice before that. That's so funny. Yeah, you can't do pivots. Sprinting 180s are like, there should be caution signs of, like, it's like no sprint 180. On like the whole entire map. Like, that should just be the only thing you see is warning sign, do not 180 sprint. Holy shit, man. I think I've died to that like 3 or 4 times now. Not particularly in that scenario, but just somehow, some way. Damn, because I knew exactly what was happening. That was easy. That was a good attempt. That would have been fine. Very silly reason for it to not work, but again, my inputs need to be very, very precise on the pivoting. Yeah, the fucking pivot, dude. I've lost hitless runs to the pivot. I think I've lost marathon runs to the pivot before on other games. It's a classic. I think DS2 is the only game that you can't do that on. Or maybe it's harder to do on DS2 because like they have a really weird way of turning. It's almost kind of like a swivel turn by default. The hockey stop is a bad joke. Yeah, it's like you're braking on your skates. Yeah. Where was the ice in the first place, dude? Oh, actually, I forgot it was in Radon's kneecaps because I put it there. Cold and hot at the same time. Here we go. Mogradon. Mogron. Mogron would be a cool name. Sounds like an orc or like an ugly looking reptile guy. More Mogron. So I was trying to get placement there. I was panicking a bit to get around him. I made an assumption in my head that the hill was going to kill me because I was in the pit there, so I tried to like roll extra to get some space, and then the rhythm of that fucked me up on the next thing because he did the double. So don't worry about the hills. Let the hills kill you and be appreciative that they exist. That's it. Don't even pay attention to them. Punish the combo that goes stomp, overhead double hit, destroy the ground with light attack. After his double hit, if you're quick. Yes, you can. Yeah, so I was actually doing that before. I don't do it all the time just for stamina reasons, and because you can get 4 hits in on the other part, and it makes it harder to do that if you hit in between on the part that I think you're talking about. But I also was just trying to be more careful, just be a little bit more patient on it, because you definitely can squeeze in the extra one for sure. Here, let me see if I am right about that, like the one you're talking about. 1, 2, right here, right? That attack you're talking about? Ooh. 2-hand switch and the roll there, a little bit too much time I was taking. It's Mikkela's fault anyways? Yeah, exactly. Antspur was made for Consort. 90% of SL1 use it against him. Firekeeper. I don't blame them. I think just because of the speed of it. Like just having something that can like hit at a decent distance but not be a big commitment is always good for level 1. Or like to have something like that. On DS2, the Rapier was kind of like that versus the Mace, which definitely hits hard. It has the stagger, but just, man, Rapier is so much more accurate. Or, sorry, I shouldn't say accurate, just less of a headache to try to connect the attacks at distances. So I was thinking even the Starfist, I can totally do it with them. And I might even try it again during this fight, but it's not as accurate, so why sacrifice the DPS on it? No twirlies, really? I wanted a twirly. Ah, that's funny. Went in a little soon on that. Short range and 15% Scarlet Rot. Good for anyone weak to status, yeah. Like, case in point, you said that. Cutscene transition, but I was already dead. That's how good. He's not super weak to it, it's just that you have so little uptime on damage. Exactly, exactly. One thing that I think I could get away with to make phase 1 quicker is I could use Starfist to get a stagger if I had the Crystal Tears with Spike Cracked and Stone Barb. But in the part 2, there's not going to be a lot of time, so I found that like the pace just changes completely for being able to get staggers, especially with charge attacks. So I was like, you know what, there's no point of just doing that for the first part and then not having the Crystal Tears that we want for this setup too. Is your weapon's good? This is the Antspur Rapier, so you have to kill, I believe, it's an NPC, I can't remember their name, it starts with an M. They're an NPC that's in Altus. And he drops it when you kill it, and he drops his mask. Like Mize or something like that, Mize something. But yeah, it's a good weapon. I think there's ways to make it much better with levels and with other setups, but it's pretty damn good. It's very fast. And then the Scarlet Rot obviously has a status effect. It's great. But luckily, it also fits the storyline. We're basically giving Radahn some flashbacks right here to the Millennia fight. That's new. Okay. I'm gonna go to the washroom on that note very quickly. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. It's got rot resistance in phase 2, really? So then basically relying on that for a status effect phase 2 is not really relevant then. Double resist, it's fine. Ugh. Oh my god, I almost dropped the controller. We caught it. Okay, cool. Let's do this again. I'm trying to think of what was... Okay, so the last one, he did the jump away, like the jump immediately. So... I think... Wait, maybe, Nathan, what you were saying... No, I don't know if this is what you were saying. Basically, like, this is my notion from it. Someone can tell me if they already told me this, because I'm trying to make sense of everything still. You want to diagonally strafe backwards at the beginning of the phase 2 regardless, just in case that exact thing happens, and then go forward if it doesn't immediately. But like, just be ready to strafe, or just start strafing right. Because that's the only way to get rid of that. There's no other thing you can do. It's also a bit of a mix-up, because then it gates you out of the boundary for going behind him if he doesn't do it and you go too far back. So you'd have to go back completely every time, unless you can cross back over that boundary really quickly. I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh yeah, BRB. Yeah, here, I'll let myself die. Thank you for letting me know. I wasn't even gonna put on the BRB text. This was such a quick break, but yeah. Yeah, BRB kill would not be a good idea. The nuke is a waste of time, and running in his face makes it not happen sometimes. Running in his face. You run at him part 2. So that jump that I got though, you didn't see that at all when you ran at him? He never did that once. Was it on your last boss fight? Also, it's the second last. Man, the habit of running left is so funny in this one for me. It's like burned in. Killed all bosses up to this point, Elliot. Not all the bosses in the game, not all the bosses in the DLC, just every remembrance boss. Anything that has a remembrance, so the main ones. And then anything required to get to those is the goal. We did do some of the normal game too. It's actually kind of funny. I wonder how hard the remembrances would be in the main game after this. Which will be the last one. Last one is Matir. Oh, spicy. That's like the spiciest thing you can do. Especially if he's like 180 and doing that. I think I understand the problem that I had with the clone attack too. It's like, again, the running slightly sideways before he actually starts doing it influences it a bit. And I was running straight back, then changing the direction after he was already landing. It was fucking it up a bit. I might be proven wrong by that, but that's my theory on it at least, so we'll see. Ooh, I don't... I did 2 and then I thought he was going to do a quick attack, so I just did that instead. Yeah. Main game bosses are such a breeze after the DLC, minus Millennia. It's funny that you say that. The first thing I thought of, I was like, I want to go and just do Halleck Tree really quick and see how bad it is, but we'd have to play quite a bit to get to that point, I think. I'll definitely keep this character, though, after we're done, so we can do that stuff. Then I can at least, like, see how good the weapons we have right here from the DLC are on the main game, and then decide how we're going to be able to acquire them if I do a run with everything. Same scaling, if not higher than the DLC, Halleck Tree? I don't know. Like, well, the scaling for the DLC is different because of the blessings, right? But in terms of difficulty, everything in the main game seems easier. Even Millennia's easier, but that's my take. She would belong in the DLC, like if they put her there and we didn't see it beforehand. I could imagine it's in the, you know, that'd be like a believable thing. And there is some things in the DLC easier than her, but not a lot though. Like, well, I guess it depends on how much emphasis you put on waterfowl, because again, you can just frostpot it, and it's non-existent for at least, what is it, 2 or 3 of them? So you really only need to deal with 1, and then lots of fights you don't even deal with it. And that's like a basic item that anyone can make very quickly. It's not like a build feature or anything. It's literally just a craftable thing, so fine at that point if you've already gone that far. Like, let's say you did, what is it called again? Like that little city that has the ghost torch or whatever? Like the liturgical town? You did that area, you got the frozen buds, and you made them with the ritual pots. Like, you should be fine for Millennia for the most part. Ooh. But then again, maybe I'm going to be saying something like that about this guy in a month or 2. Most likely not, but yeah. Okay, we're strafing right. Want Pontiff combo, and then we need Nuke. Pontiff combo and Nuke are the only remaining things that are relevant for a bulk amount of this, and then he just did it as I died. But he canceled it, though. That's kind of funny. He didn't continue it. Oh, that was good practice. It's a pretty good one. We just need Nuke, and then Pontiff attack. Pontiff attack should be fine off rip, because there's no pillars, and I understand it a decent amount. I could still die. I'm not going to talk big about it, but I'm way more comfortable on that than most of the things, so should be fine. Nuke is a very area-dependent thing based on how I avoided it the only time I did it, which was just spacing it. So I would love the opportunity to learn the Nuke differently, but if we don't, I'm happy with a fight that has it spaced as well. So we'll see if we can do something similar this time. And then I guess that residual damage, I'm trying to think of what the problem was there. I still didn't have a good lead on that attack. That was the clone one, but what I said actually helped, not running at the last few seconds. And then you get like closer by maybe a foot, but you should be at least a few feet away minimum, and then he's not going to clip you. And right at that moment, you can turn a lot easier than having the pivot, because you can't pivot when you're jogging, right? So that prevents that from happening. But for some reason, again, that one pillar was still an issue. So I'm wondering, got to go sideways. Got to go right or left. Wish they just removed the pivot animation. Oh, actually, you know what? Wait a second. Guys, I know. Okay, yeah, it is the direction, because on the first playthrough, I did roll right on that attack. I just remembered. Because I thought that that's how you have to dodge his actual last attack. I was like going kind of right on it. That's the way I looked at it. So yeah, that makes sense then. You should be able to avoid that pillar with the right dodge. You won't be able to dodge the nuke without the iframe boosting talisman? Oh, wait, okay. That's interesting. I would love to beat this without the iframe boosting talisman. But if it comes down to it, not opposed to it, because, I mean, we've done that for a lot of other games. Even though, again, it's not really a big advantage in a lot of them. But yeah, Darkwood Grain Ring kind of thing. A single stream where you learn all the cheeses for each boss, then ranking your favorite cheeses would be fun. Yes, that would be really cool. Also, Galaxy, that kind of ties into the build video too. A little bit. It's kind of similar idea of doing like the most OP build. Nexus, what's up, dude? Good luck beating Gank Squad on level 1. Oh, good job. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It wasn't like that bad when I changed the method for it, but it was fun figuring out all the things I did, but realizing how wild those NPCs are, like, it's interesting. I wonder how they felt playing their own creation, like when FromSoft was testing that fight, what they were talking about during that. Because obviously, like, we can imagine most players are probably better than the people that made the game at this point, because much more playtime, but I'm wondering what they were thinking when they made it. And also, I got to go back now and get the full 5-person fight and try it 1v5 with a leveled character, and then do the full summon fight for that one. And I still need to do Radon Festival with summons. I've never done that before. That was a really interesting situation. That looked funny. I'm like, I'm looking at the ground. I'm being careful. Oops. Oh, you're gonna go to sleep. Hey, or JJ? Lapinu. I hope you have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Hopefully you enjoyed the progression we had on Radon. It's not been bad though. We actually made some pretty big progress on it. So I think we're about 70% now. As long as I don't slip too much on the consistency with certain things, but yeah. Nathan, thank you for the good luck too. Also, if you do have to take off, thank you for hanging out as well. It kind of looks like he has 2 braids, actually. I just realized that. Is that like the drawstrings of the cape? Or like parts of the cape? Is Radon using red Bluetooth headphones? Have it on DS3 hitless runs? I have, yeah. If you want to see anything like that, just ! socials, or even just ! YT. And there is links for all the channels. The main channel, the very main YouTube channel, is the one that has all the runs like that on it typically. What's the PB so far for this fight? I think we got him to about 30% or so. But then I think right after that, so Pontiff combo just began at that point, or like when he spams like the attacks that don't have Miquella's magic, but have like all of the glowy sword thing. I don't even know, with the spins and the little jump at the end, basically that just started. And then right after that, I think he was going to go into nuke, maybe within a few hits or so. I hesitated in between the attack. I should have spammed it, damn it. If I'm gonna do 2 on the fire, I really gotta be quick. When you play DLC blind, you didn't know you could reduce gang squad number throughout the entire team. Character was level 150, you got them eventually. Oh, okay. And was it tricky on level 150 still? It's kind of ironic. I can't really remember Leda on my leveled character. I think I used the fists or something like that, but... Or no, maybe it was Black Blade, maybe it was Blasphemous. It was something funny, though. It was definitely a hilarious fight. There's a clip of it in the first playthrough video, beginning, but I can't really remember most of it. It's probably pretty easy, but just random, though. Bad angle on that? Well, a little bit early, too. Oh, man. You could always dodge waterfowl from neutral. Was there a change to waterfowl particularly at some point? Because I remember, like, you could do it in 3 different ways with different equip loads, too. So there was, like, the sprinting a little bit before it happens. There was the... I think you can do 1 roll with lightweight from the light roll and then start sprinting right after that. And then there's the circle around her and then like redirect it. Like Radon pre-nerf, cross slash was the only thing that needed tweaking, but the rest of the changes were overdone. You think so? Like even just like the recoveries of some of the attacks being longer? Actually, out of curiosity too, for anyone that did this at level 1, who did it pre-patch? Curious. And then also, have you tried it on the current patch with level 1 since then? Old cross slash is why people stay to his left side due to muscle memory. Oh, sorry, I already had the right idea. Nice. That makes sense, yeah. I watched a little bit of it, and it did look pretty brutal. I must change the DPS a little bit too, because you can't really get ready to punish things as much if you always have to be in a certain spot, right? Maybe that doesn't matter, but it seems like it would affect the way the back and forth works. Oh, I shouldn't have switched. I'm wondering at this point if it would even be worth it to try to use the torch to get rid of the frost rather than just getting damage in the meantime. It almost seems like because we're so close to phase 2 that we let it reset and then rebuild it for phase 2 anyways. Also, Ritual Sword Talisman. We still haven't tried that versus Blue Dancer Charm and checked the damage since having the torch. Let me try something. Let me do no torch and see. Less recovery and constantly moving left. Oh, that makes sense. So then it made it a little bit slower of a fight. SL1 no shadows pre-patch. Oh yeah, you guys were saying that took him like what 20 hours or something like that. I want to see that because he's pretty good. His reactions are like one of my favorite. Like he's pretty funny. Him and Distortion are like very funny when they lose runs and react to certain things. Like, in a good way, not a bad way. But, oh, I see, I switched the weapon thinking I had the torch. I got preemptive there. Damn it. Chat came up with an awesome lyric for this OST. They wrote lyrics for the song in the game. That's how long the guy was on it. That's funny. 8 to 10 hours of consort Radon in 3 days of tries. That second phase was painful. Glad they reduced some lightning effects and the AoE range. You finished the main game and wanted to give the DLC a second try. Okay. So you did actually go back to it. Nice. Well, congrats on getting it originally. Like, that's something I can't really like grasp at the moment. I've only seen it, so I'd have to try it and see. I feel like maybe even getting in the mindset of like that previous patch after having done it this way might be even weirder. Like, it might screw me up even more in certain situations. And vice versa. I wonder if I can get pretty good at both versions and go back and forth and be able to just kind of differentiate it very quickly. Oh, good hitbox for the foot being in that spot. That's really good. Ooh. Okay, the frostbite did last quite a long time, I'll be honest. Unfortunate, we got some practice. Some good old light pillars. Oh yeah, I'm so used to the other one now that like now I'm slowing down on the timing for that because they're the same attack for melee, but the AoE is different. Nice. I guess that's good news though. That means the other one's probably adjusting to be better. And that's the more important one, so. Ob got hit. Oh no, what is he doing right now? The Mesmer song was better than this song. Mesmer's music was pretty good from what I remember. You wouldn't torch frostbite, you run into increasing resistant P2 anyways. Even if I can get the second frostbite phase 1, because like, I'll be fair, that did seem like the same speed, if not slower, for the first part. Oh, the chorus of the song is Hob got hit. That's funny. Never mind. I thought you guys were responding that you were watching him and then he got hit on a run or something. Is there a reason for Frost rather than Bleed? Since Bleed does more proc damage and also procs faster in your experience. I actually don't even have the thing to get Bleed on the weapon. I need to find that still. Give me a second. I was going to try it later if I found that the Frost wasn't that good, but I'll give it a go though. Poison Blood and Occult, Black Whetstone. Watch it be somewhere so far into the base game. Somewhere that I can't go to. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, it's in Nokron? It's not too bad. Or Noxtella, maybe? It's near where the Mimic Tier is. Nokron, or some say Noxtella. Yeah, no, sorry. Nokron is the bigger, like the one with Regal Ancestor, and then Noxtella is it gets you to the giant jar, right? Okay, wait, 1 second. Is that on the ground level? Oh, it's in the building you drop down to before you go to Mimic Tier. Okay, we got that. Simple. Wait, what did I just do to the map there? Why? Wait, what? Get out of here. There we go. Okay. Boom. Dragonkin. At this point, like it would be an advantage to have the Dragonborn abilities on this one. Imagine Radahn's like, haha, you can't beat me now. I have Mikola. And I'm just like, Foos Roda. And he just gets blown off the cliff behind where that little hill is that he appears on. He's like, oh shit, gravity still kills. Dragonborn Elden Ring mod would slap. I'm surprised someone hasn't done that. I bet you there's someone that probably imported a lot of this stuff into Skyrim, right? Give him the good old fall through the map. Like Malekith in the speedruns. Oh man, the zip glitch. Oh boy, that was pretty funny. I wonder what the next quickest speedrun category will be. It's probably going to be like you basically go to the store, refund the game, and then like in the computer of the cashier or whatever, you get like the like a solar flare hits the earth at the perfect time, and then like the bit flips inside of the computer, and then it makes the game like on all copies distributed from that store different. And then you play that version, the BLUS 305 code or something like that, and you're basically just like frames faster on everything. Talking about bit flips, yeah, exactly. It's gonna require like a natural phenomena to be faster. Yeah, sometimes even just like trying to do the run's difficult because you gotta have good blood pressure RNG. Like sometimes like try to artificially enhance my blood pressure, but like you gotta go in with like, you know, a certain number, and then the moon's gotta be full. Definitely have to have Rice Krispies on hand, but you can't eat them though. You gotta just smell the aroma of them for some reason. Okay, here we go. I think this... Oh, we have to do Mimic Tier, don't we? Like the actual boss. Boop. Haha. They had an election with a bit flip incident in Switzerland. I heard about something like that before. I'm not sure if it was for that particular part of the world, but yeah, I think they've influenced quite a few things. There was a speed run that, or a video about some sort of run that was referencing bit flips, and I think it was some sort of Nintendo 64 thing. I was like, what the hell is that? It was in Belgium, 2003. 4,096 votes more. Wow. Trying to explain that to the people. They're just like, no, I bet you like they rigged it. It's like, no, like the actual universe rigged it. Like, I don't know about that. Sounds like a bunch of black magic. I don't know. It sounds invisible. It's not real. And then it's like, you're getting mad about the votes, but it's really actually just like the universe. Suko, how are you doing, dude? All right, I'm gonna try the rapier on Mimic Tier. Might not be the smartest idea. I don't know. Stop healing, cheater. I poke you in the belly button. Imagine a GDQ speedrun, but it had to focus on bit flips instead of frame perfect inputs. There'd be like an astrologer or something like that outside, like being like, yep, okay, the satellites are aligning, yep, okay. Stars, yep, pressure, atmosphere. Looking good. Latitude, longitude, I think we're set up. And then like GDQ is like, okay, wait for it. And then like they're like, oh no, we were off, dude. It's in Wisconsin. And they're like, fuck, dude. Oh man, we're in Washington. Damn. We're in DC, dude. Like all right. Yeah, we have to go over here to get to that building. I don't plan to actually do Regal Ancestor Spirit, so I'm gonna not even worry about the obelisks. I'm just gonna go past these guys. Ugh. Doing okay, Suko? Well, I appreciate you being here, dude. We're gonna turn the okay into excellent. Only if I beat Radon, though. Everybody has to actually have an excellent day if I beat him, because that's cool. That's like a really cool thing. I'm gonna be excited. If I don't beat him, you can be whatever. Just don't be mad at me. I'm definitely trying. Okay, we drop down here. It'd be really bad if I died before getting the item as we're in that building. Because I'm pretty sure there's perfumers, right? Or some sort of... No, wait, it's the guys with the whips, I think. Me beating Radon will or not will determine the election. That'd be a great title, actually. I'm going to do that tomorrow. Perfect. All right, we got bleed. It's already nighttime. Man, it's probably Tuesday, or not Tuesday, sorry. It's probably Wednesday for some people. All right. It's the weapon. Oh, wait, we're doing Ash of War. What am I talking about? Craigblade, Blood. That probably makes a lot more sense. I can see that being better. I was actually thinking when I got it too, I'm like, I should probably get Bleed, but then I'm like, I don't have the Whetstone, and Frost with Craigblade does work really well on a lot of stuff. Frost was good on Radon before, so it's my ideology, but yeah, this should be a little bit better. Other than speeding up the fight, is there any need? It's already fairly fast with just Rot and Bleed alone. We can print, wait. Can build 3 or 4 statues? So more speed is more speed. It's true, man, even if you have to time travel a little bit. They call that Game Shark in real life. If you know how to time travel, they don't like that for real speedruns, so don't go to the Olympics and appear at the finish line. I mean, all the best people already know this. They use hyperspeed, but they don't quite go quantum, so nobody's suspicious. But, you know, Usain Bolt definitely knows what he's talking about there. Or he knows what he did. It's all good. There's that first bleed. Pretty good, dude. Pretty good bleed. And then we're going to keep getting that the whole time. And is it true that he doesn't resist bleed like as much as he resists everything else in phase 2? Like, does he still bleed pretty often? Because I'm kind of wondering now if we would have killed him with the amount of hits we landed on him on that best attempt. Like, that was not a lot to get him to bleed right there. Talking about the idea of cold Rot Ant Spur and swap to bleed weapon when Rot procs. Sounds like a pretty good idea, actually. I'm gonna take like five gallons of bleed with a side of poison, and then also like just a little bit of stagger, 20 ounces of holy as well. I'll make that 50 ounces of holy. It's Sunday. We got church. Not 100% sure. Fought him. Haven't fought him in a week or so, but he does bleed decently in part 2. Perfect. Okay, like this is gonna be a very good indication if we're getting this today or not. Then got just about an hour or less, so Tuesday in it. We're playing the game on Tuesday. Got the Atspa Rapier. Got the character that looks like Geralt trying to kill Promised Consort Radahn with the bleed. Bloody hell. This would be such a good one if we get it. Gotta have that as the intro. Oh, but then all UK audience gone completely. It's your fault, Galaxy. You said Tuesday. I couldn't help it. Oh, that's such good bleed. Damn. I gotta start not paying attention to the bleed and just try to win because I'm getting too excited about the bleed. I got stuck on something there. Okay. I couldn't move past the, like when I rolled there. I don't know if that was the hill or his body. Like I knew the attack. Summon Black Knight Tarkus. Dude, Tarkus definitely is still dead. Like there's no way he made it back to this world. He died like really early in DS1, didn't he? Didn't he fall off the Anor Londo rafters with the Painting Guardians? I feel like if you can't make it through Anor Londo, how the hell is he going to be able to kill this guy, even with like 4 other people helping him? He'd be like, all right, just gotta adjust my helmet here, and then he's just like, oh, look, it's an enemy in the distance. Dead. It's like, hey, Tarkus, could you maybe like just block that attack while I heal? He's like, sure, and then he like literally turns into like fucking a raisin. Sun-dried raisin within 2 seconds of the nuke. Like, anybody have stim packs? Anyone have Rad X? Like, what's going on here? The hill or his body? The answer is just or. Dude, honestly, after I beat this, I genuinely think I'm gonna make a displate of him that says something like that on it. And I'm gonna put it on like a store where you guys can obviously get it, because you can do your own displate store. Been waiting until they have a sponsorship with the channel again to make it more effective for you guys getting cheaper displate deals and shit. But around Christmas, they already offer deals anyways, so I think that if I'm gonna do a displate that's custom, it's gotta be of this guy. It has to be. I would love to see that on the wall every day with some really funny text on it. Maybe we can make a blank version too. Boy. Okay, we're already strafing right. Doesn't matter. Nice. Again. Cool. But yeah, that's not good. Now I'm going super, yo, the difference, the discrepancies. Because I knew that I was like a little bit late last time. Now I'm going super. Oh wait, was I early last time or was I late? No, I was late. Oh man. Imagine if Consort was like Mirror Knight and he summoned a player. So I was actually talking about that, saying like I wish they did something like that again, but not on this guy though. Definitely would be bad. I want to see something like that. pop up, but maybe the next game they make. Requires flow state, 100% flow state, yeah. And that's the thing, I want to see the brain scan of someone fighting this with low damage, because the video that I watched that has all the mechanical possibilities is just like, it actually hurt my head looking at the screen. And I was like, okay, my head anticipating the fight does not look like that internally, but like in reality though, there's a lot of information that you obviously don't really fully understand. You just kind of know how to do it, right? Looked like a... Dude, there's so many possibilities. It looked like a calendar, and then in each day there was like more possibilities as well. Just to start off, just for the beginning. And then the part 2 is like, yeah, it opens up even more possibilities, but then like each chain became like one of 3 different possible groupings from an initial thing that was like at least 10 different options right off the top of the screen. And I was like, it just became such a big web. I was like, are we looking at Ancestry to see like who I'm related to, or are we looking at a boss fight? Going right on that's not good. Backwards is better. Right hits a bit sooner. Oh man. I think the timing was good, but direction was bad. Was thinking in the essence of if he jumps away, but again, that's not always gonna happen. And I could have always just assumed he was gonna do something else because he was already close, but yeah. That one you prefer rolling forward. Yeah, forward or backward on that is better. Maybe even forward's better, but I tend to want to have a little room in case he does something wild right after. "22-minute fight with no sign of part 2. Whoever has done that fight's actually insane. Attempt on a low damage kill of him. Yeah, that's brutal. You know what you should watch, Teak? Watch Inner Consort from OnBall. Oh my god. That is the best video I've seen of someone doing a boss fight on a game ever. Like, there's one video based on gaming that is my favorite video overall, but that's the best single boss fight I've ever seen be performed. Like, just, it doesn't even matter what game, what genre. Just it's so silly that I think by the end too, I was like, how many more things could possibly be thought of that are ideas? Like, it wasn't even just like, oh, this is like really crazy to play. It's like, how did someone think of even doing this as an idea? Like, and how is it possible they went even further beyond this by that stretch? Like that magnitude of further was impressive, because I'm like, I don't think FromSoft will ever do anything like that. Oh, you did fight the Inner Consort? Okay, yeah, that one's wild, dude. I don't even know what you call it. Just the AOE, like the big AOE on that one, is like literally the end of the world, and then you're just like watching out the window waiting, but you still have to like dodge every time. And then the comments too is just like, it was the same thing. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone thought the same thing that kind of understands the base fight. It's just like, why is he walking away? Why is he going that direction? Why is he rolling randomly? Panicking? What? And then it's just like, oh, I see. What's gonna happen? Whole entire freaking world blows up. You should install it. Check out the video first if you haven't seen it, but I'm gonna definitely try it myself. It's just silly. Like, I know Ongball is like obviously one of the best players to do this kind of stuff, from what it seems. I haven't seen him like do it live, but obviously in his videos he's great, so. Wow, that's wild. Okay. That was also a long range attack. So again, never seen that before. But I've also only just started going towards him. Yanis, what's up? How's it going, dude? Does he stream? He might. I don't know. I was under the impression that he lived in Asia, but I might be wrong. I know in some places in Asia, like, they have their own streaming services and they don't typically cross over to this platform as much. Like, they have their own platforms that are better. But I'm not sure if he, like, where he lives specifically. Yeah, it'd be cool to see him do a live. I'm sure he probably has done something like that. Weaker version of him because you put inner consort mod over a patch's consort of Miyazaki, so it messed up some weird properties. Is the Miyazaki one the one where it like changes the way he looks too? That was a funny stab at the last second there, that location. Too good. All right, so we're walking towards him at the beginning, but not like running right into him in case he does something funny. Oh, wonderful. Just gonna heal in case something nice happens. Hey, look at who's there, man. Look who came through, dude. That was pretty cool. That's the first time we ever did that. But it still looks like it's glitchy. It doesn't even look like it's programmed properly. It almost seemed, I don't know if, again, maybe that was done perfectly, but it almost looked like even when I did it, that there was a problem with him, and that's why I got lucky or something. Almost looked like he wasn't even landing on the ground, like he was still floating a little bit or something. I don't know. That was weird. Matt, how have you been? What's going on, dude? Also, Smolensky. How are you as well? I was talking about Ongball. I was saying that his video of Inner Consort is my favorite boss fight video I've seen someone complete for any game in general at this point. Sprinting to the right for that attack also works 100% of the time, Dark Moon. I've been hearing about that. It took a while to readjust the direction there. Because like what I want to do is go left, since when you're in front of him, left seems a bit safer to me for certain things. But yeah, I had to get used to changing the direction. So the sprint is like the next thing I got to do. Got to try that out. The ghosts don't hit how you think. Yeah, so that part, that definitely is something that originally threw me off. Like I wasn't sure how it worked, but like now I understand that. It's mainly just how it tracks you. And then what like pace you have to space it. Like do you have to get a head start at a certain point in time and continue? Is there momentum you need or something like that? Or can you readjust it halfway through? Is there a way to save it if you did it wrong at the beginning? Or in the middle or something? It seems like it's got to be done a certain way, for sure. Like, you got to consistently just carry through that speed. Okay, I was a little bit farther to the right again. Not a fan of that position. Thought he was doing the takeoff again, but I didn't hear the sound. But that was also like very panicky because of the corner. He's even panicking, look. The choo-choo train attack doesn't hit, right? Yeah, you can stand inside of him. I usually go inside of him or like behind where he is. If you go too far with the direction, it seems like it almost kind of changes his direction enough to almost wrap back around you or something. So being kind of like in front of him or just like right inside seems to be good. Oh, you roll it too. Okay, I haven't rolled it as much as I've just like literally walked into him and then he misses me. But maybe that's super dangerous though. Buzz, thank you for the good luck, dude, and for the fake happy birthday. I'll take it. How are you doing? I don't think I'm gonna go for that anymore, just in case in part 2 I do it by accident, because it's a tight window on that one. It's probably better to even punish the quick attack on that combo right there for the 4th hit, instead of doing the 4th hit after. A little bit delayed on that one. Pontiff combo started again. Same PB, dude. Crazy. That's almost like hit for hit the exact same PB. Like very close. He might have also been able to do that before and he's just continuing certain attacks, but damn. I feel like that was kind of sloppy even though we got there. More in the middle, but also to his right after the phase transition. More in the middle, but also to his right after the phase transition. So the thing is with the phase transition, there's no problem right now, so I don't... Like, changing anything wouldn't make a difference to me unless you're trying to tell me how to get, like, more damage or something. Like, unless you're talking about something that I'm actually dying on, right? Like, speaking of which. Like, I'm wondering, just try to run and stab him at the very beginning? Run and stab him at the very beginning of the phase 2 transition? You roll because it guarantees it. Yeah, I did roll it a little bit on the first part. Yeah, I'm just wondering what doing like the spacing other ways at the beginning of phase 2 changes with my survivability and of what particularly, or to what advantage of extra damage, right? No, you can parry Soul of Cinder. I don't believe so. Is that like a new thing, Turco? I know he can parry you. Like, what are we referencing here with that? Farther away from the wall. Oh, you're saying like to like set up the fight for later if he does meteors. That makes sense. Okay. That's still been pretty good though, like even during that, but I guess like getting to the wall even with regular melee can be kind of a headache. So let me see if I can reposition myself after I already get behind them a little bit closer than normal as well, or like maybe we'll try a few different versions of that. That was bad. That's the OG shitpost when someone invents that lie. Oh, okay. Like, sorry, I'm so far past that I actually thought you were being serious. So many people believed it. I never believed that personally, but yeah, it'd be funny if someone finally was like, yeah, like you can actually parry Soul Cinder. I just did. And it's like, how? It's like, well, this one thing, this one attack with this one particular weapon, for some reason, they programmed it accidentally. Looking wild with that attack there, damn. Breathing air, what's up? How's it going? Sort of how you can iframe Nihil on Moog, but only with Bloodhound Fang. You can iframe Nihil on Moog with Bloodhound Fang, really? Like all of it, the whole thing? When was that discovered? What year was that? Never heard of that before. Switch to Blood Infusion, Blue Root? Yeah, I did the Bleed Infusion. I got the Whetstone for it. You can't do all of it, not enough time? That's really interesting. Is that like a new discovery? That one got me on part 2 too, so it's like when he does the two-handed, very slow finish that doesn't connect to anything else. When you found out Soul Cinder is essentially a part of your character from DS1, it blew your mind. It's actually funny, Fuzz Guy, that you say that. That exact thing is something I predicted before the game came out. And I said, I hope that that's the last boss. And I said the same thing for this, except for I didn't say which boss. I just said, I hope they bring Radon in with feet, like off the horse, pre-Scarlet Rot, like those specific words many times. And both DS3 and this, like they carried through. But the part about it that's funny is like I don't actually really like Soul Cinder that much. I like this one a lot. They're exactly the opposite in my head. Like Soul Cinder's not close to my favorite boss. It's cool to play, but in many ways, first playthrough and then like, you know, considering all the different things, I feel like it's not my favorite. It's probably in the middle somewhere. But yeah, it is cool how they took all the abilities. The only thing I wish about it is that it had more, I guess, personality that tied into the actual story of DS3, because it feels very separate from DS3. It feels like they're like, oh yeah, there's this dude, that's it. There's not really discussion of anything like that. Whereas this one's perfectly implemented and positioned for the story for outside the DLC and also inside as well. Oh, I'm going a little early on that one. I just realized that. I'm just going to keep going this way because we're already there. That was the issue. It wasn't even just the direction, but I'm a little early on that one part of the double swipe.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended.
Interesting that he could catch up there. Oh, you know why? Because I started running diagonal too soon.
Squills. Good luck with that mother trucker.
Will, thank you so much for the 65. Or sorry, the 85 months. 65 total? Sorry, 65 in a row? 85 total. Wild. doesn't say that on my alerts anymore. It doesn't say the total word or anything. So I'm like, I'm seeing two numbers and it says the same thing. So I'm like, which one? That is insane though. I appreciate that. Welcome back. How are you doing today? Pontiff had more lore than Soul Cinder? Exactly. Pontiff could have easily been the last boss. And it feels set up to kind of be that way. But, I mean, him being like the midpoint is really cool because that's when the difficulty turns up a little bit. So on that last one, yeah, like I pivoted a little bit off of center right away, and then that pivot plus also going diagonal a little too soon threw off the spacing. I needed to be making more distance, probably like an extra couple feet or so at least, and then he would have tracked it a bit differently, so that makes sense. Ooh, oh boy. Also, wait, I'm curious about this. I'm not sure if this is actually like a thing or not, but is there a part of the arena that has more flat ground consistently in it? Like a large region that doesn't have as many hills? Because that area right there felt a little bit better, but I didn't look at the ground though properly. You had a very stressful day, Will, but you're ending it out chill as fuck. That's good news, and also not the best news at the same time. Here is to a better tomorrow for sure. I'm doing good, thank you for asking. A better tomorrow without Radon alive. The part you started at the back has more flat ground? Oh, okay. Definitely makes sense. Now moving all the way over there might be a problem, but yeah. That attack's deceptive. I don't know if it's because I think that maybe it hits twice, but it doesn't actually hit twice, does it? Or if it does, maybe I still need to make more room. I don't know. That one's still a problem constantly. And it doesn't happen in the first part, so it's hard to practice, but it's not even that hard though, because I've done it perfectly many times, even regular character. I'm trying to figure out what am I thinking that's throwing it off? It has the pillars otherwise. You roll it twice forward. Okay. I'll try the forward on it and see. Oh man, this week and probably the next two might be very uncomfortable. You work in a grocery store and the store in the neighboring town is closed for renovation. Get a lot more customers and we're understaffed on top. Oh, well, I wish you the smoothest process with the like it being busier and everything. I'm sorry that that's the situation. Did they give you guys more hours because of that? Is it just going to be like a lot more people? Also, how do you feel about like, I was going to say, like, do you prefer when it's busier or quieter? Because I've done similar types of jobs. And like for me, I hated when it wasn't busy. Like the busy days, weekend 7 in the morning, or like early morning until like maybe just past noon was just such a quick pace for a lot of the places, especially with like when you deal with customers and stuff, that it like felt like work was literally half the time. It was like such a cheat code, especially because like if you did the early shift too, you have the rest of the day, so you don't have to worry about like the midday shift or anything. And kind of like just commit to plans for the rest of the day after that. Or you know, maybe like be somewhere where you would be farther away and not have to worry. Busy makes time go by so much faster. Yeah, especially if it's a job where it's like you're not ideally doing tasks that are like your favorite things. It's so nice to have it be busier or be like preoccupied so much you can't really think about what time it is. That's my take, though. I did have a lot of coworkers at many different places where there was like a team of people, and they did not like it being busy in some cases, and then there's other people that did. Definitely depends on how well the place is ran too, right? Oh, never mind. Gonna get it today. Kameen, unfortunately I gotta go in like 20 minutes, so if I do, that's gonna be amazing. I really hope so. There's still one major thing two major things we gotta see happen. One I'm pretty good at, but I don't know if I'm gonna be great first try. And it takes a long time to get to. We've only had 2 runs make it to that attack, and then there's 1 attack after that that I also have dealt with pretty well. First time it ever happened. But I need a lot of room to do it, so I'm not even as worried about the nuke. I'm more worried about just that Pontiff attack, and then like getting back to him after the nuke and getting some sort of weird long range attack at close range, and not really being able to anticipate like where I should be. But again, that's not a big deal compared to, you know, the bulk amount of the stuff we already done on this. So it's just generating that situation takes a while sometimes with like really good consistency. Alright, we're moving back to over here. Ooh. So we went for that one. I guess we backpedal, then run right. If we're gonna go that way. Is it the hardest boss in the game, Moscathor? Yes, definitely. In my opinion, if anyone says he's not, I'm sure they probably rank him pretty high. I've never heard anyone say he's easy. It's just a matter of like maybe something being a bit harder. Hours are not much more. There's just too much to do for too little people. You love early shift for the same reasons. Don't mind busy at all. Just late shifts. They're always shorter and too tightly staffed. You're the supervisor, okay. Everything becomes your worry. Constantly stressed when that's happening. Yeah, that'd be a different type of scenario for you, because your responsibilities are obviously more, but you're still in the same situation. You have to, you know, have people depend on you for it. So I wish you the best of luck with it. Let me know how it goes, but just remember also at the same time, if shit does hit the fan, like don't take it so seriously that like you actually like, you know, like it affects you on like a deep level, just because again, you don't own the store. You didn't make the decision of being understaffed. You can't choose more people being there or not, most likely. So like, you probably already know that, but just don't try to like beat yourself up too bad if it does go bad. And yeah, I wish you the best of luck with that. Idle times such as right now are kind of messed up. You answer emails 8 hours a day. Damn. That sounds pretty pretty brutal depending on how you look at it, I guess. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. Like I've imagined like basically, I don't know, like I don't know if it would be like just answering emails, but just certain tasks that I know. I have friends that do those tasks for different jobs, whatever, for businesses, and I've even seen like even being in you know, certain relationships where I get to see like my significant others like work, and like just some of it's so brutal because of like the way they set it up and everything. It's like I have a hard time like operating in systems that are not like ideal for the people in them. So it's really hard to imagine, like, just for example, answering those 8 hours a day. Do you think that like you doing that actually is optimal, or do you think that there's a better way they can handle that process? Because I'm trying to think of like how you would streamline emails quicker, because obviously there's people that have to answer them all the time anyways for their own stuff, but if you're doing them for someone else, in this case, I'm wondering if you're the only person that does that, and how much emails did they get? Hate answering single emails. Yeah, it's already enough, right? Also, are you using like Chat GPT or any type of AI to do the answering aspect, like template type stuff? I think the rolling screws me up there. I could probably start sprinting after the jog even. Or 1, 2, 3, is it 4? Is it the 4th attack? I think it's 4 for that one. It might be the same amount, but oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. By worrying and talking about it, it makes you a good employee. Yeah, like being concerned about it like as if it's your establishment, especially when you didn't make that decision for staffing, definitely shows you're involved, 100%. Rocking this position for 8 months now, but you're the kind of guy who can't stop taking things to heart, even though your boss keeps saying you're doing good, which is really rare. Oh, that's amazing. Well then, good. That's good. And also, I understand that, especially again, if like people's actions still fall back on you to some degree, but you know that if you could like, I don't know, this might sound stupid, I don't know if it applies to the situation, but it's like if you could just multiply yourself and then everybody was like handling it the way that you would handle certain things, it would just make everything flow a little bit easier. Or just more people that are like-minded in that regard. Because one big thing with teams when I worked at other places was that there was some people that were just completely like, there was a good synergy, and there was some that no matter who you put them with, there's no one they would synergize with. They would all be like these isolated incidents of just creating more problems for themselves, but then like they wouldn't get fired for that, and then we would have to do their job all the time, but they would get treated completely differently. They'd still make the same money, but like we would be doing all their work for them, and they could cry and like, you know, be like, oh, I'm upset about this, that, whatever, but we weren't able to do that because we showed that we were working above and beyond. So then if we were to do that, then it would be like, well, why are you crying about it, you know? And there would even be a system where like the boss by name would say, oh, like, you're not this person, why are you complaining about this? Or like people would be ranked based on like their personality and not their actual performance in some cases. And then like people that were older would be treated better than younger people. Really young people would be let off the hook because like they're just students, and then it's like there's this weird like hierarchy where it's not even treatment based on each person. But we had to just be like, yeah, whatever. And the people that were like hardcore, they would just do the best job and just deal with it, you know? But it definitely was not based on performance or your ability to do anything or what you actually have achieved, which is problematic in my opinion. But, you know, that was even with pretty good management too. Just the dude that was the boss didn't have he didn't have it in his heart, I guess, to be honest about certain things with the people that needed to be adjusted in that way. GG. But yeah, you had no problem being honest with the people that were like able to take it though, right? This is Radon in his prime? No, this isn't Radon in his prime, technically. This is, it is Mikola using Moog's body as a vessel to hold Radon's soul, and then charming him with his own ability. The second part. So I think the first part's purely just Moog and Radon, and then Mikola influences the last part a lot more. He's still probably under his charm no matter what, right? Like, I think he's still charmed, but basically, he goes like all in and like actually like backpacks him in the second phase, like Twin Princes. Very similar to how Lothric uses Lorien. like as a ride, but then also like he can like make him teleport basically. Like he can manipulate his body with the magic as if like they're both one enemy. So it's pretty cool. I would have liked to have seen more attacks like that for this fight too, but they did it pretty good. Your experience is that being too involved gets you responsibility without more pay. Yes. So it's only a good idea if you can take your boss's job or like their position, being that they're stepping down and there's more room for other management or something like that. Or you're taking those skills and you're applying them on a higher level at some point. Because they're actually, I've actually told people this before. I'm like, don't do too good of a job. If like I know they're the type of person where they're just going to be the best performing person there. I'm like, don't do like your usual job. Do worse so that they don't call on you to do everything, because then you're gonna have a hard time unless you're trying to be the boss. That's it. You're gunning for management or like whatever position, then you could, if that you can work your way up to, then just do that. But otherwise it's not worth it if it's not something long term. That's also only in the case scenario where the management works that way though. Like if your management is done really well, like it's someone that wants everyone on the same page and they're like very team oriented and like also are pretty honest with everything and themselves, like that's a little bit different then maybe it wouldn't matter. But if it's not someone that even cares that much about how they do things, then don't try too hard for yourself. You're making them like their job easier and making, you know, the owner the most money, but they're not helping you at all. And that's within reason, obviously, because again, there's a fine line. You don't do things that gets you removed, but just, you know, put yourself in that bracket where it's like, okay, I'm pretty much in line with how everything else is working. Don't need to do too much. Save that brain power for other things. That's my recommendation as someone that never did that. Like I've never done that once, unfortunately. I learned that lesson after realizing later that I should have done that more, and just having family and friends that have done that too much. Oh boy. Don't do stuff for free. That can be another thing too, for sure. There was one job where like it was like you don't stay past the time your shift is. Like the store literally doesn't work in the way where you're supposed to do anything extra at all. Like they actually kind of get mad about that because you actually have to clock out. And I remember my one manager, even after I clocked out, would ask me to do things for him because he didn't want to work as much. And he got fired at some point anyways, but it was just interesting because, like, I don't know if he actually knew how to do his job. Even the other managers would say he didn't know how to do his job. He'd always be, like, in the hot seat no matter what. But I remember he asked me to start doing things after the shift, like, here and there. It happened a few times, I'm pretty sure. And then I realized, I'm like, oh, like, that was his job. And then I think someone told me even after a while, they're like, you're not supposed to even do that. But I got into that at one point. Definitely not abnormal. It happens. Like, again, if you're somewhere where you can scale based on performance, like they will actually reward you because you're really good and you can continue to keep doing better and you'll actually be, you know, fair trade, that's different than obviously do all that stuff. Or if you know that, again, like the person that you are working for, when they succeed more, they will actually bring everybody to a higher level too. Like that's a little bit different than, I guess, this type of position, but yeah. It can be dangerous if it's something you're not trained for. Yeah, exactly. There's that too. And there is actually, unfortunately, know people that work in certain industries where like they catch wind about like injuries on sites for, you know, people not doing proper like safety equipment protocols and whatever. There was a thing that I heard about where a guy fell out of a window because like he didn't have his harness on, just because he just didn't feel like that their protocol was not being followed, I guess, and they were doing this for a while, and the guy fell out a window or something. Someone worked for like the corporate side of that company, and they were just like telling me the story. I'm like, what? Like, so yeah, like even simple things like that. But again, that's pretty much common sense. Like that's a personal thing at that point. Like if you don't feel worried about that, then you're on the fine line for probably more things than just that. All right, here we go. We're going back in. Oh, rip. Luckily, never involving you. Yeah, thank God. There was a so basically I do some like website consulting stuff here and there. Like it's very infrequent. There's only been like a couple projects that we've gotten out that were like pretty decent, but I did like the copywriting and design and stuff, and I was working for like a business that was pretty like big over here, and I did their website, and like the dude told me that someone, he showed up to one of his sites and someone was crushed by a metal beam that just fell on them, and that was the first thing he saw in the morning. That like I remember I just heard that in the process of working on the site for him. I was like, that's wild, like that you just have to like just see that, like what? and again, probably preventable, but I don't know, just yeah, there's dangerous environments for sure. Do you mind watching the full cutscene next time? Okay, you know what? For the final attempt, full cutscene. Whee. There we go. Worst job you ever had was in a recycling factory overnight, working on a line with stuff you have to recycle in different recycle bins, including needles. Oh, that sounds pretty hardcore. Just like, yeah, don't touch that. Be careful. The joys of the chemical industry. I've heard some stories about that kind of stuff as well. I probably shouldn't even laugh, to be honest. I have a friend that literally, he does security for like this plant that he was saying like it could just blow up at any point or something. And he was also saying like he's trained to like he has to be able to like use firearms and stuff, but like he was saying that if someone realistically did try to like hijack them or like do something, like that there's more situations that he could think of than like the opposite, where he would actually be at fault and get in trouble, because we live in Canada obviously, and again with his position, the way it works, he gets trained extensively on like what to do and what not to do in like a lethal situation or whatever. But he was like, yeah, like most of the things that can happen that I can see, like I'm in trouble even if I protect myself or like do the right thing in that position. I was like, what? But he's like, oh yeah, also like just like the place could just blow up though too, so yeah, like obviously it probably, knock on wood, it's not going to, but I'm just saying that like the thought of that, it's an interesting like feeling that you know that that's a possibility and that like it could happen. Oh, there's the roll on that. Yeah, perfect. Got the roll back. Quick attack, damn it, couldn't see it. Anytime you don't face him in phase 2, I don't think it's worth attacking him more than once unless he's doing like the big attacks, like on regular combos and him just resetting. I don't think it's worth it. I want to try one more time. I know that I said that was the final because the cutscene, but let me try one more time on that. Yeah, one method that I could roll with that's not going to be as much damage, but just again, just making sure that I'm going back in front of him every time, just so I can see if there's an opportunity. And I like that was killing me a lot on the first playthrough. I didn't even think of just trying to like maybe get a better visual on it by purposely just like you know, underdoing the aggression, but I was like, man, like it's better to probably just kill him anyways, but I don't think it is on this one because you can't survive, right? And that quick attack in that scenario is probably the hardest thing to do in general on this fight. Like, or it's a constant threat, I guess. That didn't count. No talking for the next one. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Makes me sort of wish Mikola also had a badass line when you die in phase 2. Like, you could rest here too, if you like. And it's like, oh, well, I've heard that 15,000 times. Let me delete the ability for AI to have a voice in the game completely. And even better yet, like, let me just take some cement and fill my ears with it. And I don't even have to hear sound anymore. It's all good. And then you hear your heartbeat still, and you're like, damn it, I can feel vibration, which kind of translates to sound still. But yeah, no, it's the prince's final line made me never want dialogue after dying ever again. Like Millennia's is pretty bad too when you have to do that many attempts. Voice is off for that reason, yeah. Is it because of pivot again? It was because of pivot again. Pretty good attempt still. Damn, dude. Mesmer's second phase killing you quote is awesome. Mesmer actually is way less intrusive with the dialogue, in my opinion. Even though you hear it often, just the way that Mesmer is voiced is pretty good. Like, I'd never get mad at him. That's why I was even saying, like, even when he's kicking my ass, like, he seems pretty chill. And kind of depressed, too, which is kind of different than a lot of the bosses. Like, usually they're very... Like, they might be at, like, the point of, obviously, like, nothing to lose kind of vibes, but, like, he kind of just seems sad. And he's like a sad boy, yeah. Best attempt is 30% health left twice. Or, yeah, 2 times. And then we got him... probably, like, was it closer to 50 or 40 left one time? BJA? Who is BJA? Margit and Morgott, so iconic. Yeah, and like Margit and Morgott are very, or just Morgott in general, obviously the same guy. He's very like outspoken and like high energy compared to Mesmer for sure. And the dude's literally a freaking like a horned looking hairy foot, big cane walking magic guy, magician, illusionist. David Blaine as a mountain goat demon. Morgott wants to stop you. Mesmer has to stop you. True. Yes. It's a good point. Yeah, I would love to do a video like referencing the lore a little bit more. I am going to include as much backstory as I can in the tier list for this DLC. It's going to be really cinematic, so definitely expect that soon. With that being said, though, I do have to go. I'll be back again tomorrow. We'll finish this up 100%. We're getting it. I know for a fact. It doesn't even feel like we attempted it that much today, even though some of the stream, like I'd say a good hour 15 was probably setting stuff up, doing other things. But yeah, even the 4 hours, we'll say 4.5 to 4:45 in total, didn't feel like that much. So that's good. Here are the other channels if you want to check out the YouTube channels. And also when I go live, I do post on Twitter. Typically I try to do it a little bit ahead of time, but if not, it'll be when I go live on there. And then the bot on Discord always alerts people, so check out the Discord. There's a TikTok for all the short videos, and there's going to be more put on there frequently now because I have somebody that's helping me do shorts outside of my normal editor, and then I'm going to be working on some in my normal editor. When there's time, we'll fill in, so we should be able to get a little bit more short videos out over time. And also, on top of that, don't play Radon with no blessings on level 1 max new game, or you might end up in a straitjacket. I think that's the best advice of the day. All right, who is live right here? Let's see. Where's my dashboard? Wait, it disappeared. Why is it gone? What? Okay, we're still gonna host somebody. I just gotta find out how to do that. This is gone forever now. All right, here we go. Raid channel, who do we got? Ooh. You know what? I'm gonna raid somebody that we actually haven't had the opportunity to too much. I'm gonna raid Armchair 65 or Armchair Sum 65. He is one of the best clone hero players there is, in my opinion, for drums. He's the dude that told me that he can't play real drums nearly as good as Clone Hero at all, or like that he just was not able to pick up on sense of time from playing it. But if you watch the stuff he's playing on it, I don't believe him. I feel like he's lying. There's no way. He's easily like he has to be a solid drummer by default, just with how good he is at this. He does a lot of like Black Dahlia Murder, a lot of like Behemoth, and like freaking like a lot of like death metal stuff with crazy fast BPMs, a lot of blast beats. Some of the stuff that I play on it too, but a lot of like death metal kind of stuff. So I'll see you guys in his channel, and we'll be back again tomorrow. Let's go. All right, we are back for another day of level 1. Maybe the last one. Probably the last one if I play really good. So we got 59 hours, 43 minutes, and 6 seconds. Got Radon and Matir left. Almost killed Radon yesterday for anyone that wasn't here. Oh, so let's see if we can maybe do that now. Also, Turco, what's up, dude? You were notified. You were noted by the Cation? That's good. Bro's locked in. What's going on, Galaxy? I'm hoping so. That is the goal. Oh, nope. Apparently not right now. Not right away. Couldn't have been the first try. That'd be amazing. Oh my god. Imagine you were on this fight, regardless of how much time you took to do it. Turn on the stream, first try you get it. Never happened before. I've never had that happen on a run like this. I have had it happen on a run, like in total. The whole game kind of run thing. But not on a single boss fight this hard. All right, 3 tries. If we get him in 3 tries. Trying to think of what I would do. 3 tries and we do a giveaway. Steam giveaway. Ooh. Didn't pre-roll that one, unfortunately. Oh boy. Galaxy, how's your day going so far? Also, I apologize about our meeting that was supposed to be like before I started. I just have some stuff that was kind of like random, and I was going by you know, other people's time frames today, so it'd be smarter for us to be able to talk about that stuff after I'm done, if it's possible, or even tonight. But if there's anything you need in the meantime, let me know. With that mod that you're asking about, like, you should be able to get it to work really easily. Like, if you need any reminders on anything, if you have any questions, maybe I could help you get it to work while I'm playing. So, Ogoose, what's up? How's it going, dude? And Snake, I'm doing good. How are you? What's up? Ooh, I shouldn't go for the attack between that anymore. I really shouldn't. I saw this video where like it was like the speedrun bounty that this save file was based on that I used to start off the DLC, and one of the players on it, his fight on Radon for a speedrun category was slower than my level 1. Like in terms of not the whole fight, but just the engagements were so campy, and I'm wondering if it's because on a speedrun on this fight, it's not worth even trying to DPS them the most you can because you're likely to even, you know, miss time and input or something. I wonder if the speedrun purposely plays it safe, which would be really funny. That's the first time that would ever have happened, as far as I know. But yeah, I got to check out like real speedruns and see the world record, and if there's like a very careful Radon fight or a very aggressive one. Do you go into the past in the DLC? I don't actually know. I don't think so. Oh, I'm dead. Nice. Yeah, I don't think so, but yeah, I'm not sure. I have no idea. Most likely not. But it's possible that if it was like early, then it would be right before. But you could probably Google that and just get an answer really quickly as well. What is the build I'm using? Antspurt Rapier, plus 25 with Bleed on the Craigblade Ash of War. And then Radagon Sword Seal, Blue Dancer Charm, Two-Handed Sword Talisman, and Millicent's Prothesis as well. And then we have level 14 Shadow Blessing at the moment. Don't know why I did 2 attacks on that one. I guess I forgot. Reapers, what's up? How's it going, dude? Catching the stream for the first time? Welcome. Welcome. Today's the day. Hazrin, I hope so. We have quite a bit of time, so it would be not only just amazing if I killed Radon, but if I could get this whole entire thing completed. We have one more boss after this. We got Matir, and then Matir takes... It's probably going to take me 30 minutes minimum to even get to Matir. And then on the fight itself, it's going to take a little bit of learning. But if I could do both today, that's incredible. That's like the maximum goal, but the minimum would be doing Radon at least. Drugstore, welcome back. How are you doing, dude? I dare say this be a run. This be a run in a society. This do be looking like even furthermore than go do. Go do look like so then. Even further beyond more look like so. Is it because the sprint again? Yeah, it's probably the sprint on that one. How about increasing Shadow for some more chip damage? It's not going to do anything, unfortunately. So the soft cap for Shadow Blessings is 12. Every single increase after that is 2 decimal places. It's like 0.002%. So it won't actually, like, even if I got maximum blessings, I probably won't even be able to kill him in one less hit in total in the whole fight. Like maybe like 1 or 2 attacks less. So it wouldn't really make a big difference because yeah, it's like 14 to 15 I think was 1.85 times versus 1.87. Basically, a lot of people understand it as, if you didn't already know, just up to 12 is what you want to get, and then anything after 12 doesn't really make a difference. You could do it, but like in total, even all those incremental increases, it doesn't really even amount to anything significant. Andy, what's up, dude? You were there when I completed the trilogy hit list. That's amazing, dude. Welcome back. How have you been? That must have been a long time ago if it was just the trilogy, like the hitless version, not the damageless version. Is Elden Ring world classes as a society? Is Elden Ring world classes as a society? Okay, you got me. You stumped me on that one. Rosenberg, you accidentally bought a bundle last week, game plus DLC. You read it wrong. You actually just wanted the DLC. Is it okay if you send a code for a giveaway? I'll be 100%. Instead of me doing it, I would actually just like what I can do is I can I can put on a raffle in the chat on a day like where there's more people here, or maybe even today at the end, and then we can see if someone like types the command, or maybe even just you ask a trivia question and whoever answers it that's here, you give it to them like with a private message. That'd probably be a lot easier. I appreciate that you do that though. Yeah, you could definitely just send it to somebody directly in chat if maybe they're responding and they seem to want it. Because I do know that if I do a giveaway, I kind of second thought it for a second. Or I second guessed it because if I try to start the bot up and there's people that aren't actually paying attention, like I don't think they really, like you might give it to somebody that doesn't care. And I've given away so many things to people that don't care. And there's people that really would want it and use it that probably could have benefited. So the people that are more active that actually maybe participate in like a trivia question or some sort of raffle thing, number between 1 and 10 maybe. That would be most likely the easiest way. Also, I guess they'd have to have PC as well. Like I've given away things to people that don't have the console or the platform to play it on. Sorry for your bad English skills. No, you're all good. I think from 12 to 20. 12 to 20 is 7% more damage, so if you hit 100 times to kill Radahn, then it would help you cut 7 opportunities. 7% from 12 to 20, so I'm at 14 right now, so you're saying it's going to be like 5% or so? Because if the increase from 1 to like 14 to 15 is 0.02%, how is it possible that it's 7% total? Like who? Like maybe I'm oh, everyone's confused in this scenario. Like what's the official math on it? If we could get like a hard number, because again I was told 1.85 times damage to 1.87, and then that would be, you wouldn't even like see a difference really, and that's one blessing more than I have. So let's say we multiply that by we could be generous and double the amount of total and it still wouldn't be a lot. I don't think it would equal 5% even close, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my math is not right on that. But at the end of the day, the good thing is damage is not a problem on this fight. It's actually really good damage. Damn it. What's going on, Ryzen? How are you doing, dude? Because I'm trying to think if it's like a modifier of, let's say, you're at 1.0 times damage, and then 1.8 is where we're at now, so we got almost double from where we were, and we're adding 2 decimal places to that, 0.002, or 0.02, sorry. That doesn't seem like it's possible that it could equal even 1%. Maybe like 1 or 2 at the end of it. But that person might have been wrong. I don't know. I have to like actually look into it. I haven't noticed a difference even from like 12 to 14 at all. Like, it's been very small. Turned in a little bit too much there. I kind of felt like I was going to die before that. It's also like a no-hit run because he'll one-hit kill you anyways. So it actually is a damageless fight, Lazy Stray. I didn't put it in the title because, again, people don't read titles like or pay attention to things that much anyways. So it is damageless for every boss fight in this run. So I have to kill myself anyways, even if he did hit me with something. And he does have attacks that let you live. Like, he can't one-shot with everything, so... it's actually a good thing because I can practice the fight and then just die at the end and redo it. That is one rule that's allowed, but I do have to complete each fight damageless, or I'd have to reset the whole run. That is a condition, and there's no save states for it. I have a backup file just in general of just like I have the character save stated aside in total, but I don't have like any boss files or a way to repeat. Like, so if we fucked it up at the very end, I'd have to do the whole thing again. Luckily, it'd probably take a very short amount of time in comparison, but it would still be like many hours for sure. What you read the other day is going from 0 to 20. Blessings going from 0.5 damage to 2 times damage against enemies. 12 represents 1.85, and so that's 0.15 multi increase on the scale. Yeah, so 0.15. That would be a little less than 5%. It'd probably be like what, like between 4 and 5%, maybe 3 point something to 4. I'm trying to think. And that's 14 to 20. Wait, sorry. Level 14 to 20 is 15% more damage based on Fextra Life. 114 is 1.70. Okay, so I've heard a different thing from like pretty much everybody that's talked about it has said a different thing. So I guess I don't really know which one it is because I was told 1.85 is where I'm at right now for 14. You know what? Either way, though, I think. Wait, are we at 15? Maybe. Let me see. Am I 4? I think maybe I can use the other shards I have too because I picked up some more of them. But yeah, like the good thing is, like again, I'm not really like this fight's really good. It's actually. It's a little bit easier than I thought it would be, but obviously the boss is hard no matter what. I just have to get better at it, more consistent. But even if, like, let's say I could do a lot more damage than this. Let's say I could do double, triple. Just to complete it wouldn't be enough for me. I'd want to actually learn the fight completely. I'd want to have every single attack down pretty well, or like be able to at least understand it and maneuver it. And I would also want to like kind of be tested a little bit on how good I actually really am, because in the future I'm gonna have to do stuff that's a little bit riskier on this, like where I make it here after how many hours and have to do it perfectly on the spot, or I have to do all that stuff again. So for like big runs, it might be probably more helpful to even do a worse build than this even, but obviously I want it to be like watchable too, right? It's a combination of that, I guess. Because the angle he was on, the light unfortunately tracked differently. That sucks.
So the world
good dodge,
might be
good planning, but it was not possible to go in that spot
chat.
because he turned. Red Tear Stone, so it's a damageless fight, Reaper, and when you do a damageless run outside of boss fights, typically you can't lower your health artificially at all. Like hitless you can do that, but damageless you don't. I'm particularly more into damageless runs. That's what I focus on for the last like while. I've been more into those. So the goal was doing it in the style of damageless, where there's no reduction of health regardless in the fight, and I go in full. So I do have the actual talisman. I have it in my inventory. I'm purposely not using it for that reason. Because when I do actually do a run, I'm not going to be able to use it either. Or at least like the version of the run that I really want to do in the end is going to not have it. Maybe I'll try it hitless at some point too, but I guess we'll have to see. Will, dude, thank you so much for gifting Overhead Toilet a sub. I appreciate that. Overhead Toilet's pretty funny, actually, for a name. That sounds like you'd have to climb onto it, like it would be on the wall or something, or in the ceiling. Reminds me, if anyone's seen Parasite, they have a toilet in their apartment that's like near the ceiling, and they have to like climb up the wall. There's like a ledge or a staircase or something, and they have to like crouch into like where the ceiling is, and it's like a tiny little space with a toilet floating like probably around like where your like chest would be if you walked up to it or something. It's pretty funny. It's like eye level almost. That's exactly what I was thinking of when I read that. Problem with learning these fights is that by the time you get back to them, you've forgotten what you've learned. So that actually does happen, yes, it does. But there is a certain level you can go to that's even further beyond, where it will be burned into your brain so well that you'll forget some things, but like the level of how much you downloaded it will just be deeply embedded in your brain. So the goal with this one is I'm gonna forget stuff when I go back to doing runs, of course, but the most important stuff, like I have the answer of what to do, like I have a strategy, and then I can get back to that level pretty quickly, like maybe within a couple days of practice or less. Because the consistency isn't necessarily built from doing this run as much, it's more so from like other stuff over time. This is kind of like the major amount of work that's needed to actually, you know, start off that process for sure. But also the good news is we won't be doing it like this if I do a run, especially with a leveled character too. It'll be easier. I went really early on that. That's the one benefit at least. Bence, welcome back, dude. How are you doing? You looked up for real, and at 14 you're at 1.9x, and at 20 you're surprisingly at 2.05, so the ratio in damage dealt of the two is an increase of 7.4, really. Okay, wait, let's see. Maybe I actually have another level I can add. No, I don't. It's all good. I think I have like maybe, how many shards? 2. I need 1 more. Trying to think of like where, if anyone knows of one of those dudes that has the pot on their head that drops one of the shards, just a single one that I haven't done, you can shout out an area and maybe I'll kill one of them really quick. But I don't think I'm gonna go and grind to get 20 before doing this fight, just because like I don't see it being necessary for Matir. Also, just to clarify too, for anyone that's curious, like we got a PB, we got him down to like about 30% health yesterday twice, and it wasn't too bad either. It was pretty good. Like it wasn't a struggle to do that, and it was pretty close together. It wasn't even like spaced far apart where I kind of lost it a bit. It was getting more consistent over time. Like I should be able to get phase 2 8 out of 10 times that we attempt. That should be the the goal if I'm paying attention. And then actually playing phase 2, we got to improve a couple of things. I got to get the nuke down a bit, because I haven't seen the nuke yet in this challenge, and I dodged it by spacing it last time. Apparently there's a thing you can do with jumps. I saw it yesterday. You jump 3 times and then it breaks his AI of tracking you, or the nuke, which is pretty cool. And then that was a little late on the light again, but again, pretty good. Just a bit more delayed. That one we have to strafe right. Stray, yeah, I am dual streaming. So I've been dual streaming for the last, I want to say, like handful of months. Well, obviously on and off because I haven't streamed like consistently for the last few months. But yeah, I will be dual streaming for the foreseeable future for sure. Fake. I'm doing good, dude. How are you? What's up? Bit tired, just came back from 6 hours straight of medieval history. Was that like a trip that you went on or something? 6 hours of medieval history? You're more familiar with no hit than no damage. Reapers. Oh, no worries, dude. Honestly, like at this point, I was actually surprised, but we were talking about how like no zero damage, even though the rules are a little bit more straightforward, even the actual run itself, and having accomplished it and it being viewed by quite a few people for like different variations, like it didn't catch on as much. So if you say zero damage, people don't like they usually think it's hitless still, even though hitless is way more complicated with the rules. And damageless is like literally just don't have a decrease of the health bar at any cost, right? Obviously, you could add in other rules if you want to make it spicier, like no staggers, but at least like, you know, the actual title itself explains what it is, but hitless doesn't explain what it is by itself completely, or account for every single nuance, right? So it's not even your fault at all. It's just like, I think that hitless is just, it's become so popular as a name that I don't know if we can make zero damage even as a run, like a household name for this game at least. I don't know. Early stream purple? Yeah, it's a bit earlier today. Well, a little bit earlier than yesterday, but same kind of idea. Just giving myself some extra time to be able to do this. I don't think we'll be starting as late as we were for a little bit. That was mainly just to accommodate for me having stuff going on earlier, but yeah, like I'm definitely not trying to stream that late. Again, unless it's a special occasion. So we're gonna use this as practice. It's weird that, yeah, okay, wait, I gotta figure that out. Pay attention for a second. I rolled twice thinking the hill would have a influence on it. The only thing that seems to be getting me, that outside in attack on the disc follow-up. And I think it's because he's standing still, and it's something to do with me walking towards him and not moving like away from it quick enough. So it's kind of like staying in the spot that I'm heading towards, right? Like my movement's not losing the magic quick enough. So I need to think of like maybe backing up on that attack maybe, or just getting sideways quicker. Maybe even double rolling it. Double rolling it would probably be safe if he doesn't do anything else right away. But going forward though, it seems to be sketchy because he can kind of like go into a combo out of that disc that is immediate and you can't see it because like the light is covering him. And that got me one time yesterday, but it was like scary though. I was like, did the game glitch or something? It was so fast that I was like, how did he attack and have that in the air at the same time like that quickly? So that's not even a follow-up that particularly is supposed to happen as far as I know. It's more of like he can just start a combo really quick. Your friend does hitless runs. He mentioned that if you get staggered by an enemy attack but not take damage, it counts as a hit. Yes. Yes, so that is a rule of hitless that maybe not is expected as much when you just kind of learn about it. And then on damageless, for example, like that would be okay for a typical damageless run, but a lot of the ones that I do, actually technically every single one I've done, I don't allow staggers. But it's more so because they're so easy to avoid, right? More platforms, wider audience. Personally, you can never find anyone on YouTube very easily, so you stuck to Twitch. Stray? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like anyone that's on the YouTube side, you feel free to make an account and watch on Twitch as well. It does actually help. Like, I do like Twitch overall. They just made a lot of decisions that are not as ideal for streaming, in my opinion. But I always said that I would stream until the platform basically gets ran into the ground, or I decide that there's a better alternative to it. And I would still do it even if it wasn't like a lucrative thing in general, or like I didn't make content. It would just be to share the games I do play when I play a game, because that's why I started it, right? So I'd even do it like 1 hour a week if I had to in the future. But if the platform doesn't exist, that's one thing. Or if it's being managed in a way that's ridiculous. They're kind of on like a weird gray area right now, where I think within 2 years, if they don't change many things, like it's going to be really hard to keep Twitch the same as it was before. Like it's starting to shift quite a bit. But there'll always be other alternatives, whatever. There's going to be competition. YouTube does a decent job, but obviously it's better for bots. Studying to be an archaeologist, so it is your course in college. 6 hours of medieval times for archaeology. Interesting. And what is the exact material within the lesson that you were going over? Curious about that. That sounds really interesting. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna go a little bit to the side here. Nice. We've been getting pretty good RNG at the beginning. Staying around that distance and just kind of strafing. But then also right here too, like out of this situation. Oh. I rolled. I should have just kept running. It's like 1, 2, 3, and then you have to roll a little bit later. That one's crazy. But I guess he only did it because like I died on that spot so he could follow it up and do the crossblade falling attack with clones. That's such a crazy looking one. If the cross swing didn't get nerfed, it would take much longer, Chaos. Oh yeah, I'd probably take double the time. That's why I was actually going to go and play that fight on the older patch in the future when I'm better at this one and see how hard it is to learn down the road. And I also wanted to add in a third fight where I mod the game to be harder with, I don't even know what the mod's called, but there's an inner Radon fight. If you look it up on YouTube, if you haven't seen it, it is by far the most nutty thing I've seen. Like, it's just silly. It's almost comedic how hard it is. And I wanted to compare all three of these and show like the differences. It's like, okay, so he was, you know, now he's the easiest, obviously, that he's going to be, hopefully. And then previous version was harder, but here's another one. Miss Sushi, how are you doing? What's up? You think Radon is the most difficult boss From Software has ever made compared to DS3, Bloodborne, and Sekiro, base game, Elden Ring, so on? He is easily the hardest, and I'd say he is probably, if I had to make a gap in terms of like a measurable gap, let's say Millennia is a 8.5 out of 10 in difficulty, he would be a 10 out of 10 in difficulty. Like for what we've seen so far. Obviously that number scale thing is just made up. Like I'm not actually ranking it like perfect difficulty. It's not like he could obviously be made harder. He was harder before, so he's not a 10 out of 10 in terms of like the most challenge you could probably put in a game. But out of anything I've seen that they've made, I'd say it's like its own tier for sure. Not sure what Gino did to avoid getting hit by it. You always tanked it. If he did the positioning thing where you just stand ahead of time like in that certain spot and it misses, or like you get set up to dodge it, whatever it is, that would be very painful to do on a hitless run. Unless you had a ton of damage, because it makes the fight so slow. Also, I apologize about the whole, like the back and forth about the Shadow Blessing scaling, because I actually am not speaking from knowledge on it. I'm basing it off of what people were saying. Next time we have someone mention any numbers of anything, we're just going to go and check and see. I'm going to use like maybe 1 or 2 sources that are reliable at least to verify that, but definitely not trying to say anyone's wrong or right. Like, I don't know who's wrong or right, or I don't even think it matters. It's more so just, I didn't really think it was going to make a big difference. Oh, dead, nice. Shouldn't have walked into the pillar. That's how you'd rank them too. Yeah, it would be like the next step up. It wouldn't be that he's like double the difficulty by any means, because she has a lot of HP as well and a lot of crazy attacks. Senorita, how are you doing? How have you been? Oh, I haven't actually been using the torch to reset the frost for a while. Oh wait, we don't even need the frost. Why do I have the torch? What are we doing? Not necessary. Oh, we could also use rune arcs too, if I wanted to. And flame grant me strength. I don't think that matters though. Could start using the rune arcs and see. It's kind of nice that we've been doing it without that though. Like with Godric's rune, it should increase damage a little bit. Oh wow, I survived that attack too, that's funny. I'm just gonna hang in this one so I don't waste the rune arc at all. Actually, what we can do too, just in case, let's put on Red Feather. And just see what's going on. The disc from far away. It's like, what's the timing on that one? Probably like a 9.5 after nerfs. Okay, maybe previous Radon we would have ranked like 2 whole points above Millennia. General history about medieval period in Europe, architecture, excuse me, and the funerals technique. The typical furniture and tombs and how to distinguish all of it. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Are you guys going to go on a trip to do like any expeditions? Or anything where you you actually go and look at the sites that are preserved of any of these things that you study at all? Blue Dancer Charm. Let's go back to that. All right, we're good. Cool. No torch. A little bit more damage maybe because of Blue Dancer Charm not being as util or what's it called, the weight being better for Blue Dancer. I don't know if it actually changes anything. We'll see. Maybe. You got Radon spoiled when DLC came out? From a random collage on Instagram? Oh no. Yeah, it was spoiled for me in chat, but the thing that's funny is that I was actually excited about it because I predicted that he would be in the DLC. I'm like, I really want that to be a thing. And I think they're gonna do something with it. So it being the last boss is even better. Because then I'm like, okay, well it has to be really good and probably difficult then if that's the case. And I thought they were gonna make it, but not necessarily as crazy as this, so it's a good surprise. Like I would have been happy if it wasn't this crazy. Stomp is so brutal in the second phase, man. Boy. How do you proc Scarlet Rod on Radahn? Is that the sword? It's the Ant Spur Rapier, yeah. It has Scarlet Rot buildup. So then we're getting bleed and that at the same time. It's got 50 Scarlet Rot, 83 bleed. That's also with, I think, me adding the bleed infusion. I don't know if it changes the number, but it might be a different number for bleed because of that. After 2 hours fighting Mesmer, you can proudly say you finally perfectly dodged his first attack. That's it. Oh man, that happens. Mesmer's definitely not easy either. I would rank Mesmer pretty high up. He would be in the category of like everything except for Millennia from the main game. He would probably be even harder than Malekith, Elden Beasts, Godfrey, Morgott, pretty much anything I can think of. I think Mesmer is probably harder than in the main game. Just Millennia is the only one. Like Moog is pretty in line with Mesmer in my opinion. Moog phase 2 is pretty rough, but I think his HP though is still lower, right? Towards his leg, not left to right. That's actually exactly what I did on the time I died there. I actually did dodge diagonally, and then also it was actually more forward than it even was sideways, and it still didn't work. It's just because the hills changed the stomp on phase 2. I was talking to some people that have already done this with no blessings. They were saying there's not much you can do with the hills sometimes on the stomp because the way the rocks form and everything. But it's like frames off. That was probably like 2 or 3 frames off right there. Not even like measurable amounts of time. But yeah, we'll definitely get it. We don't die to the stomp as often as I used to, but on phase 2 that was a really big problem in the beginning before doing what you were saying right there, or at least trying to as often as possible. I'm gonna go right again on this just in case he does the weird intro. He didn't do a weird intro, nice. Go into the transition, thank you. What are we doing here? Silly guy. Oh wow, that sucks. Practice, I guess. Yeah, double roll that just in case. Okay, and then we got some practice here at least. For this one's kind of important. Nice. That actually worked with rolls on the first part. Okay, it's hard to see that one. That was part of the startup of the attack, but I don't know if it's because I rotated it too far and then like the hilt or where his handle of the weapon is hit me first. I don't know. Roll the meteor dive. Was it that one? Did I fight Matir Raji? I haven't fought Matir on this one, no. Also, Rundy, welcome back. Back for another expedition of Radahn. Someone complete this challenge already? Oh yeah, this has been done like many times in many different ways. Basically, if you have an idea of a challenge on this game, it's probably been done, but like there's some obviously that are a little bit much. That's the way I look at it. There's a lot of people that play it now. So it's a little different than like back when there wasn't many people doing weird things, but the way that I'm doing it without taking any damage with full health in the fight, not using red feather branch sword, I haven't seen that yet, but I'm sure someone did it on level 1. Most people that do level 1 on it, they still lower their health to almost death so they can have the red feather boost for the attack. But I mean, that's not a huge difference. I'm just doing a little bit less damage, but you know, whatever. It's probably still been done though. It's on the 4th one. 1, 2, 3, 4 on that one, not the 5th. Okay. I did it right though. I prepped for it. I moved right, strafed all of it. Very comfortable. Just have to roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what it is. Zoster, what's up? How are you doing? The attack he does at 25%. Oh, okay, wait, you mean like the big meteor? No, I've never actually done it that way. I've always ran out of the area. I was saying on this one, if I get in a situation where for whatever reason I have no room to do that, which I think you always do, but let's just say I screw it up or something, I'll try to iframe it. Like I'll turn around and see if maybe I can do it that way. Oh wait, sorry, you can't without apparently more iframes. That's according to some people in chat. They were talking about it yesterday. They were saying that they weren't sure if you can do it without having extra iframes on the setup. So it might be possible with like an item. Maybe I can just do it like this, but yeah, we have to figure that out too. Because it would suck to try to do it thinking you can, but then you never hit it, but it's because you're literally like a frame or two off on the actual like animation itself, like it's, or the mechanic, if that makes sense. Like you haven't increased the invulnerability mechanic. DS2 ADP vibes. It's like, I'm good enough. The game just doesn't let you do it. But yeah, that'd be really cool to dodge that attack. You can do it without extra iframe. Oh, I shouldn't have looked away. You can do it without extra iframes. There are 4 clones, so technically it's on the 5th one. The 5th comes in the 10th of a second after the 4th. Oh, okay. I see. So maybe the other one that I count 6 on is actually 7. Or it could be the same thing, and I'm seeing them differently somehow. I'm getting the feel of it ending sooner on the attack that he just jumps away on versus the follow-up overhead slams. So I'm gonna see if I can just kind of count it as 4, and maybe that'll be good. It's pretty quick anyways. Maybe even if I count it off a little bit, it'll still work. Maybe we'll have a fight that doesn't even have that in it. Who knows? Count it as 4, yeah. Not using physics? Yeah, I actually am. That's what I drink it right at the beginning of the fight. So I think that's like the second thing I do. You missed that? Distracted while working? Oh, no worries. 1, 2, 3, 4, then you roll the 5th. Meteor clones, you find it better to count 5? So that's what I do for that one. But I guess maybe we're saying the same thing, but your counting counts the actual roll and mine doesn't, or vice versa or something like that. Yeah, like basically what you're saying is the same thing. I'm just, for whatever reason on the attack where he doesn't follow it up, it seems like a different attack. Like it could be exactly the same, but something about it makes me want to go one attack earlier, because it almost seems like it's one less attack, even if it's not. And it could be because of strafing it sideways versus vertical. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a fan of him over here. Sucks that part of that got me somehow. Okay. Yeah, flat ground rolling, like that was the same timing as it when it didn't work before, and it worked there just because the ground was flat, I believe. Ooh. Ooh. By the power of raccoons, I give all of our energy to me. To beat Radon. Thank you, Clive. So raccoons are actually the real like Dementors or whatever. The real Nazgul. The clone attacks all as different attacks. Okay. Better to roll the big meteor dive since less range, but takes a while to click. And you do high enough damage, he'll only do it once while running away. So running away is perfectly fine. So wait, I was gonna say also one other question I have. Has anybody tried the triple jump despawn of the meteor? Like when he falls back out of the sky before he actually does the attack? Because you screw up the tracking by jumping. Because I saw that yesterday. I wasn't sure if that was previous patch or current patch. I want to try it on this. If we already had gotten hit and we get the meteor. They patched the jump out? Oh damn, that sucks. I thought that'd be cool. Long gone? Oh no. So yeah, I guess that speedrun was a while ago. Or still using current patch. Casmon, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Enjoy your emotes, and welcome to bullying Radon, and then him bullying me a little bit too. The mutual bullying of level 1 guy versus Radon. Okay. I keep attacking at the beginning of that. Okay, that was a late crank blade. I wasn't trying to do that. Oh. Does that go across the entire arena no matter how far away you are? I guess at that distance too, I have to roll that in case. Like, I don't know if the disc has a different animation, but just in case I can't even differentiate it, I should roll in case. And then if it is the disc, you roll twice. And then hope he doesn't take off during the disc traveling, maybe, from that distance. But it's not too bad, though. Just need to imagine every time is that from far away. Good luck with the big guy here, Tyrion. Thank you, man. How was your day going so far? Jumping glitch was funny. Dis did that in the speedruns. Yeah, he just kind of like falls on your head. Spikes appearing behind him on the hill there. You would survive against Radon in real life because you're just built different. With all the raccoons that you can call upon. Like, could every raccoon on the planet beat this guy at the same time? That's the real question. Like, if he was real and every power he had was possible in real life, would all the raccoons on planet Earth kill Radon? I think they could. Like, I feel like he would burn through like maybe 500 to 1,000 of them within like maybe a minute. But then, if you could flood all of them, like open like a freaking giant portal and flood all of them on top of him, it'd be raining raccoons, and he wouldn't be able to move. It would bury him pretty much. You'd have to use like some sort of like Wrath of God, Spirit Bomb kind of thing to blow them all up. Netflix wants to fund this. Maybe we'll pitch it to them. Is there a phase 3? There is there's not really like an actual phase 3, no. But there is extra attacks, like the one combo that he does at a certain point that would signify the last part of the fight, as well as the nuke that kicks in right after. So a couple things get added, but it wouldn't be like a legit phase 3. It's kind of like Nameless King in a way. Nameless King can do a stomp, I think, after a certain point later in phase 2. And then he can incorporate that into some other things more often, but he couldn't do it before that. Very, very similar to that. Oh, I was outside the range of that? Really? Real? Oh, dude, he glitched because he fell. You guys see that? Or maybe I just rolled still a little bit. Oh, man. You guys were saying go towards that too. Oh, man. That one was weird. I don't know if that was because he tried to do the attack, the second part of it, and then he fell for like an inch, and it changed something about it. Or I was literally just a little bit too tight on the second timing, because you can't go sloppy on that one to set up for the second part of it. Mainly because you're going to get hit by the clone, right? Or like the staggered part of the attack, so feels like very, very precise for that one to set up both of them. Can you go sloppy on any of this fight? You actually, so in my opinion, for some attacks, you actually do have to kind of be sloppy. Like if I was gonna roll the attack at the perfect time, like I can't say that I'm doing that on all of his attacks just because I don't have enough time to roll the next attack unless I am sloppy. So when I say that, I just mean like going earlier than you ideally would, even knowing you could kind of play it a lot tighter, just so you have time to recover quicker. There's not a lot of other attacks like that as far as I know in the game, but it's because some of these things are so fast you can't just roll them like perfectly 2 times in a row, right? It'd have to be like the first one's a little bit earlier than normal. Or you can't really cut it to the wire, like the last frames you could possibly get iframes on wouldn't be enough to account for the second attack, third attack, whatever the combo is. Oh. Yeah. Spicy. Nice, I rolled there a little bit early. Clearly. Clyde, yeah, I was talking about that earlier. It looks amazing. Like the end of the world would probably still be less exciting in terms of like how like cataclysmic it would be than Inner Radon's meteor attack on that mod. You weren't there? No, don't apologize. I'm just saying that like I've been talking about it for a while. I want to make a video where I compare all 3 of them and just like kind of demonstrate, okay, so he's like the easiest now, and then we're gonna go back in time and do the harder version from before, with the final difficulty being the modded version. And if there's an even crazier mod by then we'll try that one. But I'd love to just make a comparison to that, because I do think he is still like the hardest thing they've made, so I want to address that in some sort of video. I think it deserves it. Maybe I could even combine it into a video where we just break down in detail what makes the other title's hardest boss difficult on a mechanical level, and even just across different types of gameplay. It'll be a cool video. Because I've done definitely breakdowns to the point of speaking on behalf of challenges and mechanics, and then done videos about challenges broken down, but not so much like what would make something ranked as the hardest for each one compared against each other, and the differences as to why they challenge the player specifically. So I think him, Orphan, Lawrence, and Millennia will be really interesting to talk about. Kind of surprising how hard he is, to the point that even Mimic Tier doesn't trivialize him. That's pretty cool. I like the sound of that. Yeah, Mimic Tier is usually good for everything. That almost makes me think that, like, I'm not a Reddit person, but I almost imagine, like, that as, like, people on Reddit complaining right now, like, being like, I can't use Mimic Tier on Radahn, it's a bad game. I want a refund for the DLC because they made it too hard. Oh, God. I just got karma talking imaginary trash about imaginary Reddit. We already know the answer to this question about raccoons. Do you see any of them in the game? Question answered, fair enough. That's a good point. That could mean multiple things, though. It could mean that they were eradicated by somebody, or they are not in this dimension and they're plotting against this dimension, and they're going to come back as extraterrestrials to the lands between. Perfect. Dude, yo! You can see right there. I waited. Okay, if we actually got out a calculator and we calculated what frame that even registered on, I swear to you, doesn't even matter, but the spikes appeared exclusively behind where he was, not in front. It only appeared in front before. Dude, he literally put them like around the entirety of his back somehow there. That is mind-blowing, dude. I don't even think I've seen it that bad yet. That's crazy. There's nothing you can do about that. The going forward there is roll into his knee. Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, that's crazy, man. Going diagonally left around him, no, not all the time, unfortunately. Hyperversity, thank you for gifting Mana Break a sub. I appreciate that. Hyper, how are you doing today? I don't think I've gotten to say hi to you for a while. You mysteriously lurk and then gift occasional subs, but I don't even know if you're still there. How do I know it's the real you? You have to show me a sign. Ooh. I tried to double roll that one, didn't work, unfortunately. Warpy boy. He's a good old warpy boy. Oh shit, why'd I attack twice there? You know what it seems like? It seems stupid to even like go to this level, but it seems like I should be like 5 feet away from him and then roll into him, like make space the whole time, and then just roll from like the tip of his weapon or like later like into the weapon. Even though again, I don't really see a point of that, just because sometimes with the hills, it doesn't even seem like if you roll forward, you can make enough space. But again, that could just be me being wrong about it. I feel like I've been hit rolling forward before still, the same way I have sideways. Should just be in his face and roll into him, in your opinion? Okay. Designed to delete anyone who tries to roll away. If you're at a distance, you can just jump the attack, the stomp attack. At a distance, true. Okay. Yeah, that is probably the best way to do it, because it's kind of like the Godfrey stomp, right? Funny how I got like the end part of it. I didn't die, but again, practice. I'll take it. I'm screwed right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's really funny. Oh my god. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what it is. Okay. So we got the Pontiff combo, like practice. It hit me on a part that normally, like that would be like pretty obvious for me, but I rolled incorrectly before we even got to that, and it threw off the rhythm a little bit. I wasn't even sure he was going into it there. Wasn't ready for it. That was better though. That was definitely better in terms of rolling into him. Craig Blade on small blades looks silly. It does, yeah. Looks hilarious. It almost makes me feel like I'm using like a baseball bat or something. What if Nameless King was riding Dark Eater Midir? Well, then my birthday would be here early, I guess. Christmas would be here early for everybody. Except for the people that summon max amount of players to co-op through the game with them first playthrough level, max 850 cheat engine items, complaining on the internet. Those people probably won't be happy. But I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, I think that'd be amazing. I'd love to see that. What blessing level? I'm at 14, Lude. Weird how little damage that does. Oh, that was bad. Yeah, like the fact that I can survive some of the things I have makes me believe that obviously it's not a counter hit. It's not, it's probably not even the full attack even hitting me. Sometimes it could be like a partial amount of the attack or the damage. They one-shot you on Blessing 0. Oh yeah, because the Blessing, it increases your defense, right? That would make a lot of sense. attacked in between that at the wrong time. I want to try jumping that part, but I'm not sure. Well, you can't. No, sorry, you can't even jump it on the second phase, anyways. You still want to dodge, but I'm wondering, does dodging the front of it make more sense just to get like just so I'm facing him and I can see the next attack? I'm wondering if maybe getting in a habit of that is better, because in phase 2, being behind him and punishing that attack is a risky situation. If he turns around and does the like the crossblade single attack or the combo that starts off really quick, I can't see it that easily. I need to almost be on his side or kind of facing him really quickly. I guess I need to roll back in front of him phase 2. Like, I guess I could do it either way on this part, but well, I'm wondering if maybe jumping on the side of him makes sense. Plan on using practice tools to learn fights better? No, I don't plan on doing that, unfortunately. Maybe one day, but like, again, to me, like for me, a lot of the things I do aren't even about other people. It's mainly like I just in the back of my head will know it's done a certain way, and I won't like that, and it'll bother me for a long time. I'm very specific about certain things that don't make sense, like outside of this even. So it has nothing to even do with like how you guys judge it. It's literally just I'm just gonna do it that way because that's how I want to do it, right? It's the same way with even like things that are good. Like, let's say I do something really cool. If I don't think it's cool, it doesn't matter what anyone says. I'm not going to agree with you. Like, it's cool that you think that, but it's not going to make me feel different. Like, mainly the way I look at it is what ultimately gives me the joy. And it's a nice bonus that other people might enjoy it. But at the end of the day, though, you guys have given me a lot of really good information for this run. I am going to mention that in the video for it, too. Like, that there was a lot of really good suggestions and everything. But yeah, I don't know about the tools, that's the thing. I'm going to try to avoid them as long as I can. That makes more sense, okay. See? How was he able to, like, the magic didn't... Is it because I didn't... Oh, wait. I get it. I get it. It's because someone was saying you have to constantly be backing up on this fight to like when it goes back to neutral, you have the room. Like I was saying, imagine staying 5 feet away at all times. You can't do that the whole time, but you want to reposition farther away to kind of like what's it called? Fade away the magic. Sean, how are you doing, dude? You had to do math to understand how Opaline didn't keep you alive. Oh, the Opaline bubble tier. Console players have a higher skill ceiling hut. It's more gratifying when you get it. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And that's why, like, what I said originally when I started doing hit lists is like everything that I'm doing, I want you to be able to replicate at home if you had a console. Where you literally just buy the game, and if you just play the game that way and practice, it's good. And I even showed people that didn't know how to do it, like how you'd make save files on a PS4, Xbox, whatever. It's a little bit more annoying, but you can totally do it still. So it's like the only thing that really I like to rely on is the save files. And then obviously if, like, for example, I'm going to learn to run with a lot of items on it, maybe I'll take a save file from someone else that has those items, so I can not have to farm and everything. But the tools to make the enemies like show their hitboxes, like collision, like, you know, frame data, you know, making yourself invincible and stuff like that. I don't know if that would make me feel like I'm actually really achieving the same thing. So, I mean, I would rather be behind everybody and literally never do that, but still be pretty close to being, you know, where I want to be without that. And I'll take the trade-off for it, even competitively. If like I was doing bingo, for example, or I was doing like a tournament of some sort, I would definitely take the loss on that for that reason. Now, if I fall behind too far, like if it's like so stupid that like I can kind of tell there's no point anymore of even trying to do it normally, then sure, maybe I'll try something at some point. But it's just, it'd still bother me though. It would change the value of how I look at playing the game. But I love that idea for everyone else. It's just like it's a very personal thing for me. It's not like a general judgment or anything like that. Even for you guys that just enjoy the game, like you can use any kind of tools or cheats or whatever you need to do to learn stuff, if that's what you prefer. I even recommend it if you don't want to spend the time, but you want ultimate satisfaction and that's how you get it, then obviously that's how you gotta do it. Okay, wait a second. Why does that attack? Why do the pillars appear ahead of where I am, even when I'm walking forward and I'm that close? Like dodging it to the right would be kind of dangerous too. Just takes away from it. You agree 100%. I think it's really cool for videos. Like if you make a breakdown of something and you use those tools to explain things, then it makes total sense to me. Like I'll probably use that kind of stuff in videos in the future as graphics, like infographics on the screen or visuals of stuff that I'm explaining that would be impossible to show otherwise. Like at least hitboxes. Joker, welcome back again. Also, Hell Eyes, how are you doing? What's up? What do you mean by that? I'm curious. What is quitting hitless mean? So yeah, curiosity for how the fight works. Exactly, from like a studious standpoint of like, oh, I just want to see the internal data. But yeah, without a doubt, it would definitely make like anyone way quicker. Like you'd learn stuff. Like I've seen people do it, like where they use the practice tools and they accelerate like it's almost like 5 times faster or something like that, because you don't have to like really lose, right? It's up to you then to decide how important the situations are and how you're going to play them, even though there's no risk in that practice scenario. And competitive games typically would give you things like that, like you could lab in like Street Fighter, for example, or whatever, and they would give you tools to do all that stuff. But obviously this isn't made for that, so I totally get it. Strafing left for a second when I wasn't supposed to be. Get back around the front. It didn't really help though. Need to run back around the front earlier, for sure. Matthew Lewis, what's up, dude? Glad to see you doing this fight. It's very cool. It is. It's such a fun one, dude. Like to me, I could do this for a long time, like for a lot longer than it's gonna take. Probably at least double or triple the time of the longest I've ever spent on anything like this, because it's just, it's very enjoyable. It doesn't really get old, but I'm more curious of how this is gonna work in a run. Because even Millennia too, like Millennia was very hard to get consistent for me, but I was able to do it obviously in a run. It just, man, it was so sketchy. Definitely lost a lot of good attempts on it. I counted 5 again. I got it though. I did it right. We're getting there.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Gordita
So
Supreme.
the world might be mended.
Yo, my dude.
Wait a second. Oh, some kind of fire. Thank you for the Prime sub and for the 2 months in a row. Welcome back. Wait a second. Did I miss other things too? Oh boy. Fake, thank you for the 11 months. If I didn't say thank you for that. Casman, thank you for the Prime sub once again. And yeah, Fire, thank you so much, dude. Welcome back. Thanks for being on today. No worries, no worries. My goal is to stream as often as I possibly can, within reason. Obviously, if there's other things I want to put time into, I'll literally just like make that a priority over this. But right now, especially with all the content plan that is more run based or like gameplay based, that I have to actually perform rather than like writing scripts and all that. I'm gonna have to stream a lot more to do those, and there's just things I want to share with you guys. So this season's gonna be like pretty much the same as I think when I was doing the damageless run last time. I was pretty damn consistent on that. So yeah, you can expect quite a lot of streams for sure. I'm not sure if they're gonna all be as long as they've been, but as frequent as possible, and to get as many of the things done as possible that I have written down. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy that. Perfected the struggle triumph loop. They have for sure. And also, sorry, Hell, as you're saying, he left and went Goes on Ghost, became the admin. So I actually gave the team to V-Sweat. Goes on Ghost is the person that made the website. V-Sweat was given the management position, like the team owner position. Reason I did that is because there was no point of me being the owner anymore. I didn't want to approve runs or like be a part of that community. There's no hard feelings. It's nothing to do like personally with any people. It's more so just it wasn't important to me anymore in that way of being the manager of it. It's a lot of work. That it's not like a job, it's just a thing that I made, and then it became very popular. So I was like, now's the time for me to step away, and the people that are more representative of that idea can run it, and I can do whatever I want the way I want to do it, and not have to worry about it being attached to that, or have to like, feel that every single day or every single week I'm making a lot of time to review all these people's runs. Because at the end of the day, like a lot of the runs I'm reviewing and all the rules they have now, I don't really care that much about a lot of the rules. It's more so just whatever to you is satisfying at this point, you can do it. And there's a nice thing about having like systems that verify things to make a tighter criteria, and the people that want to see those things can see like very, very pristine runs, sure. But at the same time, I just don't want to be a part of the whole like rule process, like the approval, all that. I did so much of that when I was younger, when I made the team, that I'm like, I'm just gonna give it to someone else. And B-Stud was the perfect person. He's like basically, he's way more involved than I am in everything when it comes to like just that type of stuff particularly. So it was nothing like, there's no big deal. I didn't like quit Hitless. I basically just, I gave ownership to someone else. Oh, I was so early there. No. Why do most people watch your shit on YouTube, Joker? You tell me. You're here. You're here. I'm curious. What do you think? Because I have no idea. I don't know why anyone does anything. Why are we even here, man? Why are we alive? Oh boy. Why are you alive, dude? Is Practice Tools a mod on Nexus? How does it work? I don't know anything about it, dude. I have no clue what anything is called. I just know that I've seen people turn on like different colored collision boxes for Sekiro. I've seen the same thing for a video where someone was featuring Moog. I think it was a Titus video on YouTube, where he had like the geometry of the hitboxes in different colors inside of his character model. I've seen like Gino use the invincibility tool. I've seen Distortion use invincibility and like warping across the map, like immediately, like point warping, stuff like that. I have no idea what any of it's called though. So you'd probably have to ask them. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could point in the direction. All these things could be different tools. I don't know if it's all in one at this point. This is also years ago. This is over the course of years I've seen this stuff, so maybe there's better versions. But yeah, I'm very certain for like most of the games, there's collision, hitbox data, and at least invincibility settings and other types of properties. Like kind of similar to how we make the game harder, like you can make it easier in that way too. Do you have another drum cover coming moderately soon, Purple? Yeah, I've been trying to do ABC. I recorded it, I think 10 times or something like that, or over 10 times. I wasn't a fan of any of the takes. So I've just been really trying to work on my weaknesses with that. It's got a polyrhythm in it that's really hard to transition out of like a regular type of feel into, that I don't have to necessarily play it that way. Like that's not even how the song is played. It's actually played more conservatively in that part, but like I wanted to do my own arrangement for it. So I decided to play this one part that's not ideal. It's not easy to do. So when I work on the subdivisions for that a little bit more and it's good, that'll be out. I'm just not trying to rush it. In the meantime, there's other things I'm practicing as well. There's probably about 10 songs on rotation right now, maybe even more, that I've gone over for a while that just could be like kind of pulled out immediately. Some of them are not possible to do right away, but like there's a lot that could be done instead of that song, but I want that to be the next cover just because I was working on it first. And or I put the most time as of recently into it. Hezron, Polyphia's, yeah, it's the ABC by Polyphia, the Sophia Black feature. But like basically to answer your question very quickly, there will be a ton of stuff on the music channel for sure. There's even, like I said, a video that you haven't even seen that got blocked in the entire world, so I'm gonna re-record that one too. I practiced it a few times and I think it's ready to go. I could probably record it in the next couple days, so maybe if ABC doesn't pan out, I'll just try to go into that one too. But that one was already done. It's already uploaded. Unfortunately, it's banned worldwide. Start doing Polyphia speedruns. That'd be pretty interesting, actually. I've seen Dean Lamb, Sophie Burrell, and a couple other people do the guitar speedruns. Or like learning guitar with it. And it's not necessarily that they're trying to do it like the quickest, but it's like they give themselves, you know, a clock and they try to see how quickly they can learn a lot of that type of music. And it's really entertaining to see people that are really good learning that fast. Or even more importantly, people that aren't as good in the beginning and then over the course of like a year of doing that kind of series, they actually end up being very quick at learning in the end. It's like a scalable skill right there with the meta learning of it. And then I feel like everything that they do after that will be picked up much quicker because you got more techniques down, covers a larger basis. But yeah, one thing also just to go back to what Purple said too, like I don't really, I know that there's like a lot more to yield out of like my skill level on the drums right now. Like I can definitely push to the next level in the very short amount of time right now. I know exactly what's needed. And I've been trying to go over those things, but the quality of which I was playing at even like most recently on the music channel is not even close to like where I want to be right now. And so upon realizing that, I'm like, what's the point of just doing things without there being a giant jump now? There's got to be like a massive tangible jump because I put the work into doing that. Just need to like make it more consistent. And again, maybe even that comes down to just being more creative myself on it, because a lot of the stuff is just my own arrangements, so making my arrangements better is one of the priorities. Drum challenge run. So the drum challenge run I'm doing right now is like learning it within a year, right? We're almost at 9 months, I believe. By by December this year, the goal is to be like pretty much able to be like sufficient, like where someone that like doesn't know that much, they'd be like, yeah, you actually play the instrument, versus it just being, oh yeah, you can pretend to. And there's a big gap between that, unfortunately. But we're gonna get there though. Okay, rolling back on that if he does that. Yes. Two. These rollbacks scare the shit out of you. Can't hitless drums though. You could. It would just be a different way of. It would be like hitless subdivisions essentially. Then you could make like the bonus category like all accents, like dynamics and what's it called? Velocity Perfect or something like that. Listen to Lee McKinney's solo stuff. I have. Unfortunately, though, not a big fan of his guitar playing solo as much. Like, I listen to all of his music that's new, and it's not bad at all. It's just very different than the stuff that I'm into. Like, also for that band, too, Jason Richardson was carrying that band. So, well, also, again, they have a great keyboardist and drummer and stuff. The vocals are good, but like Jason Richardson is Born of Osiris more so than anybody else is in it, just because of how much involvement he had in the material and how good the guitar playing was. It was like a very obvious high point of their music. So it's hard for me to get into anything with them in general, even as a band, let alone Lee's solo stuff. But I caught up with like just where he is in life, and apparently he like went through a lot of like crazy traumatic. He almost died apparently. He had a lot of like really interesting stuff happen since Jason left the band. So like it was cool to see like that he's doing better as a person. He seems like a different guy too. Like I think he had a lot of drug addictions and stuff like that too. So they all seem to be doing better, which is great. But definitely not into their music as much anymore compared to how it was previously. I think it was Tomorrow We Die Alive was the last album where it's like, yep, that's good. And then I'm still more of a fan of like Discovery. Discovery is just the peak for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit. Probably could have dodged even at that point in time. 1, 2, 3, and then go. The keyboardist left too? Oh no. The keyboardist. That sucks. You know, we normally do rock and metal here, but you've been listening to Tyler the Creator and Vince Staples' kick. So actually, I'm really into like hip hop and rap as well. Tyler, like Wolf, obviously, is great. It's my favorite album by him. Odd Future, I think I kind of popularized it quite a bit, like when I was in school, because no one knew about who they were. And like me and my friends, we'd drive around like in like one of my friends' parents' cars, or whatever. We'd blast like sandwiches and like, you know, Yonkers and basically anything in general at the time that was like popular from them. And then also even Earl, I've listened to all of his solo stuff, like his collab with Flying Lotus is probably my favorite song with him. I think it was Between Friends, like that one's amazing. So I love all that music too. Don't get me wrong. We end up talking, I think, more about like the actual rock music because there's more application of like when people play instruments, you know, hearing people being involved, I think, in that type of music more. It's more common, at least. I don't meet many people that play like instruments for hip hop music specifically as an exclusive thing. They usually do rock music, jazz, blues, something like that. But you know, I love that kind of stuff. Actually, I think that I'm especially on the instrument of the drums, I'm made to play to electronic and rap more than I am to do anything else. Like I don't think I'm made to be a metal drummer as much. Boy. Any animals on the song planning? Yeah, so I have 2 songs by them. One of them might not actually turn into anything. It might just be like an Instagram upload or something, but a Pyrophobia and On Impulse, definitely have been practicing those. On Impulse was already recorded at one point, and then I just didn't like the recording, so it's basically the same process. I usually don't like anything, and then I have to do it a million times till I like it, or till I settle on just being like, yeah, that's fine. But On Impulse I already recorded like probably a year ago or something like that. Practiced it more recently enough to definitely sit down and get it within a day for sure, or like within an afternoon. And that would just be the guitar. That's just it would be basically like every part of the song except for the solo would be transcribed into more of the rhythm, because I wouldn't be able to, like, I'd be playing fingerstyle the whole time. It'd be very hard to do the solo at the same time. And I don't even think I could play the solo right now unless I spent another few weeks on just that. But it's like the whole 6.5, 7 minutes of it for sure. And then there's some adaptations and like it's like basically my own arrangement for it with some extras that are in the regular song already. And then yeah, Pyrophobia, I haven't learned the whole thing. I've only learned like maybe the first 40% of it or something like that, because after that it gets a little trippy. I need to work on that part again. Pyrophobia is tough. Yeah, the odd meter, like with like the groups of 4 on the fingers, and then like the ascending, descending, that thing is, it's enough. It was difficult enough for me where I actually just sat and like just did right hand work. Like certain days I would only just play right hand. I wouldn't even use my left hand just to warm up the fingers so that like the next time I did it, I had some accuracy with it. And even now it's not still that good without quite a bit of warming up. Because for reference, I don't play classical guitar. I only just started like not too long ago. So it's a new thing. It's the newest technique I wanted to learn because I never could play with my fingers. I can only play with a pick. And that's why I just haven't been doing electric guitar videos as much. But we'll get back to that. I actually have an original song I wrote that's recorded with 2 guitars uploaded on the music channel right now that I haven't shared. I kind of want to redo that one too. And then I have my actual, like the first song off my demo with every instrument except for the drums done that I'm going to have to share at some point. It is finished being recorded. Just, again, not a fan of like the master track on it. I threw it by a producer. The producer told me I did a pretty good job, but he was just like, you could re-record the stems again if you wanted, but really there's a couple things you could do to just clean up some small stuff. And I still don't think it's good enough personally. I don't like the master track on it that much, so maybe I'll just release it for fun, like literally just as a video, not as an actual digital music kind of thing. But the next time I record an original, I'm definitely gonna make sure it's like done the right way, like the final version of it or close to the final version. Kendrick Lamar drum cover Up the Tube. I practiced a lot of his music, so I could do a lot of his songs for sure. We have ADHD already on the channel, but I'm trying to think of what else I like from him. Ooh, you know what? Illuminate with Absol and him off of the Control album, Control System. That would be probably my favorite thing that I could do right now because it has a high enough tempo. You could do like a shuffle beat on it. You could do a lot of like super quick fills and even some like fast double bass on it too. So Control album, Illuminate. Even though it's technically like an Absol song, that'd be a really fun one. And then I guess, what else is there by him that I really like? Oh, I guess, what's it called? Can't remember the name of the song. I remember the lyrics. Yeah, there is another one that's also going to be really cool in the future. Some of that stuff though, it's like, it's hard because like if the lyricism, the syncopation and delivery of the lyricism is like super tight, you don't want to disrespect it by doing bad drums. They have to be like almost robotic for it to sound good in my opinion. Like, you don't want to just be like kind of chilling playing the drums to Kendrick Lamar. You got to be like killing it in my opinion. It's like a special type of song maybe. Okay. I couldn't. Oh. Okay. Yep. Yeah, again, that happened because I stopped for a second. I was paying attention to something else there. Black Thought. I'm trying to remember which one that is. 90s East Coast lyricist boom bap. I like pretty much everything except for pop country and trap music. Those are the two genres I don't really dabble in too much. But you could go even as far as like hard style, trance. You could go with like dubstep, EDM. Could be underground rap. It could be like R&B. Pop music from like early 2000s, you know, classic pop, synth wave, retro wave, again, like any version of metal that's not death metal predominantly or like basic metalcore at this point I like quite a bit. Even metalcore's okay, it's not too bad. Prog, obviously, any kind of prog. For the rap specifically, underground is usually the preference, but like any artist that kind of went with the trap style that was originally an underground artist, like Logic, for example, or even J. Cole, Kendrick, for example, like they are still respected heavily for me, even though they're mainstream now. What else? I mean, like anything you can think of, disco music, like smooth jazz, bossa nova, fusion with jazz, classical for sure. It's a huge one. That's like one of my biggest influences for my stuff. Joey Badass was sick, dude. Price Conscious, oh my god. That song is my favorite. Probably still will be forever from him. Post rock? Oh yeah, definitely post rock, math rock, Texas hardcore, whatever you want to call it. Grunge, alternative, like all the subgenres you can think of except for, like I said, just pop country and trap music. Nice. Got it. Okay, focus. I like the survivability over here for some reason. I feel like we're actually doing okay with surviving. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, rolling away. It's fine. Oh yeah, you can't, because he did the full combo. Okay. Makes sense. So I haven't CYNE. I don't know if I can recall what kind of music that would be. The name looks super familiar. We share similar tastes. Country's not your thing. So country, like, I don't get me wrong. I like bluegrass. You know, like Johnny Cash style stuff is cool too. Like that. It pop country. Like when it's like cookie cutter formulated, like same stuff, depressing, like that kind of vibe is not me at all. But like there's things that are Southern and like country inspired that are definitely excellent. Just it's not quite the pop variations of it. It's kind of like even like trap music, even though it is rap, just like someone mumbling over 808s with like an occasional melody that's pretty much non-existent with demonic like undertones and demonic lyrics, and doesn't really do it for me, unfortunately. But someone talking about their life, like talking about people and stories about, like, you know, just their perspective of their world, and you know, I guess situations they've been through, lessons they've learned in a poetic way that's distributed in a very intelligent way that has a lot of skill to it. Like that's always going to be appreciated by me too. That's my favorite kind of rap music for sure. How do you not get hit by that combo? Not be far away? Yes, you want to be close. I thought he was going to stop attacking. That was the mistake that I made. But that was pretty good though. For like the fact that I finally dodged the other thing. First time ever doing the small one properly, where he does the overhead attacks. I need to be able to buff a little bit quicker here too. Why am I not having the lead on that? I think my brain is thinking too much about the magic at this point, and I'm losing reference of how early I'm rolling on the other attacks. Like I'm not even aware of like how early or late it was. It seemed like it was fine for me. Usually in phase 1 though, it's so easy to see that I'm like, oh yeah, that was just bad. You know, it was off by like this much. Rap duo CYNE. Okay, I'll have to double check to see if maybe I've listened to them already or they're on my playlist, because a lot of the times you guys request stuff or like suggest things for me, and I've already heard of the artist, or I already have them saved. Oh, you know what? Actually, being on his right side there when he ends that seems to be a little bit easier too, because you can kind of see the weapon. And then if he was to do that attack that's quick, I don't know if that's the hand that he does it from. I think it's the other one, but you'd be able to see a little bit better if I basically rolled here and then rotated around him. Like to see some music stuff. So there is a music playlist on the main channel you might be watching the stream on right now if you're watching on the YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you'd have to type in !socials and then just click the link for the main YouTube channel. That's all my older guitar stuff. Like it's a lot more like shredding kind of stuff, and then the drum progression and some guitar, some vocals, and then also bass is all featured on the music channel. Boy. Reading music and having to understand counts helps you with boss fights. not, maybe not directly. Like I don't think there's necessarily a carryover from the actual literature of music. It's more so that if you're a person, so this is the way I look at life in general, and this is also applicable to a lot of people that play this game that do it full time or like they make content or anything that's like pretty skilled. So you'll notice actually a lot of the people that are like up there with this game, they have other skills. Like like Gino's a musician, I'm pretty sure. He's also like extremely smart with like programming, as far as I know. I believe like I'm trying to think of who else. Hob can sing. He played music. He was in a band. I'm sure he's obviously like a comedy genius. He could easily be a comedian or something like that. There's a lot of other skills people usually bring in, and the thing that I look at is like how good are you at practicing a skill? Like how good are you at doing things? So if you practice other skills that are very hard that take a long time to learn, you can practice anything in general in life, and you'll always just be able to do it way quicker. And you'll always also not struggle as much or have as much mental fatigue because you already went through that stage when you were a kid, or like however long it took you to learn all the other skills you have. So at a certain point, it's just meta application to everything. So nothing in this really relates to music identically to me in that regard, more so the thought process of how you'd learn something as a skill and the patience you'd have to take to learn it. And I say that about skateboarding. So when people try to tell kids to stop skateboarding on like public property or whatever, obviously within reason, don't hurt yourself, but don't tell them to stop skateboarding because they're going through the most important life lesson that you could have. Because there's a few factors at play that you might not realize. They're putting themselves at risk of breaking bones and hurting themselves with not permanent, but like the short-term future will be changed for them, where they will not be able to do certain things if they hurt themselves, but they're hurting themselves by choice. They're electively putting themselves in danger, which is really good for, you know, building character overall. And they're also challenging themselves to do things within physics that are very difficult to do that most people will never actually achieve. So like I look at skateboarding as the same thing. I learned part of my life like journey was learning how like interpreting like things like this from skateboarding, and then it was music, and then it was you know, there's like other things, martial arts a little bit at certain points, art, like actually doing art, like painting, sketching, sculpt. I did a little bit of sculpting at one point, but any skill in general that like takes some patience. You can, the more you're used to or comfortable throwing yourself into that stage one and then getting to like the final product, it just makes it way easier. So I guess to sum it up, I find a lot of people that do really well with this kind of stuff, they have other skills they've already like gotten to a pretty decent level with previously, and their learning process is pretty good. And at the very least, maybe their attitude towards it is good. Obviously, that's not always the case, but it is a common thing I've seen quite often. And it applies to other games, too. A lot of the other content creators I know, that plenty of them have quite a few things that you probably wouldn't know that they do. Perfect. Perfect. Oh. Ugh, a little bit off. You want to be a blacksmith? It's actually funny you say that. One of my first moderator ever, I think he still is a silversmith, actually. So he's made rings from the game. Like he's made Havel's ring, I believe, and he was going to make me a Darkwood grain ring that was engraved as well. I think he's made the Tearstone ones, Silver Serpent, like, so, yeah, like, as much as that sounds funny, if you want to become a blacksmith, like, go somewhere and learn how to be a blacksmith, I guess. I'm sure there's people that still do that kind of stuff, like, not as a job particularly, maybe, but, like, Airy is Hollow, when he used to stream, he told me he became a blacksmith, like, he actually learned, like, how to do blacksmithing, or something like that, and I didn't understand what he meant. I thought like he was joking, but I'm pretty sure he actually did something like that just because he enjoyed it. You could verify that with him if you actually know who he is, and you can ask him. Maybe he still streams, but that's what he said the last time I talked to him. Magic beam attacks random or patterns. They just trail every time that he finishes a melee attack. They're not random, but it'll change based on how you're moving and how quickly you get to a certain spot, because it's meant to follow you like the second after something happens. So you just need to be basically trying to screw up its positioning by moving. Makes perfect sense. Okay, good. Oh, whoa. Combo immediately? It's It's pretty clear translation performing rhythmical music to FS boss fighting for having a feel for set timings. Okay. Yeah, so for that aspect, I don't know if I can speak to that all the time because some of the things we reference don't have to do with rhythm really, but I guess in particular, if you're talking about the rhythm aspect of music, something like Sekiro, for example, where the space between the attacks won't change on the combos, obviously, and sound effects are pretty hardcore in that game, and there is like a rhythm to it. That would be a perfect example where I think if you have a really good sense of rhythm and you have the good attitude, you might be able to excel a little bit quicker for sure. There is a good chance of that. You made bracers in a ring when you were younger? Galaxy, where did you do that? That sounds really cool. I've always wanted to make something like that. I've made a metal pen, like I fabricated a pen that's pretty fancy. I've made like some other stuff with wood, like boxes, chests and stuff like that. Other small projects, but nothing crazy. Like I've never done silversmithing though, that'd be so cool. Attitude's the most important thing. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, because again, someone that might be really good, like they have the skill level off the bat that's perfect, but they are self-deprecating, they might not play as much, or they might give up on themselves and the quality might suffer from where they're actually at in terms of their skill. And the person that sucks, or they start off sucking more, they really work on it, they could surpass that person that's not utilizing the skill level to the fullest for sure. One, two, three, four. 1, 2. Perfect. One, two, three, four, 5. Nice. Get back in front of him. Nice. 1, 2, 3. Nice bleed. Okay, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Cool. A poke. 1, 2. Oh yeah, I shouldn't attack twice there. Okay. Okay. Pontiff combo down, so now we only have the nuke, and then that's it. So all the information's almost downloaded on this one. Don't care if it's lucrative, it's cool for the blacksmith. Yeah. I mean, hey, if it's something that you enjoy, I'm sure there's probably people that, well, I know for a fact there is, but probably quite a few people that have like really weird hobbies that are extremely expensive and just like there's no way you could make it a job, and they just work their job so they can do that hobby and still survive, right? And sure, they could spend the time doing something that's like lucrative for every single hobby, but then at the same time, it's not always just about making everything lucrative. You should be able to do things you enjoy, even if it's at a cost that, you know, maybe you find fair, but does take a lot of work to be able to sustain if that's your passion, right? It's like the prospect of even playing music, like it costs money to have instruments, it costs time, which costs you money, spending the time not making money, and then some people make money off music. Same thing as probably like making the jewelry and all that, or different things. But there's different skills included in that other than just playing sometimes, right? Or just doing the task. So it can be like much more enjoyable to just enjoy the thing and not have to have it be a success or whatever to other people. That 6-hit Pontiff combo is scary. I actually really like that combo for dodging it, but it's only happened to be like that one time I did it perfectly so far, and I've only seen it when I've died. I haven't actually, or sorry, there was one other time I had the chance to dodge it today. So 2 times it happened where we could do something with it, and then other times I would already be dead, and he would just do it when I died. the second after. But previously, when I did the first playthrough, it was really easy to avoid. I don't know if that's just because I'm getting kind of like lucky on it, or I don't know. I don't really have to think about that one too much. It's more so just prioritizing that attack that's really quick in between. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. 1, 2. 1, 2. I'll do 3. Why not? Okay. One, two, three, four. Why? Yo, why? That worked. Okay. I went a little bit early on that one, but it worked. I was thinking of the other one. That's funny. I haven't played Elden Ring yet, but this is a lot of stamina at level 1. So... Sorry, I can't see the color. Your name is so dark, dude. Is that Paul? Wait, give me a second. Yeah, Paul, what's up, dude? How much stamina do we have? Let's see. Yeah, we actually do have quite a bit. That is a decent amount, and also in this game, you don't consume it as much. So it's not like DS2 where you attack one time and almost half the bar is gone. And then also this weapon doesn't use a lot of stamina too. Been 7 years, you haven't stopped. Because the doodle, some cute girl liked your doodles. That's awesome. I mean, hey, if you like doing sketches, even if like, again, you're not selling the art, or it's not like incredible Picasso, Mona Lisa levels of artwork, that's not really the point, as long as you enjoy it, right? I think through enjoying it, and going like nerdy on it, like if you get into like the details of fundamentals of art as well, and maybe like start to self-educate, you'll probably just passively get fundamentally better anyways. Maybe a little bit slower, but some of the people that I know that do art full-time as a job literally just kind of walked into it that way. Like they didn't even go to school wanting to be an artist necessarily, but they learned some of the fundamental education after loving doing it, and then they did make some money off of it. Oh, rip. What's going on, Shade? Welcome back, dude. What's in my physic, Uchi? Let me check and see. You like making your backlog bigger? Can't seem to get the time to play the games, though. That sounds like me. Like most of the games I own, I've never played. Guilty of not taking things seriously. You rely on your intelligence and determination, but it was a terrible way to live. Had to break the habit. Yeah, if there's something that you really want to do, and the goal that you have for it is serious, then obviously whatever is required to meet that goal, meet that demand, which is a whole different type of skill. That's not really part of the learning process of doing the activity. That's structure with other things, right? That's why I was even saying some of the people that turn certain hobbies into jobs, like they're not turning them into jobs because they're good at the thing. It's like they become competent in other skills that play into putting it in front of people and providing value for it. Ever tried singing? Yeah, I'm actually in the process of practicing singing. So basically, I'm on like a three-year type of long-term goal right now for music. The first part of it is drums in 1 year. Second part is by next year, I want to be actually good at singing. Like by the end of December 2025, I want to be a good singer. So I've been practicing periodically throughout this year, here and there too. And then the next year after that, I want to be able to play piano or keyboard better than I ever have. And maybe even start to sight read it, or just become competent enough to use it as a composition tool with songwriting, or even play along with people as well. That would be the next step. That's like 2026. Well, I think I could do all those things quicker. It's just giving myself a realistic amount of time. So singing is a big goal. There will be singing featured on the music channel that's from me and not from other people as well, for sure. But yeah, thank you for the compliment, though. I appreciate that. I don't think having a good speaking voice matters as much when you sing, because it's a different type of way of utilizing your sound. But definitely doesn't hurt if you can utilize it for other things too. 1, 2, nice. 1, 2. Ah, shit. Play the hang drum? What is the hang drum? Why do school when you can say I'll do this for you for money and then get a call 6 months later saying okay? That sounds like a meme. Don't know handpan? Oh, okay, handpan. I've never heard hang drum before. Never heard that word, or at least I don't recognize that term. Casually completing all the music side quests. Trying to. It's like, again, that it's just mainly to make up for, I guess, not being able to do a lot of those other instruments. Like, I never had access to drums until I could afford them, and then it's also a matter of disturbance and stuff. Like, if you don't have soundproofing for a real kit, you're stuck with an E kit, and then if you're stuck with an E kit, it's like, that's still expensive, so you have to, I guess, be in the position for that. And also, I still had the goal of being better at fingerstyle guitar too, so that was like the year before that. Just brushing up here and there on the right hand with no pick. And I think once that was comfortable, it was like, okay, now it's time to actually play drums. Boy. I'll try to take it further though. Like, my goal for the rest of my life, if I can acquire instruments that I've never actually played that seem interesting, like I'll just buy them if I can find them and continue to keep doing that till I die, to be honest, because why not? I don't think there's a problem with that. I still want to acquire a harp. I would love to get back into brass too. I have played the euphonium before, so I want to see if I could sight read bass clef on euphonium and mix it into what we're doing. That'd be so cool. That would probably be easy to just get back into within like a week or two. But harp, I don't know. Harp, I've never physically like been in the presence of a harp and played it, so we'll have to figure that out. I'd love to screw around with that at some point though. Definitely want to try an ode as well. Ode, lute, and like sitar, stuff like that. Damn it. Big Star Wars fan, Seraph? No, I actually don't like Star Wars, I'll be honest. My uncle is though, so but indirectly, because he's one of the biggest fans I've seen for it in my life, I had to be exposed to it. So I know, like, I've seen the movies, like for the original ones when I was a kid, and I tried to watch the new ones. I fell asleep in the theaters for, I think, the first one of the new ones. Not the Rogue one, but the one that's like with the other Darth guy that's like long black hair dude, tall guy. The ones with that dude, I did not like at all. I don't even think I watched the most recent one. It was very different than the originals. And I tried to rewatch an original and it got kind of boring too. So definitely not into Star Wars, but definitely have heard a lot about it in my life just because people knowing quite a bit about it around me. And one of my favorite memories is seeing episode 3 with my uncle because we saw it when it came out and it was a cool time, even irrespective of the actual movie itself. But yeah, no, you can flame me for that one. I'm not into like futuristic stuff where it has lasers and like space travel with ships as much as dystopian. I like rebuilt society kind of shit, like Alita, Dune, Blade Runner kind of vibes. Way more for sci-fi than anything futuristic. So that's all it is. Like Star Trek and Star Wars are just kind of gated out of that realm, unfortunately. But they're really well done, obviously. Like, the original stuff's good for a reason. Sequels are garbage. It's just space opera. More Lord of the Rings. Definitely Lord of the Rings, yes. But I was a late Lord of the Rings enjoyer. I think my friend tried to introduce me to the trilogy in high school and we fell asleep. We did Blu-ray extended edition, all 3 back to back. I couldn't even like remember the 3rd episode. I think I remembered half of the 2nd one, and then I rewatched all of them when I was an adult, and they were great. And I think so. I've seen each one technically. No, sorry, I've seen the 3rd one technically 1 time, if you don't count the sleeping time, and then I've seen the 1st and the 2nd one twice. And then I also read the Two Towers book when I was like super young before I even saw the movies, and that was a good book too. So that's kind of what intrigued me. Like the book kind of drew me into it a little bit. Gonna go see War of the Rohirrim. I don't even know what that is. Sauron gets defeated by friendship. Oh man, friendship's always the answer. 5 to 6 hours. I think it's roughly like 3.5 to 4 hours for a lot of them. Maybe more. Like the totality of it was so much that it was like a whole day, and I remember, yeah, there's no way of making it through there. I don't even think I could do that now with like 10 coffees. It'd be really hard to stay awake for that. Like I've had people ask me to watch back-to-back movies in theaters before, and I've just panicked because I just want to say no immediately, but I also don't want to be rude because maybe it's for a special occasion, or, you know, like maybe they would do the same kind of thing for me as a friend or whoever they are, and I'm just like, ugh. But yeah, like that would have been such a fun idea, like way back in the day for sure. Now it's like, oh man, that's a lot. But then we still got Radon. This is okay. We could do back-to-back Radon for that long. Oh, nice. You know, like Ben Solo. Why is he called Ben Solo instead of Han Solo? Anime Lord of the Rings, Riders of Rohan. Okay. I can't say I'm gonna check it out just because I typically don't check out most things that exist. That's just how it is. I don't keep up with anything really, so well, that's not true. Some things, but very, very like whatever is interesting from it, not the whole deal, right? So even with anime and stuff like that, the only thing in the last while that I really enjoyed was Solo Leveling, so I'm waiting for the 2nd part of that whenever that comes out. And after that, maybe I'll watch the Lord of the Rings thing. But I don't tend to like seek out that type of stuff for entertainment. I guess that makes, if that makes sense. And then series too, like watching a whole series to commit to that. It's difficult because I want to watch the whole thing immediately. I don't want to have to wait. And then also there's a lot of content, right? So the nice thing about Solo Leveling, I smashed like most of it just on the final day of one of my trips in the evening with my buddy, and then I just went home, finished off the rest. And even rewatching it was still like watching it 2 times was still less than a regular series. K-dramas, Squid Game was cool. I liked Squid Game, so if they do another one of those, I'll watch it. Seen Barry? No, I don't know what that is. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's so, yeah, the angle. It's the angle on the part 2. Is it because I'm moving forward to try to walk back or walk away from the thing? So we get into 1 of 2 situations. Either I roll early thinking that I need to avoid the situation we had before where I was like, I think I was getting hit by the hilt or his hand or something in the 2nd spin. Like earlier than when the attack normally even comes across, or at least it seemed like it was a bit early. And then so now I try to adjust that, but now I'm going late because the attack is staggered. So I need to like get a better visual on that attack. It seems like it's because I'm trying to like walk into him and he's covering the whole screen, but I can't see his hands properly. Squid Game Season 2 is coming out next month. Oh, okay. Nice. Harry Potter? Harry Potter's cool for sure. I've seen those periodically over time multiple times. The books, though, definitely got me into it. I read all the books when I was younger. I mean, I guess some of them are very, like, different now as an adult, but, like, man, they're pretty damn good, though. I wish like Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, or at least like somebody made something like those that was a bit more hardcore for like people that are older. That'd be awesome. And it kind of feels like, obviously, Harry Potter at the end, they got closer to that, but I want to see like a very dark version of it, or something that has like a lot more contrast. Weakest wizard you've ever seen. Always had trouble dodging the light pillar slams. I don't blame you, man. Having trouble on anything on this. My response is just like, yep, seems legit. Seems normal. It's like, even when you're in there, it's like, are you really in there on this fight? Are you really dialed? I don't know why that happened that way, but okay. Again, direction when I'm running away, maybe. Practice still. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 punish. Get about 2 on the end of that. I don't know why the pillars popped up. It's because the hill, right? I'm baffled at, like, how would you do this with low damage hitless? I don't know. I don't know how you would, because if the ground gradient dictates like you being blocked by the follow-up attack from Mikola, like, what's the way of encompassing all of that every time? Have you read Fantastic Beasts series or watched the series? I've heard of it, and I think that at some point someone introduced me to the first movie like in 2017 or something like that, like way back, or whenever it was like a newer movie for the first one. And then I saw a trailer for the second one, and then someone told me it's related to Harry Potter. So I still have to catch up on that. Never read the books. I was definitely like way more into fantasy, well, just exclusively into fantasy stuff as a kid. So I read like all the books that were fiction were just when I was younger, and then now it's just practical stuff. But I might check out the sequel to it though, because I did see the first movie. It was pretty funny. Remember watching your no-hit Sekiro run back on YouTube when you did it? At that point you hadn't gotten past the ogre. Didn't even know he was a boss. Got to know there was more to the game and how much. Now Twitch just recommended your channel out of nowhere. Oh, that's amazing that we came full circle there. Welcome, Paresh. I appreciate that. Thank you for watching the Sekiro run too. That's amazing. I guess it makes sense that like the videos that popped off a little bit, like most people wouldn't have subscribed that watched it, so they wouldn't have continued to watch other things unless they just found those things too. But yeah, there's definitely there's some depth to some of the stuff with the games for sure. It's pretty cool. Now, I really hope they go even further though with the mechanics in the next one, because I wouldn't say Elden Ring's mechanics are like that incredible for like the complexity. They're getting to that range, but I want to see something that has multiplayer and it has some like really interesting mechanics that include everything they've done. Switch to bleed. I did switch the infusion to bleed yesterday. Yeah. Favorite Souls boss. This one's my favorite overall. That's why I'm not even like I'm actually like probably more looking forward to fighting him each time than the last one in some cases. Oh no. Just need to spam the roll there, I guess. The entrance and mid to the right are flat ground. If you can control where he goes, that's your best location. So I was under the impression of that yesterday, but it's really hard to control where he goes, unfortunately. I can try to just run backwards and wait for him to come back to me. Can see if that works in the next one. But when you get really far away, he starts to do stuff that's kind of iffy, because if he doesn't come right to you, then you might have, I don't know, like the warp attack. You might have the the one where he takes off and then does the meteors, but then follows that up, and you have no angle to try to space it. So I don't even know how to consistently do that close range yet. Yeah, we could try it and see. It's worth a shot. I was going to do that yesterday, but I found that A lot of other areas were actually pretty good, and then I was still debating, should I roll exclusively just straightforward or something with combining different things, or just go like diagonally left the whole time, diagonally right. Crimes of Grindelwald, that's the Fantastic Beasts series? Is it a trilogy? I thought there was only 2 of them, so I guess that's because like the last time I checked there was less movies.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
Cool.
So
Okay,
the
we're gonna
world
run
might be
this
mended.
way.
Full capacity of
It's gonna keep
destruction.
going this
We're
way.
law.
Yeah, if you go too far, that happens, unfortunately. Although, I could have kept going and then just not punish that attack. I was thinking he'd go all the way across the arena and get me. Voldemort is defeated by friendship as well. Yeah, he's definitely kind of spooky, actually, if you think about it. Maybe biased, but Sekiro mechanics need to make a return. Yes. I think that included with a lot of the mechanics they improved on in this, and then they take it a step further, and amazing. It's golden. Upset to find out Radahn was the final boss, Raph. No, he's my favorite, actually, and it's something that I was hoping would be in the DLC, so the fact that it's the last one is even better. Because they made him harder than I thought they would, and the inclusion of Mikola, too, in the same fight was awesome. On top of that, even for the backstory, too, I'm a huge fan of Moog, and technically his soul is in Moog's body, so you get a little bit of similar vibes that you do when you fight Moog. If you didn't notice that. Yeah, this isn't even Prime Radahn, so I wonder what that would be like. I think Prime Radahn with Mikola would be silly, but just Prime Radahn by himself, I couldn't imagine it being harder than this, because Mikola's doing most of the work, in my opinion. Like, he's still definitely charmed in Phase 1. One, two, three, four. 1, 2. Oh. Trying to think of like what's a good attack to initiate on or like go in on. Probably not going to be a combo. I think that the flip, any of the magic that's with the gravity stuff, and then also the beam that goes across the entire arena plus the grab follow-up, like that's a good initial thing to go back in. Because I might want to just like wait until he does one of those every time so I know it's predictable. Like that combo right there, I understand it, but again, like if you don't pre-roll a certain way to like make sure that second dodge is accurate, you can't do it. So trying to close the gap and calculate that and then also react to like what it is, not knowing he's going to do it, it's a little bit much. Wear the Alberneric mask for good luck. I don't even have that. That'd be amazing though if I did. And then someone would be like, streamer, did you know that you don't get the best damage because Blue Dancer Charm with Alberneric mask isn't optimal? I'd be like, did you know that I'm not even using Red Feather Branch Sword? And they'd be like, oh! I'd probably die after that. In GTA 5, of course, not in real life. They die on the inside. Was the disc. Oh wait, you can probably dodge the light thing that he does with the grab follow-up backwards too, couldn't you? Because that'd be the only way I think at that range I would get the disc timing, because I'd get one roll back and then I can like set up to go forward again. Yeah, he's cool because everyone was crying when Radahn got nerfed, and they said, here you go. You were hoping for somebody else though, okay. Like something that isn't including previous elements of the game, like an original boss. Just Mikola by himself. So I thought about that, and I'm like, I feel like Mikola by himself would be very hard to pull off because you're fighting a god. Like, I don't even think you kill Mikola by killing him. It's not really even a thing, right? Because he's just so powerful that he's not really accessible to like a human or a demigod, really. That's why he's able to even possess, like he can do anything he wants. Primer Dawn is a lot of gravity magic. How much do I bench damage? I don't know my 1 rep max, never tested it. I don't test 1 rep maxes for anything. But I probably 225 for 5x5 at a rate of what I would guess is 70% of my 1 rep perceived max. I think that's the range or whatever, but yeah, I think around 225 5x5s are like my go-to. I have had higher rep schemes, like I've gotten 6 on some of those sets before, but yeah, never really tried to push it further than that, to be honest. Strong? No, it's not strong at all. I think for how long I've trained, I should be around a 1 rep 315 at this point, even with my leverages. If I really program specifically, like I had enough time to specialize to do that with any of the like the more power building type movements. So my row is really good. Like my 1 rep max for row might be like absolutely out of this planet compared to any of that stuff, because there's a website you can check it, like what percentage of strength you are out of the world. I'm in a very, very like small percentage for my back, but not for my chest though. Only for specifically horizontal pulling. So that's my strongest thing I can do. And I did train that like more specialized for sure. But yeah, push in general, just push muscles on my body are very weak compared to my pull muscles. And it has to do with what I played when I was a kid, you know, like the types of activities I did. My legs are also incredibly strong compared to the rest of my body in relativity to how much I would need to train them for them to grow, or what type of like variety of exercises I'd have to do. Like I could keep it way simpler on that because I used them a lot when I was a kid. And I guess I used my back and my biceps more than I used chest and triceps, for example, or even shoulders. Well, front delts probably more than even medial, or maybe just the medial ones. But what happens is when you play like any kind of sport or do an activity as you're a kid and you overload that muscle, when you get older, your body still remembers it, and you'll have dominance in those groups usually. Even as an adult, if you do like a job that has those types of overuse cases, when you give the growth signal from proper hypertrophy training with enough rest and food, then you'll just blow up pretty crazy. Like you'll wonder why. For example, gymnasts have incredible arms. They're doing the most intensive growth signal stimulating movement you can do in physics for a human, or biomechanically for a human, with the ring work and a lot of the ways they do like their chin-ups and stuff. So like, of course they would just have disgusting genetics or predisposition to grow if they did like a power building routine or a bodybuilding routine. And even without that, they still look amazing. So anything that has overuse of certain things, you can just like drastically shoot up immediately, but then you'll know your imbalances very quickly too. So I think my imbalances were definitely my chest, triceps, shoulders, and then maybe lower back. I don't even know if that's relevant really, but maybe a little bit lower back. But yeah, I think that the way it works, if you're a little bit taller, you're never really going to bench that much compared to someone that's shorter, that trains exactly the same, that has, you know, the like a similar type of genetic profile. Like they don't have any kind of like pre-existing injuries or like genetic disadvantages from birth that makes them not able to mechanically do certain things, whatever. So like, I think if you trained as long as I did and you were like made for lifting, you would probably be like doing 315 for reps at this point easily, without a doubt. So I wouldn't consider anything I do with push strong at all. Most of the numbers I put up for any lift is not strong. Like I'm not a strong person. I don't claim I'm strong compared to people that are athletes or whatever, or that have those advantages. But I definitely am strong for my own right, like for myself, stronger than I used to be. I don't know if I'll ever be considered like actually strong though. That'd be a little bit difficult to achieve. But the nice part is that, again, numbers to me don't matter too much. I just want like a really good signal for my training and good recovery and stuff like that, good results. for hypertrophy, good longevity, functionality as well. So if I can do activities and be very functional, like I can run, jump, throw things, catch things, balance really well. I like to have good balance, some level of flexibility and mobility for the things that are better for non-clunky people. That kind of stuff is majorly the whole picture that I'm trying to achieve, so it seems to work for that stuff. Nutrition advice space, it depends on what you're asking me. I do actually do nutrition and fitness as like a side thing, so I mean, I do make programs for people. If you wanted one made, I could do that for you if it's something you're serious about. If you just want to ask a particular question, it just depends on what it is. Have I tried parkour? I used to do parkour when I was younger. Not to the level that some people are doing now. Like, I wasn't doing flips on like pillars where you'd fucking fall off and die or something. I would climb buildings, trees, do the jumps and stuff like that sometimes. But that was just because of like being adventurous. Like a lot of the stuff, again, I'm gonna just say this was alleged in GTA 5, but you know, you go into like abandoned buildings, like, you know, things under construction, you know, you climb stuff, you have fun, you find spots that you're not supposed to be in. Of course, in GTA 5. So like by virtue of that and being a skateboarder, like you end up climbing quite a few things and doing a bunch of funny stuff in like just the cityscape growing up for sure. So I've climbed my fair share of stuff. I climbed a tree recently actually just for fun, but like it wasn't a huge one or anything. And I've done some rock climbing with friends here and there. Like I love to do bouldering outdoors. That's the next goal because I've done a lot of indoor bouldering in the recent time. But yeah, nothing beats just like climbing actual things. You just don't want to go to like James Kingston level or anything like that. Or like Mustang Wanted or anything. You don't want to like fall off of like a crane or something. Like make sure you're safe. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to climb stuff. Legs are very good despite you training them the least from basketball. Yeah, like that kind of stuff will definitely help. And your front, your anterior delt and your biceps and your forearms as well should be pretty juiced, preloaded because of all the, you know, the free throws and like the dribbling and just carrying and all that. Like definitely makes a difference. I guess even, well, it does involve quite a bit of things, even your back too. Where you live is so flat that there's nothing to boulder outside. So where would you go if you wanted to rock climb? Do you go to an indoor gym? Or do they have indoor gyms in your city? I'm kind of curious of like if I'm even gonna like outdoor climbing, because you never really know. It's definitely not the same, from what I understand, so maybe I'll like it more. Wish there were a pair of scissors you can get in the DLC each time you attack during Radahn's second phase. You can cut Miquella's hair, Reapers. You know, it's actually hilarious. I said something kind of similar to that, where I was like, if he didn't have hair, we could literally, we would win so much quicker because you could see so many things he's doing, the exact same as you'd see in phase 1. And then someone made a mod to actually make his hair either removed or shorter. So as far as I know, that's actually a thing. And I was saying I'm going to install it probably for the future if we're going to do like fun runs that are not as serious, just because it's like, why not, you know? Like the contrast of his hair color and the length of it literally are the hardest part of visualizing phase 2. In the end, it's like, oh yeah, I didn't see that. Indoor gym's the only option. Nearest mountain is a half a day by plane. That's wild. Gymnastics, dude's shoulders and biceps are insane. Exactly, yeah. It's just they get used a lot, for sure. Chest is kind of weak, and your arms are long, so you suck. Yeah, so that's, yeah, the being lanky is, it's an interesting thing. It's a blessing and a curse. If you work past the disadvantages, though, like, you'll just probably look a lot more, I don't know, in my opinion, I like the physiques of people that are typically taller that do bodybuilding, even though they're not actually as developed sometimes, or, you know, maybe they're not the actual contender to be the best person, but like, you know, 6 foot plus physiques with good enough amount of muscle, like it does look different than someone that's very short, but obviously it's not going to be as easy to get there. So if you put the work in, like there's an advantage at the end of the road, but the end of the road's going to take way longer, and you'll never look at like as like full, if that makes sense, because your insertion points most likely will have to be shorter regardless for the fibers and everything. And if you have really good insertions and you're tall, then you're basically just, and especially if you have like a the predisposition for like the rare genetics that give you a high FFMI by default, that person will win. Like if they decide to do like competing as a sport or shows or whatever, they'll be like the champion. That we're just waiting for that to happen again. Ronnie Coleman's the only person that at least from his claims seems to be one of those people in his younger days. I don't know fully if it's true that he was natural in like his earliest days, but if it's true, then like he would be in that rare genetic case scenario, and also he had the frame and good insertions too. But it's very, very hard to get all those things at birth, right? You'd have to be very lucky. Most people that probably would be amazing contenders probably don't even train, or they don't even know like they don't even care about this stuff. So that's why I get really excited when I have clients that look like they would just destroy anybody in that department, and they get the curiosity or they get the urge to train, because I'm just like, yo, you would be like without any, like you wouldn't even have to work nearly as hard, and you'd be like stupid good when it comes to like the physique and everything. Especially even when you have good leverages and your strength is just much quicker to come like, you know, quicker to increase, and you're already starting off very strong. It's like, it's so exciting to train people like that because they're not working against themselves as much. And I see with a lot of clients like that in person that I've trained, I've seen like them enjoy it more. It could be because I'm just saying those things to them too, but like I think they actually enjoy it more. Gonna eat these cookies, Purple? Go for it, dude. I've eaten cookies before. I'm pretty sure everybody has. Genetic specimen. Yeah, like his case scenario is pretty rare. Oh, that's across the map, yep. Respect to the streaming consistency lately. Gooby Fish, what's going on, dude? Thanks for making your evenings more enjoyable since 2020. No worries, man. Like I said, as soon as there is a way to prioritize doing this over other things, like I'm gonna do that as often as possible. It's not that like the priority for streaming will be the lowest or like lower all the time. It's just depending on what I want to focus on. And there's a lot of projects I wanted to kind of like set up and like things I wanted to get in motion so that coming back to this, they're already kind of ready to go. I can kind of make a flow for everything. The hard part now is basically being able to keep up with the amount of projects that are after this on the editing side of things, and still obviously put out stuff on each channel fairly evenly. Not to mention the channel that you guys don't know about yet, because that already has a video uploaded. The second video's going to be finished up and uploaded probably before it even launches too. And then there's 3 more videos finished in terms of the material recorded. Just needs to be thrown together. But again, for me, it doesn't make sense launching a channel like that unless I can guarantee I can film 10 to 15 more things within the next month or something. Because it's going to slow down at some point, and I need to have stuff backed up that I can just release whenever I want, right? Second channel is the easiest because everything we do on here that's like notable, I can put the unedited stuff on, which a lot of people do like to watch still. So down the road, that's like a super easy one. But then that would require me streaming quite a bit too. So it's like there's some sort of factor with each thing that it makes it hard to do all of it without having a lot of stuff done in concentrated bits. You have a theory you randomly take long breaks to heal from MMA fighting, Purple? No, like genuinely, dude, I could tell you every single thing. I pretty much shared every single thing I've done other than what the concept of the 4th channel is. That's it. So I wish it was for any other reason. I think that some people might have even thought that like something bad was happening, or like I was going through like some sort of problem, but like it's actually only good things. That's why I said I was super happy that I did that. Would never change a single detail with any of that stuff. All I would do is I would have done all this stuff way sooner. That's it. Cool. Cool. regardless of whether he was natty or not at a young age for Ronnie. Yeah, exactly. Even with like whatever amount of PEDs he used, like he's still impressive regardless. But in the case that he actually is truthful about that, that is actually impressive, but it would probably put him in a 1 in, I want to say 1 in tens of, if not hundreds of millions of genetic lottery. Like it would just be a very, very small percent, fraction of a percent of the planet would probably have that predisposition. But again, it's hard to like use numbers because there's people that would have it that never knew they had it and would never like get to see that potential because they wouldn't have interest in any of that stuff. So we don't know really how many sleeper builds there are out there, I guess you could say. Okay, he do be quite far away, but he do be walking. 3, 4, nice, cool. What's he doing after this? That's cool. That's cool. I like this. I like this, man. I like this. Where are we going? Where are we going? We're going over there. We're going over there, that's fine. Oh, damn it. Oh boy. Need to get back into lifting. There's a new gym opening near you soon that you're hoping you'll have free weights, but not be a bodybuilding type gym. Fair enough. One thing you can do, which again, it's not as motivational for people that want to like just go on to like a setup with actual weights or machines. You could do body weight stuff at home to get ready for it and then like kind of get back in the flow and then go transition into doing some more specialized type of stuff. Mainly because again, when you're out of training, your connective tissue is weaker, ligaments, tendons need to actually like catch up with stuff too. So anytime I've been detrained, I always get back into it if it's like a significant period of time, like a year or more or something like that, by doing body weight first. And that usually does quite a lot for me. But again, I guess since like, if you have really good technique with everything, you don't need to do that. If you're questioning like how good your technique might be and you think you might be able to get injured, it's a good way of doing it for sure. Do a hitless run in Elden Ring. So I've done hitless and I've done damageless for both a leveled character. Wait, did we do damages with a leveled character? I think we did 3 runs. We did hitless, all remembrances, leveled character. No, 4. Hitless, regular character, any percent. Hitless, all remembrances, main game, leveled character. Hitless level 1, any percent, and damageless level 1, any percent. But DLC is just not a thing yet. And also I haven't done the damageless level 1 all remembrances for main game, so I was thinking of tying that together with this. That would just be insane though. You're at one before and too many people stood in the squat rack with bare grippers out. Bare grippers, what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, bare feet. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, I guess if you're more comfortable lifting like that, makes sense. But that'd be weird at a gym if you don't have like your own little mat that you bring with you, or, you know, not sanitary with it. Unless you're just scared of seeing feet. Like there was, when I did the foot only run on this game, some people did, they were like, I really like to watch you, but I can't be here because I can't look at feet that don't have, you know, like a shoe or a sock on it. Like it made them uncomfortable. And I was genuinely trying to like have the socks for it, but I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to grab the buttons on the fight stick without having like skin on it, because it was really hard to even stay on the buttons properly for the ones on like the far side of it, like where you had to like kind of like peel over the edge of the box. Bring back Mike Tyson run. They want to get me out of retirement, but I'm just trying to chill with my tiger right now and have some chamomile tea. Watching a lot of soap operas and reading the newspaper. I wonder what would happen if I ever fought that guy, that Holyfield guy, when he got out of rigor mortis or whatever. Oh man. Got to take Mike Tyson out of retirement for this one. Mike Tyson versus Radon would be a really good fight, actually. Actually, you know what? Battle Royale 3v3. But the team that we're rooting for is Chuck Norris, Mike Tyson Prime, and Radon Prime. Against just this Radon, actually, even. Just 3v1, we could say. Even better. I'm saying Mike Tyson's team wins, for sure. That'd be the only way to beat this guy with Mikola. Because Chuck Norris basically makes it so that they have to win. And then Mike Tyson would bring the style of the knockout, at least. Shrooms Mike or Out of Prison Mike. Definitely Shrooms Mike would be a better choice. Because he'd just be like... He's like, sorry, man. He's like, I didn't want to give you the beatdown, but like, I'm trying to teach you a lesson and everything. Much love, brother. And he would just like kiss you after he kills you. Out of Prison Mike probably would still keep punching you after you're dead or something. Wise Sage Tyson would be the better one, yeah. Big hat Tyson. Oh god. Oh, that just goes like really far. You can't do that. You'd have to get the RNG where he doesn't do it to get to the flat part. That's really interesting. So best case scenario, I literally have to run in and start jumping to close the distance to go back into the middle of the arena if I backpedal, and then try to run back to that flat area on another opportunity. At the end of the day, it seems like doing that takes so much work that you're not going to get as many fights there, so you'd have to really lock it in. Souls games should have that Mike Tyson's punch-out feel. Boss is taunting you when they defeat you. Dude, this guy, honestly, he has taunted me. He did the pivot where he like flickers back and forth 180 degrees. Mikola Mike Tyson kiss off. Boy. Be amazing. Don't speak too soon. DLC's a lot of work for damageless level 1. Yeah, that would be like the most insane thing I can imagine maybe trying. But just damageless level 1 with DLC by itself would probably be done after a leveled character, or at the like I'd be working on both. So it'd just be like an upgrade to that, and I'd have like an easier version of it down at least. Lion is complex, so I can imagine. One, two, three, four. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Not a fan of how we're working on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dude, it's so weird. I think it's because I screwed it up so many times now. I'm thinking of things that aren't relevant anymore, and I'm not judging it based on when he actually does the attack. I'm trying to think ahead of time how good the distance was, the angle when I turned, all that. And I'm like, okay, I can't sprint anymore. I got to stop sprinting. But then I push the button again. Once I push it, I can't roll because if I turn it into a roll early, then he kills me. So I try to turn it into a sprint again, and then I can't turn around because I thought too long. Too many things that we're getting ourselves into there. Blue, thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. And also Jedi as well. Thank you. Can't wait for me to play the DLC. Sorry, can't wait for the DLC and do your level 1 run. Let me know how it goes when you do. And also like what you use to do it, because there's so many different ways you can do it. I highly suggest using bubble tier and like armor and lots of buffs that I don't have, and just whatever you possibly can. Anything you can do. Just get very desperate on it, get ugly on it. Because they're not gonna have any mercy for you. You might as well. Miyazaki's gonna be like, oh, you didn't use Red Feather Branch Shard? I'm just gonna turn up the difficulty another 25%. It's like, oh, you got this far in this many hours. Well, time to update the game again and make Radon pre-patch. right before you kill him. Deflecting tier is great for level 1. It's not harder, really. It's easier. Okay, we're gonna try something interesting here. Ooh, we escaped it, guys. Nice. Oh, the disc. I had the right idea, but just roll backwards. Yeah, you can actually get away from that. I don't even think we have to go that far either, but oh man. Okay, so I'll keep that as an option. We're gonna go and try to fight him like I was before that. Let's see if we get caught in any stomps. I've gotten decent enough to perceive the stomp where I can do that differently and then roll everything else another way, but it's really hard to like notice sometimes, so there will be a few that I probably still fumble, but I have been able to change just the roll on that, direction-wise. Because to be fair, the startup on the kick isn't too bad. Dead. Oh, because I went to the right slightly. Nice. Deflecting tier is broken. I can't wait to do a run with that. Because I saw a video and someone did, it was 28,000 damage on Radahn, like the counter on him. But it was a counter attack deflect build of some sort, and obviously they maxed the hell out of it with all the different things they could do. It's really cool though. Okay, that kind of just worked out to be the same thing, so I am just going to run this way again. Why not? Cool. Oh, I started to roll. It's crazy how that comes out at the same speed no matter what. It doesn't even travel. It's like, oh, yeah. When you started succeeding, you started getting poise breaks on Radahn with Antspur? Really? Wow. Should I be putting on a tier that does break stamina then? Or break poise? Because we have stamina recovery speed turned up. That does help a little bit. But instead of consecutive attacks, like, am I not getting enough successive attacks to get the Thorny Crack tier benefits? Also, I guess technically not worth it. Yeah, I was going to say they only last a certain amount of time anyways, right? So it doesn't really matter for second phase. Oh, man, oh, man. It's going to be a story in the future for the grandchildren. It's like, back in my day, we had to go and play Radahn level 1 without any red feather branch sword. They're like, Grandpappy, why wouldn't you use the red feather branch sword? And it's just like, because I ain't no little bit. And then, like, just cuts off, censored. Oh, man. It's like, but Grandpa, my friend's grandpa said on Reddit that you're actually not doing the game as intended. Oh, God. It's like, Reddit, I hadn't even heard of that. TikTok grandpa. Yeah. It's like, Grandpa, can I do it with summons? No. It's like, why? Too damn bad. Too damn bad. Get enough hits in to trigger it. Problem is Radahn has little windows to it for attacks to trigger it. Ah. Let's see. One, two. And it's because, so you're saying like he's hyper armoring even though I'm not even noticing that for a lot of the opportunities that probably would be a stagger. gonna have to go in on that one, I guess, man. Oh, it's just so hard to like change that habit. Like I know, like the knowledge is not a problem at all. Man, if you could beat this with your mind, we would have already been doing it on New Game Plus 7. Reddit has such a complex with no summons. It's strange. I don't actually even know if that, like, I was kind of making that up, assuming that that's a thing that people would write about, just because I've heard of everything you can imagine from people in chat saying that Reddit was mentioning that. And then also even on the subreddit for like DS3, back when I would post things on it before they like banned me from being able to post stuff or whatever, the admin power trip chapter or whatever happened. I remember I would see people just being like, you know, like, why do it this way? Why do it that? Like, they were questioning like personal pursuits that had no relevance to like the actual their player experience, if that makes sense. Like, I was like, why aren't YouTube comments like this? It'd be so much funnier. People ask if it's okay to use summons or being mad for people not using summons. Yeah. Being mad at somebody you don't know because they used a feature. Like, what? Someone beat Radon with her Mind Galaxy. Oh, did she actually get that run? Like, what was the build? Like, how do you do that? Lapinu, I'm doing good. How are you? Welcome back. I don't know what the build was, but she beat him. Oh, it's impressive because I remember if it's the same person that I'm thinking of, I think you shared their channel with me and they were working on God Skins or something like that. Like, didn't she do something on DS1 similar, or is it just on this game? You think summons are harder? I agree. I think summons can be harder for sure. But then it depends. Like, if you only summoned and you were used to the version of the fight that had summons, then you wouldn't have had a reason to be thrown off from any of the attention being split between you and other people, right? Yeah, they have more health as well. It's true. Okay, this area is relatively flat, actually. I like this one. It's pretty good. Nice. Ooh. Not so nice. Okay, I got half of it good down with the roll in, so we're getting there. Now, this is going to be interesting. I don't know how this is going to go. Well, I almost did it with the jumping. Close. Very close. It's like 1-2 roll in, basically. Progress? Yeah, we got the best PB today. I got the Pontiff combo down. I think we successfully did it twice, so 2 PBs technically, when it comes to the break point of the fight. I think his health was a little more full when he did it though, so we must have been able to get him down with a bleed or something right around the time he was able to do it, and then he just waited last time. So I'd say two fights that were really solid for that, because I never even was able to do that combo properly yesterday. I had one opportunity where I could and I didn't, and then it went really well today. Technically we made it there 3 times, but the one time I got hit by one of the quicker parts of the combo before he jumps and then lands. And then after that, it's mainly just avoiding the nuke and then repeating all the same things and just getting really good at the things we see quite often. Right now, the biggest thing for me right now is like the elevation of the hills and like the way it changes his stomp attack, as well as the trajectory of Miquella's magic, because you have to understand it's a shorter distance, right? So it'll overlap or kind of get in the region I'm trying to head towards easier up a hill than if I'm on flat. Also, one thing I need to go over, which died on phase 2 last time, a close range scenario where he does the follow-up to the meteors in the sky. Because your only option seems to be jumping the first part of it, and then having the first jump happen at such a perfect time that by the second jump finishing, you do an immediate roll, and then it is right back in on the melee part of the attack that's not the clones. So there's a lot of stuff like that that can probably not be learned at all, since he's not going to do that attack close range or make it as hard for me as often. But if I did learn it, you know, just it's an extra thing to have down, where if there's an attempt that happens on late in the fight, that's good. Don't understand part 2. It's so quickly, it attacks quickly. Part 2 is the same as part 1. It's just Miquella's magic, and then the hills with the stomping attack seem to change a bit. You're in the other part of the arena, so like his spikes pop up behind him sometimes instead of in front of him. But same thing, just you have no time to, you can't like stop moving, and the way you move has to lead the tracking ahead of time, so that when it actually occurs that Miquella attacks, he misses. So you're playing like it's like playing two things at once. You're basically playing the game of trying to kill him, still dodge the regular attacks, but also leading every single thing ahead of time that Miquella does. Plus, like, I guess a few extra attacks, maybe. Probably more than that, but, you know, a handful of extra things that are not too bad. But when you throw that all together, that's what makes it bad. It's not like one single thing, it's all of it together. That's what I was saying. I think they did a really good job designing this, because they did reuse, you know, a character that was in the base game, and some of the backstory of another one, too. They introduced someone that was mentioned but not featured, and they tied it in a way that was really cool. Again, I thought that was the other magic. Oh, does he do like both hands across for the startup on the attack that goes across the whole screen? Mole Heron, you can stop stalling now you're here. All right. Now we can actually play. Nice. Yeah, Moog is there too, which is, it's a cool way of kind of, again, like segueing off of the lore of Mohgwyn Dynasty and Moog's position in the game, because a lot of people were like, yeah, Moog's a bad guy. He's not actually a bad guy. He wasn't even kidnapping Miquella. Miquella kidnapped him but made it look the other way around to us. And yeah, Moog, for all we know, could be a cool dude. So that changes like literally so much. I'm pretty sure even Vadi like had the proposition originally that Moog could be bad, but then changed it before the DLC even came out, like when he went further into the details, and he was right about that, which is pretty cool. Multiple speedrunners have Moog split as allegations beaten. That's amazing. I love that. Sentences dropped literally is the split name. I might make something like that too. Moog did nothing wrong. Yep. Exactly. Well, at least like he didn't do anything wrong to the level of what we thought, so we're good. On 4, I have to have the sprint already let go. Actually, wait, good question. If I had the setup that I did right there, do I even have to hold sprint at all? Because I'm trying to avoid this situation where he creeps a bit closer and I have like my distance decreases because I'm going up a hill again. I'm trying to make sure that I'm like accounting for him traveling the same distance and literally denying the physics of how you have to go up the hill and then me having to actually slow down. So you think you need the sprint still? Okay, so I was doing the right thing. I just need to let go before 4 and then pivot in the middle of 4 and then like right into 5. So if you're far away, you don't need to dodge any of the first clones. Didn't see how far. Oh, so that's not the thing that I was asking mainly. It was more so, do you need to sprint or can you jog all the clones when you're far enough away? Maybe that's a better way of putting it, because like you don't have to sprint the whole time. Obviously, you can jog like from the count of 3. You can jog, and he doesn't seem to catch up. But that might only be because I preloaded the spacing that way from when he started to track. So there might just be a spot or a circumstance you can be in where it works, and then some that just don't apply to that type of speed or whatever. With you moving, you might have to move quicker or adjust yourself. This is very hard to do that when he's chopping down everything. You stop sprint if you have enough space. Okay, so you dictate the space. Yeah, I'm not at the point yet where I actually can look at the ground without like panicking more so about the attack. So I'm still trying to pay attention to the meteors right before and then where he lands, and then by the time he lands I'm counting, so I'm not thinking of like the actual feet, like the distance. I can roughly gauge it, but I'm not good enough at the count yet. Could also be because I'm just like panicking about the having to like go from running to jogging and then give it enough time so it can like not turn into a pivot and all that. So yeah, pivot optimization. Yeah, man. You're playing so many like micro games inside the macro with this one for sure. Like there's the most micro systems going on I've ever seen. Which actually is kind of, it's funny because then like most of the actual stuff that is hard just becomes like, it's just a mandatory requirement for it to be automated and perfect as often as possible, just so you can play the micro games. Like that part, like the part we're getting to, the details we're getting into, like is already completely just assuming you already have everything, like just dialed pretty damn good to get to there. Nice, okay. I do like this spot right here. It's kind of like diagonally back right. Nice. One. Ooh. Wasn't strafing. Oh, I sprint on that. The Cookie Monster sounds are going to start to happen now, dude. Up to Emma, Ishin, Sekiro, Charmless, Demon Bell run. Base Vitality. Fight has to be hitless. Wish you luck. Might be here a while. Oh, good luck, Blue. I've never done Shura ending for hitless. I've only done Immortal Severance, so I don't know what Emma and Ishin is like hitless. I've watched it. I know you have to do like firecrackers to prevent like that big Ishin attack pretty often, and then he's got a lot of bullshit, but she also can do some really funny things from what I remember seeing and just playing casually. Is this DS2 inside Elden Ring? I actually relate this game to DS2 in the sense that like it's like what DS2 could have been if they had the technology to like make that game the biggest of the trilogy, but like the same, like the highest quality too, because it has that scale and just quantity, but like the quality though. It's often called Dark Souls 2 too. Exactly. Oh man. If you dodge away on the 5th instead of into him, then dodge into him for the upheaval. Ooh, that's a good idea, I guess. So then, well, if I dodge into him for the upheaval, though, I guess I got to be a little bit later, because I still was confused at if the magic changes, like if it spawns in and then like kind of fans out, or if it's one spot that it calculates. And maybe again, even the visual effect of it panning out isn't different than it being in one spot. It just looks like that. I think that mainly I have to be delayed more on it, because I kept getting hit by that one little pillar before he actually did the upheaval. It wasn't even like the full, it looked like it was like a wisp of it or something. It fans out. It's hell from afar. What if I was like maybe 3 feet in front of him? Like, is it harder to dodge at that point? Will there be a calculation for damage from like the earthquake and that separately where I couldn't dodge both? If I'm dodging backwards on the 5th attack from the overhead, then back in. Because it seems like way nicer then if I were to do that, because I can still stay the same direction the whole time. I don't have to worry about the pivot. I can dodge while running too. A few feet's probably okay. Okay, I'll try that then and see. So I have done it successfully before where I got in the situation to pull it off, and then like I was a little far away and I felt like it just was a bad spacing situation. Again, I could be wrong. Imagine this fight had the hitbox, the damage hitbox calculation and cutscene, kind of like ONS, where Smoke can hit you with the plow attack even though you already killed him in the phase 2. Like, so that scissor just hits me at the beginning of the second part. Oh my god. Brutal. One, two, three, four. Oh. Because I wasn't... The reaction to sprint right on that, just, it doesn't, like, even though I know, it's like, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen because it's so unorthodox to every other thing you do. It's not something you do, typically, so... Maybe I need to do it for other things to kind of bake it in more. It's so hard to conceptualize doing that when I see that. It's probably also because that almost is the same attack as the other one that doesn't work the same, too. And also, once I've dodged once, it kind of seems like I can't save it, but maybe you can. Maybe you can do a micro sprint at the end and still get more space. Level 4 in Bloodborne? Yeah, I have done quite a few of those, yes. I think we did damageless level 4 for Bloodborne. We did for any percent as far as I can remember. Done a lot of different ones. And then I did level 4 new game plus all content plus DLC with no buffs as well, I believe. Or no beast blood pellets, sorry. Yeah, ironically, the only game I don't have a level 1 run on hitless at this point is Demon Souls. Might have to get that one done. Defiled Chalice. I haven't actually completed Chalice dungeons ever. I got to the Beast Claws just to make a character that had Beast Claws, and that was it. One. Let's get 3. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I'm in there. 1, 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's way better. Okay, got it. Nice. Again, fractions off on the judgment for that second spin. Again, it's either a little early or it's a little late. We did pretty good for like, I think 4 or 5 of them though in phase 2 for a while. There's something to do with my placement on it where I think that I can't technically stop moving, but I think at that point there's nothing that happens where I would be tracked by the magic. I think I can stand still or maybe even go right a little bit. Because it's really hard to see. It's the visual for it that's the hard part, not the... Like the time gets obscured slightly by the visual because that's like it's a staggered attack. If it was just a one weapon attack, then I probably could always get it even early, right? It's not all bosses without Thumerian Queen. Isn't Thumerian Queen kind of sketchy? Like, isn't that a hard fight, or am I thinking incorrectly on that? I've seen it. It looks kind of frustrating. Like, you have to hide behind, like, pillars and shit. Yeah, one of the runs I want to do on Bloodborne that is huge and has never been done, it does require Chalice, so that might be the one, but that would be best served when they remake it, or, you know, PC, emulator, modded version on console, something like that. Because regular version 30 FPS, I don't know if I want to go through that. Any tricks for Orphan and Lady Maria level 4? You're stuck on Undead Giant in the lower East Chalice. Undead Giant I don't know much about. I know what he looks like. I've never beat him with like a low damage scenario before, so I'm not sure about that. For Maria, parries from a distance works. Also, there's a pivot backstab technique, so you make her do the staggered attack that's heavy with both weapons, and then when she does it, you unlock and you rotate around her 90 degrees, and she'll miss you, and then you can actually just like use the recovery of that, do a semicircle, and then charge the R2 and then pivot that into her back as she recovers. So it's kind of like she's tracking you, you're trailing around her in a circle, charging at the point you know she's going to miss, turning that charge into her back. And you can repeat that the whole fight, even in phase 3. Phase 2 and 3 are mainly just staying really far away and only going in on engagements that don't have the blood flame type stuff going on. But yeah, that's it's like one of those two things. It's the parry method or the pivot charge R2 like fade kind of thing or whatever. And then for Orphan, it's you can loop him with throwing knives and parries, or if you want to do it straight up, you're gonna have to learn the spacing for I think you have 2 opportunities, maybe 3 in phase 2. You have the transition backstab, and then you have his he does like a spam attack basically that moves towards you. I'm trying to think of like a better word for it. I don't know like the correct term, but it's a lot of attacks within like a few seconds, and he basically jumps at one point in it, and he'll jump over your head if you stand at a perfect distance from when it starts. And then when he jumps over your head, you start the charge attack as he's jumping in the air, and then you turn that attack around into him when he recovers, and you can get the backstab on that. That's your main damage opportunity, as well as one other where he jumps over your head too. Trying to remember what both of them are. I think it's like swoop, bum, 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 slam, and that slam one, I don't know. That's the one that jumps over your head where you just walk forward, and then there's another one that's like let me think. I might have only just gone for that one. If you watch my world's first DLC hit list for that game, like if you just type in Bloodborne hit list and find it, like you should be able to see how I did it in that one and do it exactly the same, like everything exactly the same on level 1. It's just a little bit of a longer fight. I don't have like a guide that's commentated for it, but that run with Ludwig in the thumbnail, that one has that actual method, and it has the method for Maria as well. Pretty sure. Thor, dude, I love this fight. Yeah, it's my favorite one. How are you doing? Tried to roll back into him after. I should have committed to the double back roll. would liken it to Crystal Sage on the difficulty and the feel for Dumerian Queen. Okay. So she's kind of like a Fool's Idol, like a multiple clone fight thing. Like an illusion fight. Favorite fight in the DLC of the whole game? It's the favorite boss, my favorite boss they've made in anything that they've done. It's my favorite thing in a video game at the moment. But this game also is my favorite too, so I'm sure they'll probably make something that succeeds past that point, but I would be shocked if another studio made something that was cooler than this, even just a single enemy. Then again, a lot of it is subjective, but yeah, it is my favorite of all time for now. Chalice specific bosses, but dungeons themselves get pretty old by the end. Yeah, the layout of them, they don't have enough variety where, you know, you're like, oh, that's surprising or that's cool after you do enough. It's just repeats of the other ones with like some very, very small differences. It'd be cool if they did, I guess, sections where it opens up into areas kind of like Nokron or Noxtella in this game, like underground areas of the map that still seem like they're outside, like other civilizations, you know, maybe had like backstory there or something. It was like a ruined city, Atlantis type kind of shit. But if they're doing just like actual tombs and like catacombs constantly, it's not as cool. Then again, I think for a game that's as old as that one, 2015 release date, and it has that much stuff in it at that level of detail still visually, and like they still made DLC, which was it was like basically 2 DLCs combined, they said. It's supposed to be 2 different ones, so very good value still, and amazing they still included chalices, but I was like, I'm okay if they don't even exist. That's not even why I got the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Take off. We're going this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. 1, 2. Didn't want to do 3, but okay. Get RNG after. 1. R2 here. Ooh, bleed proc on R2. Get out of there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is the 5th one. How do I set up 1, 2? Try to think of how he does it. Maybe 3, 4 can be dodged at the same time with one roll. Because if I'm like fractions sooner and I did the same thing, same ideology there, it would have worked still, but I don't know if that's actually clean. Like that might just be like kind of panicking it. But in a way that I think is calculated, I might not even be accurate with some of those things. I think my actual height of the character when I'm on the ground is spacing some of those attacks, potentially, like for the Pontiff style combo. But that 5th one is the hardest part now. It's the only thing that actually hit me from it every single time it does too. I'm just trying to think of how did I do it the one time? I must have just done the roll before slightly earlier so that the next one could have came out earlier. Kind of like the double attack scenario maybe, I don't know. It's hard to say. Pre-nerf isn't too different though. Oh, pre-nerf, like if we were gonna calculate the difference in difficulty, I would say, imagine how long it's taken me to do this and then double the time it would take. That's the difference. Not just because of the attacks they changed, but it's like the time that you have to punish things, like the windows of recovery he has. There's many frames added to some of them. So like just killing him would be quicker typically. You'd have to be exposed to a longer fight by default before. Dodge 3 and 4 at the same time. Okay, 3 and 4 simultaneously. Maybe that's the one that I think is 4 and 5 though. When you say 3 and 4, is that the one right before he does the attack that he jumps with? It's the one that he does right before the first jump and then the landing. I think it's like a upper flick of the wrist kind of thing, like an uppercut, single hand flick thing. That's the one, cross slash, okay. Yeah, what I could do is I could just review the footage of when I did it properly, but I almost even feel like that's kind of going too far, because what if, you know, someone was doing this and they couldn't record it, they just had to play. Still kind of want to do it just off memory, but like, I could just review every fight that goes well, and we could learn from that too. That'll definitely be a thing when I start to do like the more serious runs. Casually just get hit recover so it's nowhere near as big. On this level of play, cross slash nerfs are huge. Yeah, I guess like for a regular person doing it for the first time ever and not knowing the difference, it might not be twice as long that it would take them to actually beat it, but like just based off chat, like people in chat over the course of like doing this whole DLC for the first time and now, I have heard a lot of comments with people saying it's much easier. Everyone on every platform could record any moment of this game and rewatch it. Many may not know how to. Yeah, technically each system does a record feature. That's not so much a thing that I'm thinking like, oh, it's the rules, like this, that, people are gonna like judge it. It's more so like I'm just too stubborn to like again, I'm playing a game against myself on the side of you guys even seeing this. So it's like in my head, this applies to everything in general. There's tons of things I know I could do, but I just don't do them because I don't want to, right? But it's very satisfying having that process for me. It's just a kind of me thing. It definitely would help, but sometimes help is not what the answer is. It's like you want to do it a certain way. But I'll definitely get there over time. There's going to be more things I'm going to have to incorporate. Like I'm going to have to, honestly, I'm going to have to learn every item in the game at some point, or most of them, in the process of deciding what's best for each thing, or even just using recommendations for things. It's going to accumulate over time. I think Bale is the best FromSoft Dragon fight. I was kind of on the fence of naming it #1 originally, but after playing it on this run, I think it is the best. I feel like that happened because the disc was still being handled. It was in the air a little bit. He dashed away. My perception of him dashing away wasn't as clear because he kind of, it wasn't overlapped, but it was like a little closer than it would usually be. And then my timing was off by a little bit, but it didn't seem like it was because I was just processing like that one attack, then going to the next task. So I think I lost time on it by like maybe a very small measurement, like 1/4 of a second or something. Because I think if I'm getting hit before I can even do the animation on that one properly, then it's the clone part that's getting me. Before it was, I think the actual weapon, or sorry, I think it's the actual weapon that was getting me, not the clone part. And before it was the other way around, where I would actually do the full animation, but then still get clipped. Chaos, rip. When you tried the pre-nerf, he was equally as difficult, so it's obvious he got nerfed slightly though, which only gets amplified. That's good that it didn't make a huge difference to you. That probably means that you're not as upset about it, right? There's no complaints, I'm assuming. Not like, man, he used to be so hard, now he's so easy. This game's not even the same anymore, dude. You playing it now means nothing, bro. That's like my grandma playing the game, bro. It's basically the sentiment that I was picking up on originally. I'm like, oh, it doesn't matter anymore because I didn't play it early enough. I guess the best question is, what's the most enjoyable fight, right? They make it more enjoyable overall. It's like Beta Chaos can be hard, but it's definitely not enjoyable. I want to get like a charge R2 before that. That'd be cool. What? It's like, you could just go into his knee. You could just go right. The spikes appear in front of him on that side. It's like, duh, but they appeared somewhere that I've never even seen them. That's like a third development there with that. And it was actually timed pretty good. Nothing you can do there. I mean, you'd have to like literally space the melee part of it and then jump, which wouldn't even be smart any other time he does it. I guess the lesson to be learned is if he's on a wall in general on a recovery, run away. Just period, run away. Don't even go for it. K51, what's up? How's it going, man? What did you miss? Not too much, just us trying to progress this fight level 1 damage list. That's the mission we're on right now. Best attempt was 30% health multiple times. And then we actually made it a little bit past that point with the AI where he does like the one combo before he does the nuke. So we just need to get to the nuke now, and that's it. Then we've seen everything, and it's just business as usual. Funny enough, on the first playthrough, the first time I saw the nuke, that was the fight I got him, I'm pretty sure. I think we only saw it one time, so maybe we'll have the same thing. Yeah, you made it for like the more entertaining part of this. You're actually gonna see some progress rather than me dying in the beginning, the first like 15 seconds. Do you enjoy the boss stars? This is my favorite one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. That was great. Unfortunately, kind of rotated back into there, but that was, it was close to not being a mistake as well. It was a very, very sketchy one. Pontiff combo? No. Oh, he didn't do the follow-up for the disc. Oh, I don't know what to do when he does the disc close range. Because he can do anything. It could be an immediate attack right away, where you'd have to, like, if you were far away when you space the disc, let's say it floated for a second, you're already too late. Like, you're getting hit as you're dodging the disc. Or if you got the disc pretty quick point blank, you'd still have to roll immediately after that, where you wouldn't be able to look for other attacks. So I'm wondering, I guess you have to, like, back up or go sideways. I don't know. Not sure what happens if he does the disc point blank, other than just go with it. And if he doesn't do the regular follow-up, whatever. Maybe there is a way to react to it better. I just got to process it a little bit quicker. I don't know. It's a hard one. What's going on, Phobetton? How are you doing, dude? Oh, sorry, close up, he does an attack. Far away, he does the clone attack. Okay, that makes way more sense then. Thank you so much for telling me that. Because I have seen both, but I wasn't exactly sure because the distance I was at, it wasn't always like really far away. It was kind of still close, or we were in and out, like back and forth with the range. What an idea to play level 1. It's kind of just the thing that I do. Like it's definitely like a classic type of idea that I like to do on all the games. Just this one is very tricky now with the DLC. Before it was just Millennia, but now it's like, oh, there is definitely some other people. Meteor dodge difficult to do. Do you mean the second part of it in phase 2? Or sorry, like you mean the nuke? The big explode? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. To be fair, my brain thought stomp. You can't think of anything. You can't have a picture of anything in your head. You have to be blank on this one. Unless like you have time to consider it and he's not near you. Like you could anticipate from a distance, but no anticipation, or sorry, no expectation or like even ideas close range, just pure anticipation. So I was like looking for in case he did the stomp, and no point, because if he did the stomp, it'd still be frames later than that, so I'd have more time anyways. So thinking about it, thinking of anything maybe would relate more to that attack I just got hit by, if I'm even gonna do it, right? As long as I'm not panicking or like pre-rolling it. You saw some other people do the dodge for the nuke. So yeah, apparently you can dodge the nuke. I've never done it. I had the nuke happen. I think it was one time, first playthrough, like I was saying before, and I escaped it by spacing it. I was also rolling during the process too, so maybe somehow I did also roll it, like out of range or at a far range. That was bad. What did they nerf? So the cross blade attack he does out of a combo and neutral is extended for the startup on it. Startup frames are added. And then a lot of the recoveries he does for like a huge amount of the attacks were extended as well, so you could punish him a little bit more. Those are the major changes I'm aware of. There's also some other things people are mentioning, but those are like the most important ones I know of. So much easier than when close range waterfowl dodge then. This waterfowl is not really that hard in my opinion. Waterfowl has 3 different ways to handle it. But also waterfowl, you can throw a frost pot and cancel it. So like waterfowl is not even an attack that has to happen. You could kill Millennia even level 1 without her doing it. It's just a matter of how much damage you can do in between, and I think you have 2 opportunities to knock her out of it. I don't know if there's anything you can do to like decrease her resistance she builds to frost as you keep throwing them, because eventually they don't work anymore. But 2 of them guaranteed, and then with the way that we did hitless, she would typically do 2 waterfowls on average a fight. And so if you get a 1 waterfowl fight, it's super easy, and then the average scenario is pretty much handled as well. The worst case scenario is one waterfowl, but it happens in part 2, and it's much easier to prep for, in my opinion. So like that whole scenario, from not knowing anything, like doing her first playthrough to now, even with all the stuff we did, I think that's so much easier than anything on this. But that's my take, though. I never found waterfowl like incredibly challenging compared to some of the stuff on this. The melee dodge is mechanically difficult. If you do the circling thing around her, like that method's pretty hard. And then just trying to be able to have the timer in your head of, okay, it's been this long, she can do it. There's a way to test waterfowl too. You can force her to do it with a throwing knife or some sort of throwable at a distance if like enough times went by where she hasn't done it. But in phase 2, she can do it like very close together. I think the rules change for how long it has to be till she can do it again. And so you mainly are just getting attacks from medium range she does that you can still get windows from to punish, and then you're just backing up thinking waterfowl is going to happen once you're out of the frost pots. But yeah, my opinion on it might be very different than other people's, so I wouldn't be surprised if someone still finds Millennia harder than this, just because it doesn't click for them as much. Seems like the attack where he crosses the swords at the end of the combo, I could get 3 every time if I'm really like keen on it. Regular one, I'm not sure. Regular one seems a bit different. It's very subtle though. That, oh, the hill. The hill saved me. It's amazing. The hills take, but they also give sometimes. Or maybe we should say they prevent, but they also allow. Yeah. Okay, that's the whole arena. So crossblade with both hands for whole arena. That was correct. And then that one, yeah, just distance. Ugh. One, two, three, four, five. Perfect. We got pretty good RNG on this one, but it's obviously not the fight. Like, really good RNG on this one. It's crazy. Damn, very lucky. Shame that it couldn't be the one. It's gonna be another bleed soon, so I gotta be careful. What is this RNG, dude? Why is it so good? It's impressive. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's like 1, 2, and then like the third one and the fourth dodge have to be pretty close together, I'm pretty sure. Wonder if staying far away on that attack doesn't make sense, I'm assuming too, right? The problem with it is that like I had the feel of it before in my own way. I didn't perceive it properly, obviously, but it just worked, right? And then now I'm trying to think of it critically, and it's changing it to being less accurate because now I have to actually figure out each part of it, so I'll probably get worse at it for a little bit, trying to make sure we have a plan until we can like actually make sure it's calculated, right? It's a good try. Yeah, I was getting it just off like randomly before. That was an insanely good set of RNG though. I'm shocked that he didn't do that sooner. Because we got a fight where he did that combo like with twice the amount of health, and then also he didn't do the nuke at that point either. So that was under 25% with Scarlet Rot ticking as far as I know. Don't like taking damage from attacks, so being able to survive. But it getting clipped doesn't improve it for you. You don't like waterfowl? So like waterfowl hate was overblown. Very easy to not take. Very easy to take slight chip damage but not die to it. That's fair. Never stood people say Millennia's hard only because of the one attack. I think the attack is complex. Like it has like a very long runtime, a lot of damage it deals. She also heals every time she hits you, so like that can heal her back a lot too. It plays into a lot of the mechanics of her design. And then also, I think that the fact that it doesn't have like an intuitive approach to it, like it doesn't prepare you for it the same way as some attacks give you, you know, like maybe some relativity to other attacks or other things you've seen before. It's very like one of a kind. There's not a lot of things like it that they've made. So all those combined, I think, makes it more frustrating. Also, I just realized Physic Blast here would run out in Phase 2, so I don't need the Green Spill. Or Green Burst, either of them. I think we can actually switch that for something else. I don't know what would actually make more sense. Maybe Dex tier. Slight damage boost. Oh, I thought he was gonna just like keep going in that direction. He appeared, so he can teleport. He can like literally backtrack the attack. Like if he has to follow it up, he can appear and warp backwards if you went through him doing it. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen that before. I thought he would continue to keep being in the same spot or moving forward with it, but he can like appear backwards as well. Nice. All right, let's see what the Dex tier will do if I don't already have it on. What's the scaling on this? We got, oh, it's C for strength too, actually. Wonder if both would be smart. Maybe both. And then because of that, I can use Flame Grant Me Strength again as well, so we might as well, man. I don't know. It's there. Oh, wait, it's not letting me use it. Something off with the rings, maybe? Oh, I have Source Seal and... What? Wait. Oh, I thought I have enough strength to do that. Apparently not. Oh, maybe because of Rune Arc. And then I would have had to have relied on the heirloom kind of talisman thing for the strength. That yellow one. Dead? Oh no. Okay, we're good. Dead? Oh. Definitely a bit better. 100%. Makes sense. Makes sense. There's way more bad attacks in the game and people have been hung up about that specific one. Yeah, again, it definitely, she probably killed people a lot more than anything else, so I can understand why, but You also, excuse me, you also have a point about the whole idea of that like there's other things that as an attack by themselves are pretty weird, or even bosses that are just kind of bad when it comes to overall design. Anything that stops somebody from completing something though, like if that's the thing that stops you from beating everything that you want to in the game, it'll become like a hot topic because it's like, oh, then why would they put this here? You know, why would they give it a remembrance? I want to use this stuff, or it's like the entitlement to being able to complete the game you bought sort of thing. But I look at it as I don't know. I have friends like this that play games, and I remember I had a roommate where he'd play things that he played this kind of stuff sometimes, but he kept quitting because he's just like, it's too hard, this, that, whatever. But I'm like, you could easily do it. It's just more so you're not looking at it the way that like you look at other things. It doesn't play itself for you. You do have to digest it in smaller bits probably. And then especially this one too, it's a lot of playtime to complete because of how big the map is and the content. But even for the older ones too, I was like, you just gotta like approach it where the goal and your expectations are very different than something else, right? Oh, nice. Quitting is for losers. Honestly, sometimes it's not though, because you could like not quit and then die and then you lost, right? Like imagine like quitting a lethal addiction, or like quitting climbing buildings with no harness, like we were just talking about James Kingston earlier. James Kingston, in his case, quitting could actually save his life. Not that he's gonna, you know, knock on wood, obviously he's not gonna get hurt. Well, we're not gonna try to bring anything, but quitting in his case maybe saves his life, who knows? Or saves the stress levels of people that care about it. So context dependent for sure. But also even with this kind of thing too, this is just elective, so if I quit it and then like maybe I decided I didn't care about it that much, it could be a good thing because then I could put time into something else I care about more than that, you know? So you got to pick and choose. I think quitting things that are good for you though is not really as awesome. Like you definitely have to see certain things through for sure. But by no means I wouldn't like harp on anybody for quitting. Like if you start a challenge on this and you quit it, whatever. It's more so just like your expectation level, so people's ideology towards it. When I was referencing just you know, it's different types of people that have expectations of when they buy things, like it goes a certain way. It's because we've been conditioned by AAA titles and like mainstream media. Like games turned into a thing where it's like they went from this kind of shit originally to like we're gonna make you feel like you're invincible all the time and the game will end in like 10 to 12 hours and everything will be kind of the same in a lot of them. And also if you need to know anything, you'll be shown every piece of information possible all the time, and it'll just be like hand-holdy till the end, right? So it's just, this is just more old school and not even really fully encapsulating the old school, but just like a callback to that, right? And I think if you're born after that, or maybe you didn't play old school stuff, you know, go back in time to check it out, you might not realize that that's just the origin of games, so. Pretty in line, but yeah, mainstream AAA definitely conditioned people's brains for sure. Kind of like cinema too, like Hollywood cinema has conditioned people too. Music's been conditioning, tons of different stuff. Through. 1, 2. It's pretty clean, but okay. Gotta be a little later on that somehow. The discrepancy of how different it is from the quick attack, though, it's scary because it's like if I again that would be me assuming I'm expecting the stomp, but it's like anticipation of it leads you to maybe like kind of just react thinking, oh shit, I'm seeing something move. Like what if it's the quick attack? So maybe the real thing is I have to die to the quick attack more often, just standing there thinking, you know, or being blank in the mind. Do you like Mesmer? You hate that he misses frames on some animations, but still pretty good. I love Mesmer. Mesmer's one of my favorite bosses. At the time I was playing him, he was my favorite, probably in the game at that point. Like, and I was also looking forward to finding him in the DLC since like they announced it. I thought he was gonna be like a little bit more significant in the DLC. He definitely, you know, he is. I didn't think they put this many heavy hitters in. Thought it was like, oh yeah, Mesmer's like the DLC dude, and then there's like maybe two others, but it is a lot. Interesting that he didn't do the transition thing. Why? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, I got the original, the OG dodge. Nice. Oh no, he did do the thing. What am I talking about? Interesting. Okay. Cool. Problem with Lion is that garbage arena. Cool scenario, but too tiny. It's actually funny you say that because I was thinking the same thing with the arena. It's like you'd think they gave you enough space, but Lion would be nice in this arena for sure. Oh yeah, the snake hitboxes. That's what we were talking about. True. The snake was scary. RL1 plus 0, no blessing. Lion's very hard. I can't wait to try something like that. Max new game Lion, no blessings, no weapon upgrades. Oh boy, no, I'm joking. Curbs, welcome back. How's it going, dude? The weird thing is that he's not even required. Is the Lion not required? Just Mesmer, Romina, and Radon. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, at least they gave him a remembrance. Why didn't they give Bale the remembrance? Damn it. If I had to pick Lion versus Bale with a remembrance, definitely Bale. But he's kind of out of the way compared to the Lion. Like, to access takes a long time. At least from what I understand. What's going on, Rewench? How have you been, dude? I haven't seen you for a while. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1. Not liking the placement. This is very bad. Ooh. Yeah, there wasn't really much room there. That's actually pretty good, though. I think that might be... We have a lot of back-to-back fights around 25%, 30% right now. Or, like, close proximity. All right, I'm going to take a really quick break for the bathroom, guys. I'll be back in, like, a minute. In the meantime, check out the other channels if you haven't seen them. If you're on Twitch, there's multiple YouTube channels. I got the main one for edits and you know, scripted videos and runs that are notable. Second one for long form versions of a lot of the stuff that's notable. The TikTok for clips, and then music channel for drum playthroughs, guitar, stuff like that. And yeah, there's the Discord as well if you want to join it. I'll be right back. Sekiro blooper reek? What is that? Where's the OF, Lauren? Oh man. Wait, let me show you. Allegedly in Minecraft, though. Alright, you guys have seen too much. I mean, the character doesn't have shoes on, so it's fitting. And it's a Miyazaki game, right? Feet are imminent on this. You had Bloodhound Step in case that happened. What was the thing that happened? I'm trying to think. I can't remember what I died to, actually. Oh, no. Putrescent Knight? So Putrescent Knight was kind of like 50-50 for me on the first playthrough, and then like when I did this on level 1, I actually enjoyed him. It was fun. And Romina's really good. I think Romina's made a little weird because of the character model, so the attacks they're not really like that orthodox with the way they, like the directions they go in, and like the space it covers. But yeah, I like Romina too. Nice. Sahil, how's it going, dude? Much love to you as well. I love you. Who is that? Or it's like, I came to wait, let me see if I can say it. I came to spread love. If you can name what that's from, I'm gonna just really enjoy that. Your opinion on most fights is that you enjoyed them more on level 1. Interesting to see if that holds true from a tier. Probably not. Cursed. Simpsons. Oh, who is it though? Who is it from Simpsons, Nervous? What's shadow level? I'm 14 on this one. I could get 15 with one more fragment. So if anyone has, I was saying if anyone knows of one of those guys that have the pots on their head that drops one fragment at a time, there might be one of them that I haven't killed yet that you could shout out and I can check and see. It's probably the easiest way to go and grab one right now. Unless there's something obvious I haven't gotten, but if I go to every single location and then we just end up not finding anything, that'd be probably an unnecessary time sink at this point of the fight. Mr. Burns, there we go. Yeah, when Mr. Burns is on radioactive liquids. Probably Bellarat. Okay. One, two, three, four, five. Beautiful. There's the nuke. So I don't know how, maybe I did iframe it the last time. I don't even know. But that's a PB. So we got him to that much health, no Pontiff combo, no funny business pretty much. That was pretty good. I'm trying to figure out, like, was there a way for me to escape it? Oh, like jumping's not as good as sprinting on that one? I always thought jumping covered more distance. Like, so is it really hard to outrun the nuke, or is it something pretty simple as long as you know he's going to do it? Because I think that maybe me thinking he was doing a different attack right there was, you run to the ult respawns at, and if he's too close, you go to the arena. Okay. Sprint always works simple. Nice. 100% of the time. All right. Well, that's good. I think we got it now. Time to pull it off. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got nuke practice at least. 1, 2. And this. One, two, three, four, 5. Two, 3. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Went a little spicy on that. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Nuke practice succeeded. 1, 2. Oh, it's there is light pillars of Pontiff combo, so from far away, that's the problem mainly. So if he re-engages that, ooh, it's a little bit of a problem there. It's like 1, 2, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3. 4 5s, 1 roll, and then 1. Something like that. Gotta commend you for dedicating so much time to dodging this boss. Felt like the only excuse in the game is to use a shield space. Oh, well, honestly, I appreciate it, but like, you could pay me money and I wouldn't use a shield. Like, I'm just like not, like, to block at least. Maybe to parry, but blocking in these games for me is, it's cool on like a randomizer or something casual, like first playthrough maybe. Even now, first playthrough probably wouldn't include like a shield as much. It's just not my playstyle. Same with like the clunky heavy armor, like lots of poise, you know, being like chunky. I like to just be, you know, focusing mainly on maximum optimization and aggression and all that eventually. So like a lot of the builds I like are more like that. But ironically, I do like the strength weapons a lot in this game, and my first character did use Malekith's blade and the armor, so I kind of changed that up for the first time at this game. Usually I'd like the, you know, assassin type vibes, like dex weapons and all that. DS1, I also really like the strength weapons too. Yeah, nothing wrong with blocking at all. Just using that as a reference with me though is kind of funny because even if like it was like incentivized, I still probably wouldn't do it. Happy is this the run? I think we're gonna get it. It's pretty close. I just gotta get that nuke timing again, and then when he does that Pontiff combo, I would like to learn it. Like I don't want to just leave it where maybe he doesn't do it in the whole fight. But hey, you know what? If we get one where he doesn't do it, whatever. So be it. One, two, hill. The hill changed a bit. Either the hill or I didn't correct for the hill by running the perfect direction when he took off. I think I might have like he kind of led me on that one because he took off to the right. I started turning right instead of turning left, so I lost like probably a few feet there. Rip runtime to restart, imagine. Best OST from Soft's made. Finn, you like this one a lot. I'm gonna be ranking the soundtracks actually. I have a script already written for the other games, like the older ones, but I want to rank the ones on this too. So I was waiting till the DLC was done to try to pick the best soundtracks that people like and just give my breakdown on them from someone that plays music and like listens to a lot of it. And this one was one of the ones I was saying were my favorite too, like one of the favorites, but I really like Vale's soundtrack. And Midra's is really good too. I was thinking one thing I can do actually to practice the stomp on phase 2 is just get like super crispy timing on phase 1 with it. Even though like it might get me killed sometimes. That's the only thing I can think of because it's been working a bit, but I'm pretty sure I still would have died if it wasn't for just being like on a top of a hill and then his spikes go downhill or they don't spawn the same way. Like in a bad landscape environment, I need to like cut it to like the last possible like moment you can do it. Just a little bit closer. You can always tell when you're about to die to the song because the sound sounds wrong. Oh yeah. Wait, the sound of me doing something myself? Or just like if you're listening, you can hear the stomp? Oh, I wasn't paying attention there. Can't stand the greatsword in this game. Like the regular greatsword. It's so slow and clunky. Say that, but then play DS2. Or even, I'm trying to think, even DS1 is pretty slow with the strength weapons. It sounds out of rhythm to your ear. That's how you know you've played this a lot. Damn, like that's you can hear the subdivision of the roll to stomp ratio is off by like frames, and you can hear it. That's crazy. I don't even think I've even like paid attention to the sound on that one. That's like still subconscious for me. That's so funny. I can't even hear a sound for the roll. So like, what are you hearing to know the difference between both the things? Like, how do you even know I'm rolling? Or are you hearing like the inputs from through the mic? Maybe it was like the button press. All you need is to do a 7/8 instead of 4/4. Well, technically, like your right hand has to be rolling in 7/8, but then the other hand has to be 4/4, and your brain has to be in 11/16, and you have to be only accenting every dotted eighth note, every fourth measure until 40 measures go by, and then you remove a measure every 40 measures after that until the song's over and move it back one, and then you got it. And then we get what's it called? We get Meshuggah to play it after as a song with the input sounds sampled on the game. Okay, the button press, that makes more sense. There is a little bit of latency though coming through the mic for that, so you gotta account for that a little bit too. I wonder if that maybe is why it sounds more off, because for me, like even visually when I do it, there's not a huge difference the way it looks. Where you roll late enough to still go past him and not get the spikes in phase 2. Versus just doing it really good in phase 1. Or at least how I've been doing it. Not much you can do there. Well, actually, I could have led the disc sideways, and then it would have like kind of started to turn right, and then I'd have to like roll right, and it'd probably go through me and still kill me because it travels slower than my roll. So that's the only issue there. Is like if I just kind of kept hooking right to prioritize the overlapping attack, it's just not possible. So then the rhythm of the roll would have to be enough for that 5th attack. Which I don't even know if there's a calculation for that yet. I haven't found something that works. It's more so the first 4 of them work pretty well with a roll on the landing, but it almost seems like I'd have to go sloppy on the first one to even fit a 3rd one in. It would have to be like the earliest possible you could still get the iframes in the first part. Ooh. That was wild. So unlucky because of the hill there. Unfortunate. Don't think my direction could have been much better, really. But we are fighting him on a hill, so that happens. 1, 2. Try sprinting that attack instead of dodging, blue. Sprinting. Wait, which one are we talking about? Oh, so yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was doing. I was saying that on the occasion where the disc was already in the air, it would have hit me while I was doing that. So I had to like prioritize that. Maybe we're talking about different things. Oh, sorry, the one where he jumps up and then back, then the clone does. Like the overhead attack, but like the alternate version that's not the follow-up, right? It's easier for you to listen to it more. Yeah, that makes sense, because for me, what I've been doing is, like when I was doing the counting of the numbers and stuff like that, like there's a little system in my head that's not really paying attention to the animations as much. It's more so just the tolerance of like what is the time frames between them. that inputs will still register and like the next one will come out and not get interrupted. So I'm kind of like counting. I don't even know how to explain it, but it's like I'm trying to really prioritize how do I get my second input on really quick scenarios back to back to register in general. So I'm trying to keep a I don't know, like a priority of that in my head more than even like really looking at the animations and being like, oh, this is that or whatever. But I guess that's because a lot of it becomes automated, so you can pay attention to those things, right? I don't know. Bushy sent you. Oh, Bushy, dude, thank you for the host. I think I can see a little bit of the host popping out on my alerts. They're covered by OBS right now. I'm sorry, dude. Thank you so much for bringing everybody here. You guys don't know Bushy, definitely check him out. He does a lot of really cool runs on YouTube. And he does stream too, actually. He does a lot of cool runs on his stream. What am I even saying? I am dead. It was good. Wasn't paying attention there. We're trying to get every single remembrance of the DLC at level 1, but we're allowed to use Shadow Blessings, but I have to do each fight damageless, and I can't use any type of projectile to kill something or magic other than just self-buffs. And then any Ash of War on a weapon that's melee-based, but not like a projectile of any sort. So, yeah, welcome if you guys like that kind of stuff. I do a lot of challenges, a little bit of speedrunning, and I do some hitless and damageless runs sometimes. But this is kind of like the build up to get back into doing damageless on the DLC, like a full run. Why do you do this to yourself? This is just the way I like to play the game. It's not really like a... I don't feel like this is necessary. I do warn people not to do this if it's not you're not into it, but it's just kind of like my style of playing the game. And also, there's a lot of other things I like to do that are kind of like this too, that are other activities. So I'm definitely into like the mechanics of the game more than anything else. So like, you know, I probably would be playing fighting games like fairly competitively if I didn't do this kind of stuff. If I could choose an alternative way of making content, it would have been like Street Fighter, like going to Evo and stuff like that. I like that kind of stuff, but obviously this is not a fighting game. I do look at it in a similar sense of like some of the information on it though. I want to use the Stone Club with Craig Blade. This weapon's actually pretty damn good for the fight. I think it's one of the best ones. But I'll keep that in mind for the future if I'm looking for another weapon. Like, what would you say the advantage would be if you had to guess on this? Or if you compared both of them already? Two, 3, 2, 2, 1 attack, boom, 1, 1, 2, back away. Yes, okay, now we're actually like running properly with that, but the hills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2. Okay, no Pontiff combo, maybe? Maybe. Oh, nice. I like this. Ooh. Get back. Ooh. Get back. Ooh, 1. 1, 2. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes! 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 No rune arc too, man. Oh. Yeah. That's fucking cool, man. Oh my god. Bushy raid brought luck, 100%, dude. There was something else Bushy hosted me on, and I swear to God, like, I did something else that was pretty cool one time. I don't know if it was, like, the same stream and maybe, like, a couple runs after, but I swear he hosted me when I was speedrunning the game way back. And I think I got the record for one of the earlier patches on any percent at the time. Something like that. I don't know. But they said it wasn't verifiable because I took a break to, like, talk to some dude on the quit out about life or something for, like, 45 seconds. Wow. That's crazy, man. I got to take a second after that. That was a lot. Use Stone Club for Mateer. Stone Club. So what is Stone Club about? Whew, man. That was definitely not lightweight. That took I think, was that a total of 10? No. It was like 9 hours for the fight, probably about 8.5 to 9 hours of attempts, I want to say, between 2 days. Something like that. So our total time on this run, 63 hours, 51 minutes, 12 seconds. And that's with doing all the remembrances and anything required to get them in the DLC. And then they have to be damageless fights, basically. Oh, Bushy, thank you so much again for the raid. I appreciate it, man. Let's get the cutscene, I guess. Or do we need to do that yet? I guess, yeah, we can do that first. That's fine. I hope the voices are turned on.
Lord brother, I'm going to be a god. If we honor our part of the vow,
His dialogue is pretty quiet right now. It's like the audio cable needs to be fiddled around with, and he's just like, dear brother, and he becomes like a flamethrower.
you'll be my consort.
Call of Duty kill cam, like, or Call of Duty lobby, like people like pre-game just yelling at each other loud. 2007 loud, or something like that. Stone Club is fasted and break stands. Fast and break stances allowing you to use Ant Spur, so it helps a lot. Wait, is Stone Club an Ash of War? I'm confused. Okay, we got the Circlet of Light. Nice. Yeah, base boosted Mikola. He's like, dear brother. Okay, I need to calm down. I'm too excited about that. That was really cool. Wow. I can't believe, like, I do believe we did it. I'm not surprised we did it, but it's just like, I didn't think that was going to be that fight. Particularly, I was like, maybe. And it's funny that, like, when he died, I was actually doing the combo properly. Like, the only time we got that combo dodged properly, and I probably would have survived it, he dies at the point when he's about to jump. Like, that's amazing. All right. Let's go to Mateer. So to do Mateer's questline on this, I can't remember specifically every detail of it, but we're going to start off just going to the area, and we'll go from there. I have about like an hour left of the stream, roughly. I kind of want to celebrate a little bit and save Mateer for tomorrow. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, what I typically do sometimes at the end of the stream, I'll play like a different game or something. I'll do Clone Hero drums specifically. I've been wanting to play Clone Hero for a while on stream, but we haven't made time for it. I was saying this week we should. So, like, that could be a thing we either do tomorrow at the end of the stream or we do today. But that's only if Mateer takes more than 1 hour, though. So, church get whistle, then 2 horns, then church. Run it back. What would you have done if you got hit the last second when Rot killed him? Alt F4. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I didn't think about that. I probably would have been screwed there. Hardest boss in level 1? Definitely the one we just did. The Promised Consort for sure. At least the way we're playing it on this playthrough. Like, I guess you could poison him. You could do some funny things on earlier patches, apparently. No calming down, reel in the hype. Yeah, that was so cool, man. And also, like, just a lot of the attempts today, even though I was a bit distracted here and there, like, that was pretty good quality. Like, we matched the PB of yesterday many times pretty consistently. So I think that, like, that fight now, if I keep playing it pretty often, like, I probably could be pretty consistent at it at a low amount of damage. Was Shadow Avatar early in the run? Kind of in the middle. I think I was at the level 12 for the blessings at that point. I haven't gotten them maxed out. There's only 14 right now. Only one who thinks Shadow Keep is the best dungeon in the series. I actually really enjoy Shadowkeep, so I could say that in the entire DLC, it's probably one of the best legacy areas there is. Like maybe not so much for atmosphere, but just like the actual, like how much of a maze it is, like the vertical aspects, the architecture, the flow of it, the way they condensed it. Oh wait, we don't have dialogue on for this guy. Hello, it seems that you have done something pretty cool. Here's a necklace, thank you. Here's a map, go do something else. I look like a flower. I bow my head to you, sir.
The map I gave you. It is said that our one's fate. I only wish to help, though I'm not mistaken. You are a fun.
Man, all right. So we can start Matir's quest line. We could. Okay, let's get an accurate assessment of how long you guys think Matir is going to take. For someone that's done level 1 and they've done Matir without getting hit, how long do you think it'll take me with only having killed Matir one time in the DLC before? And that's with the leveled character. Because if I only have an hour and I know I'm not going to complete it today, it might be smarter to do all of it tomorrow and make the stream pretty long just to make sure we have that done. And then, you know, finish with something else today. Like, I don't want to end right away, but maybe an hour, 5 hours, 5.5. Depends on Black Hole RNG. 30 minutes just for the quest, too. Okay, so basically, it's going to cut out quite a bit of time, too. The quest is 30 minutes if you know where you're going. I know some of it. I have to, like, remember parts, but yeah, I think I want to play Clone Hero, man. I want to get some practice on it. Especially after hosting Armchair yesterday, like he was going pretty hard on some cool music. Do you have the emote for it? I do have the emote. The Oh Mother emote. I think that's what it is, right? Everybody gangster until Matir turns into Satoru. I don't know who that is. Okay, if it took you guys like 2 hours plus 5 hours, whatever, maybe on the best case scenario, 20 minutes to half an hour, we're barely gonna have enough time to even get an attempt, and it would suck to like get close and then just do like 10 minutes of it tomorrow and beat it. So I think I'm gonna do Matir tomorrow in full, dedicate the stream to that, and then right after that's done, we can have another idea to go into. I'll probably do like a randomizer or something, but I understand if you guys don't want to watch anything but this, so just as a fair warning, we will switch up the game. But here are all the links if you want to check out the YouTube channels and other stuff going on. I have to technically turn off the live on YouTube because of copyrights. So what I'm going to do is just encourage anybody that's on the YouTube side of the stream, just if you want to make a Twitch or even just watch as a guest, you want to see Clone Hero drumming, come over to the Twitch, because the music will get the VOD copywritten on YouTube. So let me just literally flick the switch for that. And thank you so much for anyone that watched on the YouTube side. And then we're just gonna do Clone Hero on over here. Oh man, that was wild, dude. That was really cool. Oh wait, how do we end this properly? Let's see. Is it possible to do that without it being? I don't have to go live again, do I? Wait. Galaxy, are you in chat? Do you know how to, like, on Restream end just one part of it? Promise consort John Elden Ring. Gotta go to work, Bluru. Anyways, good timing. GG on Radon. Thank you so much for watching so much of this and giving me some good advice as well. Even putting up with me being, like, unreasonably stubborn on Leda. Like, that was... I don't even know how I would, like, respond to that if I was watching that. That was funny. Okay, yeah, I gotta figure out how to end just the YouTube portion of this. Because it's saying that the stream won't be, like, the VOD will not be there anymore. So how do we, like, public, unlisted, save, offline? Did it go offline for everything? No, we don't, what? Save, we want it public still, what? Okay. What is happening here? Okay, I'm gonna make a call really quick. I need to get some some opinions on this of how to, like, end just half the stream. Because I've done it once, and I have no idea how I did it. Hey, I have a really quick question. I'm just live right now. I'm trying to figure out how do I end like just the YouTube portion of the stream without ending the Twitch? Do you have to end everything? Yeah. It says that if I flick the switch for it, that it won't post the VOD. Like the VOD will disappear. It says, like if I hit the button, it says event post to YouTube will be deleted and your stream will not be delivered to this channel. It's a disable channel button for like the Switch. Is there a different setting? Okay. All right. That sounds good. Okay. Yeah, because like the one thing that's funny is that we did this before. Remember, I was able to like turn. I didn't have to restart, did I? Maybe I did restart. Yeah, maybe they changed it. Okay. Well, anyways, thank you. I just wanted to ask that quickly. All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Yeah, that's my editor. So apparently, like maybe Restream changed the setting where it, because I swear we flicked a button and then like the YouTube thing turned off last time. I'm gonna be switching to a whole different multi-stream software anyways, in the future. So this will not be a problem. But we're gonna have to go offline and then come back. So if you want to watch some drums, basically on Clone Hero, we got a full kit with hi-hat, ride, crash, high tom, mid, floor tom, snare. It's a Roland TD 17K electronic kit, and then we just don't have hi-hat open close function for Clone Hero specifically, but there's like dynamics. We got like accented cymbal notes, ghost notes, and stuff like that. It's we're doing double bass on it and stuff like that, playing a lot of progressive metal, rock, whatever. I did use it as a method to learn how to play drums recently. I'm doing like a 1-year challenge for it, so I can become like in 1 year on an actual kit almost at the level I am on guitar. That was the goal. So we're about like 9 months into that almost. And yeah, we're gonna switch over to Clone Hero. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes or whatever when I set all that stuff up. I'll make sure I'll go live immediately, and then we'll be playing it for about an hour. So once again, here's all the links. Thank you for watching, guys. I'll see you in a moment if you want to watch some music. Be right back. Welcome back. How's it going, guys? Hope you're having a good day so far. So to catch everybody up on what's going on, we got our final boss fight for all the remembrances level 1, damageless, boss fights only on the DLC. So I got 64 hours, almost 65 hours on the dot. Very close. Before we started, I did quite a few things to make sure this would be very smooth. So I killed Raksasha just because people were talking about the armor being pretty good. It's a little heavy, so I don't think I'm going to use it, but I killed Raksasha. I did the entire quest line to get to Materia right away, so we can just go right into it. And I also grabbed Valve the Indomitable, because apparently that is the only way to guarantee the fight. And that's an Ash of War that I have on the shield. Like so. So that's what you might have missed, but I did record all of it, so it'll be in the video. If anyone wants to see extra things that I did to, you know, acquire certain items, whatever. I did actually record it. And we're going to try Materia right now. Let's see how it is. This is after one time beating her, and I don't remember a whole lot about it, but I don't think it's going to be as bad now, at least, with all the setup and everything. And my goal is to beat it very quickly because there's going to actually be a second stream later in the case that I do. And it's going to be a surprise, but it'll be very fun, though. It'll still be same game, and it'll be a run of some sort. Oh, there we go. I'm dead. Nice. It's like, yeah, we got everything. We're good. Nope. Dead. Man, the nicest part about it is you can just run back in if you need to. It's not too bad. I'm gonna use the two-hand talisman as well. It's probably a better idea. And having flame grant me strength eventually probably would help too. I'm not gonna use a rune arc right away, but having that at some point would probably help. I just want to make sure this, yeah, this works even if I just take it off my back. So we don't have to worry about switching the hands or anything. Should put this right here. Oh, it still overwrites it. Okay, never mind. It's Vow or Raptor for Astra. What is the better one out of the two? I'm curious if there even is an answer for that. Lambert, good morning. What's going on, dude? Or afternoon for you. Good afternoon for me. Good afternoon for you. Potentially. Raptor 1 is difficult to do. Okay. Wonder what the difference would be then of why people wouldn't just choose one over the other. Okay, so she does 3 slams. I was thinking 3, but I'm like, do I have time in between? I do. I just have to be very ready for it. You have a doctor's appointment at 7 your time, so the plan is back to 8:30, sub 4 goal. 8:30, okay, so that gives me a little bit more time. Perfect, okay. You haven't tried the Golden Vow, or sorry, Valve Indomitable? Dislike the hitboxes in this fight? It feels like you always have to roll early for the slams, okay. That's interesting, because for me, I found it pretty simple on the first playthrough. Again, I don't know if that's because it was the first playthrough. Dead. Don't buff in the fight. Don't do that. Don't buff in the fight. No, don't do it at all. At least we get to look at a nice blue background. It's very calming. It's a very soothing atmosphere for getting destroyed over and over again. Sigma, I did. Yeah, we killed him yesterday, actually. And then this is the last thing we got to do. And we have done all remembrances with 0 damage on each one, level 1. Club only with no ashes, having the worst time. Oh, I can imagine. Okay, that one kind of goes a little later than I thought. I remembered that attack, I just wasn't sure exactly when she was going to scan the area. Would you like taking out Radahn as a short? That'd be cool, yeah. I don't even think it has to be really edited that much, just basically a, you know, recap of the last 20 seconds of it, maybe 30 seconds. Imagine calling Radahn short. Well, compared to Yorm or, you know, Bale, Placidusax, you know, he's pretty short. Wiener, welcome back. How have you been, dude? Watched Aggie do club. Yeah, club only. Is the club not a good weapon? Like, was there a reason that he used that? Oh, why did I thought it was the other laser. I don't think she can do that, though. He's doing Wretch only. Okay, so you can only use the starting equipment. Okay. So Blue, welcome back. If you have any advice for this, definitely just spam me with tips if you want to help out, because there is a very exciting idea that we will be doing later, but I need to have this done first. I definitely have to have it done, and I want to be able to eat dinner and take a break in between. There's some stuff I got to do, so I'm going to come back and do a second stream for that. But in the meantime, anything that you guys can suggest for this, I'll take the advice on it. One, two. Okay, that's fine. Dead? No? Nice. Okay. Side crawl is hard to dodge. I think I need to like run, jump, and then dodge or something. Or maybe even jumping it is better. Crawdadio got the refund. Did he actually? He got the refund speedrun. Wait, was that on the attempt that we were watching, or did he do it a second time? Because you said he wasn't gonna have enough time to do it, right? Or did he decide against DLC? Tyr, in your opinion, is utterly trivialized by the Starfist until Black Hole. Really? Okay. Can switch up to Starfist and see if that's better. Melee range and learning melee attacks. I was trying to just see exactly what would happen, but I guess, yeah, we could just be close the whole time. Oh, he was still approved by the refund. That's amazing. Even after 2 hours. Wow. Is that a grab? One, two, three. So bump bomb, 1, 2, 3. Cool. She staggers super fast for some reason. I noticed that. I've watched a couple fights with it, and definitely a lot of them were just stagger after stagger. I'm gonna try Starfist right away though. Let's try that and see. Oh, they don't have the stuff on them that they need though. Damn it. Okay, let me get that set up too. Might as well. 7 hours to do this on level 1 Firekeeper, and is that with using Valve Indomitable or Raptor Mist? Raptor Mist sounds kind of funny to say it like that. So actually, we could do Blessing 15. One other thing I did that I forgot to mention, I killed one of the smaller hippos to get another fragment, because it was on the way to Rexasha, so we did that before I started, and I did record it again, so it'll be in the video. But yeah, for now, let's try to see if we can get a stagger. Think of like maybe a Spike Cracked and Stone Barb maybe. And then Craig Blade with Frost. Talisman needs to be changed to Rotten Insignia. And, oh no, not Rotten Insignia. We would still probably want the Axe Talisman, maybe? Maybe, and then also Blue Dancer. I don't know if Equip Load makes the most sense with that. I guess we got Ritual Sword as well. Is Radon dead? He is, yeah. So everything in the entire DLC for Remembrances is gone, except for Matir. That's it. I've done some extra stuff, too, that I will include in the video that I recorded. Like that little hippo, and then I believe I recorded Rexasha as well. And also the Invader before this part, because you might notice when I turned on the stream, the Invader was dead. So you do have to kill... I forget what her name is, but you have to kill... Is it Emma? Something Emma? Someone's got their room sound in check, Vadim. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. You mean like the ambient sound? Couldn't get the timing of those down, but then you saw you had 300 poison arrows and you used that. Okay, that makes more sense. So do you think that if you had done that sooner, you would have killed it really quickly? I'm curious. I'm trying to gauge what I should expect on this, because I found Matir fairly easy on the first playthrough, but that's also with getting hit, right? So changes quite a few things. Though it doesn't seem like she can kill me as quickly as Radon, so maybe I'll live from certain attacks or whatever. Favorite area of the DLC? Shadowkeep was my favorite so far, I think, and then also I really like the design of Enir Elim, but I think that the gameplay of Shadowkeep is better. Yeah, the hitbox is a little bit weird on that. If you're very close, though, I don't know if it changes if you're a little bit further back, but I was like almost underneath her there. feel like you're going for the Abasi haircut. Looks great, Vadim. Oh, I appreciate that, man. I think he did. He has a what's it called? He has a higher taper than I do when it comes to like. So he has a high top, but his high top is way more high toppy. And then he does. I think he has like he has this like a similar type of like what's it called, like style, but then he does like the micro, like not micro twist, but in between, like it's like a mini, in between mini and micro. So eventually, like my goal is to just basically do 2-strand forever until it basically doesn't work anymore. Once the length is about 5 inches, probably 6 inches or so. I think I'm at 4.5, closer to 5 now, without like shrinkage or whatever. So we're getting there. But yeah, his hair is pretty wild. I'm not a fan as much of like him just like, well, not obviously like for him that's his own style, but the whole like parting it like to the side kind of thing. I think that it's a little bit weird, but yeah, he's had some interesting hairstyles for sure. I'm just gonna go as long as I can until I feel like it's annoying, basically, because I've never done that before. How's the thumb going? Oh boy, this fight's very interesting. That's all I can say. 1, 2. No other slams? 1, 2. Oh yeah, that one you roll. I think where you space the other hand, because that's what we did last time. What is the DLC? What does it mean? DLC scales to 20. You can get 20 increases of your Shadow Blessing at the moment. That is the maximum. 12 is where it kind of slows down a little bit, but apparently the percentage increase is pretty significant after that, which is the exact opposite I was told the whole time I was doing my first playthrough. Or maybe those people didn't really, like, maybe they thought the percentage increase wasn't that much. Whatever the case was, I feel like I was literally told the opposite, so. Yeah. Can avoid one-shots with Shadow level 1 as well. With just 1 increase, that's it? Or do you mean like full Shadow Blessings is what you mean? Whee. Bleeds easy, this boss. All right, 1, 2. Oh, there's that finger one, okay. Pretty damn good damage, actually. Like just from the charge attack, damn. What would you get between an Ibanez 550 and a Charvel Pro Mod? I don't know anything about Charvels, and I don't know what an Ibanez 550 is, Vadim. You'd have to give me the like the spec sheet on both of them, and then maybe some like videos or something for me to check out, because I don't think I've ever played whatever an Ibanez 550 would be. Is that a Prestige, RG, Iron Label, Premium, Signature? Like what range is it from? My gun guy purple. In Canada, it's very difficult to own guns. I have friends that have guns, that have their licenses and stuff like that, and I've talked to them, and they're like, you know, they've given me some advice on how I could get it if I wanted to, but it's just not as common. So, I would definitely like to have proficiency in every single firearm that exists that I could possibly get my hands on, just because it's a skill set everyone should have, in my opinion, because guns exist. I don't like guns, but I think that it should be a thing that you know how to use, for sure. Like any weapon in general, you should be able to know how to operate because they exist, unfortunately. If you have access to it, at least, and, you know, crisis occurs, or maybe, again, it's a safety thing. But yeah, over here, we don't really, it's actually more likely that if someone tried to do something to me that was malicious, I would go to jail if I tried to defend myself. So you have to be very careful, especially even hand-to-hand. If you have like training in martial arts, fighting, whatever, I'm sure it's similar in the US. If you use force to subdue somebody in a certain way and they attack you and you're a black belt, for example, or you're very, you know, trained in something, like, you'll get in trouble. So we're not able to protect ourselves properly here with a really, really like weird fine line. I remember in law, like, we studied cases where like people would have burglaries and like the people that own the home would actually get charged because the person breaking in would like get injured or something like that. There was a couple cases like that, I remember. And I don't know if that has to do with the fact that their representation legally was better than the defendant or whatever, or vice versa, whatever plaintiff, I guess, maybe in that case. But yeah, we actually have a pretty bad system when it comes to self-defense. Got a military family, so you learn guns your whole life. Yeah, it's probably most likely going to be related to that. It's like anything. If you have family that's into something, you might be more likely to be into it. But on a non-recreational level, like not like just for pure knowledge, like I actually did have a gift that I was requesting for, because someone wanted to give me a gift for my birthday, and I was saying get me like the shooting lessons or just you know, some time at the range or whatever, and I still am awaiting that, so it'll happen. But I want to have like a wide variety of skill sets, and I don't want to just be able to do it. Like I know people go and they shoot and they have fun. I want to actually be like really good. That's the goal. So probably take some time, but it kind of sucks because I wish the world wasn't like that. Get your F-35 license. Yeah, like even flying a plane. I've always wanted to fly a plane as well. It's just one of those things. I have a friend that actually does, but it'd be amazing to fly a plane for sure. If I had the ability to learn, I would do it if it made sense. Practicing for a hitless run after this Firekeeper. I'm not sure if I would be doing that right away, but there is a surprise for later on in the day, and I'm super excited. We're going to be actually doing a second stream, so I'm going to come back later if I can get this pretty quickly, and we'll be doing a run with other people involved too. It'll be like a 4-person run. It's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah, if you send me the links for both guitars, dude, I'll check them out and see. I wish I had more experience with Charvel's. I've heard good things, and obviously Ibanez, you can't really go wrong with most models nowadays, from what I understand. They've gotten a lot better. There we go. There we go. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1. 1, 2, 3. 1. I want to get pretty close to her when she does that. 2. So you can get a punish there too. Yeah, that's a pretty easy attack as well. Clone Hero drums with feet stream finally. No, it's going to be on this game. It's a 4-person thing on this game, but I can't tell you what the concept is. And I think everybody's going to be streaming it too, so it'll be fun. You sit in front of her and roll straight into the stomach. I was trying to do that. I wanted to just kind of be further back in case I'm a little bit late on some of the things, because that one hitbox was kind of early, it seemed. But yeah, bingo, it's not bingo. It's definitely not bingo. I'm still open to bingo in the future, but it's something that is going to be probably just as fun. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, she gets melted pretty quick, to be honest. That's a wild amount of damage. Lapino, I did finish Radon. We killed him yesterday. I think it took, I want to say, between 9 and 10 hours. But it felt like it was like a quarter of the time. It only felt like a few hours, though. It went by so fast. I actually, it's funny, like today I was like, or even last night, I wanted to like play him again. I was like, I want to like continue to keep playing it. Like just the same way we were doing it, just get even better, more consistent out of 10 times. You know, I want to do like maybe like 5 or 6 times out of 10 I actually kill him. that perfectly like that. That'd be amazing. I was even thinking, like, I wonder, no Ash of War, no buffs, nothing. Just, like, super long fight. Be sick. Gale's crossbow? Wait, didn't see that. Got so close to in DS3 hitless, but Gale's crossbow got you from point blank. Unfortunate. Oh, no, Firekeeper. That was the whole run that you were doing, and you were at the end? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, the Gale crossbow situation was one of the harder things at the end of the game, because he pulls it out at weird times, and then you're usually going to be more panicky at that point because it's like the very end. And the Gale fight lasts so long if you don't get like really good RNG or you're not super aggressive. Sorry for the long essay message, Vadim. No, no worries, dude. Talking about the guitars. Huge Ibanez fanboy. You want to get a guitar for standard tuning because you play and drop A. You want to switch back and forth. That's when you know you're like on that, you're like super obsessed. It's like, I need to have a guitar for a separate tuning, bro. It's like, but it's the same guitar. It's like, yeah, but I need the different tuning on lock, bro. Like I can just switch to it. It's like, are you on like a tour or something? Are you an artist that's touring? It's like, no, man, but like sometimes I just want to go like drop A to standard. And that's like 2 years later, it's like you have like 20 guitars for every tuning you could possibly think of. And it's like, oh, what about this one? It's the same tuning as the other one. It's like, oh yeah, but like, just wanted to get into different string gauges. I want to have like every string gauge possible in every combination for each tuning, and then have every tuning as well. Oh man. Charvel looks pretty sweet. Don't know if you should change it up and go for it. Have you played both, or are you ordering this like without playing the guitars? Because for me, the decision's always made by playing it, and then I'll sleep on it. And luckily, I've had situations where I bought a guitar and then I took it back the next day, switched it for the other one, because I'm like, you know what? After sleeping on it, it wasn't the greatest compared to the other choice. So even if, like, maybe if you're buying it from a store, that's a thing to consider. You could always take it back the next day if you don't like it. They might take it back. Or maybe not that you don't like it, but just obviously the other choice was better in your mind. Ooh. That would have been a stagger, I think. This one's kind of weird. So you can still get another R2 on that before she falls, for sure. One, two. And then that comes out delayed because I was waiting there for a while. Get a 24 string guitar. Just make an infinite string guitar. Just like put a big piece of wood on the floor and then just keep adding length to the wood and keep adding strings. And then you can just run across the floor and play with your feet. Just make the actual room an instrument instead. Put some knobs on the walls, like wire through the electrical and everything, and then make some amplification inside the floor or something like that. I don't know. It'd be kind of like one of those. I actually was watching some footage of. I don't know. It's like a electronic, like a rack instrument type thing, like a module or some sort of like box that you can basically do. You can make songs on. And it's for certain types of music that's electronic, but it looks really fun though. It'd be like that. The whole room would be like that. It would look like Deadmau5's studio. But instead of like buttons and switches, purely it's like strings and like pickups on every single part of the wall. Continue the fight with Radon. I killed him, so he's dead. Radon is dead. We only have this one left. The Steve Vai triple neck guitar. I used to think the double neck SG, I think it was AC/DC. They had that, or someone. No, maybe it wasn't them. There was a couple artists that had the double neck. And I was like, yo, this is like so cool. But then I thought about it after a while. I'm like, that's actually not that cool, to be honest, because you're paying for like, you know, more for the instrument. You could just get two different guitars. I think watching someone switch instruments mid-performance is cooler than actually having both of the things in one as well. Or having two on them at the same time and they have to like spin them around. That's pretty fun. 1, 2. Nice. Oh, yeah, that one, the jump can be 3. Can it be 3 or 2? Is that kind of the idea? That'd be just pipe organs? Yeah, you could have like a organ. Your whole house is just like a, a cathedral. That's an organ. Oh yeah, the dude from Coheed, true. That's a good point. I forget what his name is. It's better if you don't speak because you understand your answers, but it's cool to answer me. You can speak. You can say whatever you want, dude, or as long as you're being respectful to everybody. But yeah, don't apologize though. Oh, also Crawdaddio, what's up, man? I heard that you helped Galaxy set up the thing for today, and that you were trying to get home to help us as well. I really appreciate it. No rush though. If you have to take longer, I was more so concerned with the time frame of how late it's gonna go to do the idea, but I think we could pull it off in like 4 hours. Knock on wood. And if it takes a little longer, so be it. It's a cool idea. Yeah. Every hobby you've ever been in has people who keep buying gear but don't use it. Yeah, definitely, it happens for sure. Even like I have a friend right now, buddy that I played paintball with for a while. Like, so me and him, we did tryouts for Division. He's on a team right now. I think he's actually maybe on, I don't know if he's on more than one, but so he kept playing like competitively. I stopped and I sold him all my equipment. And then now since like we were even playing before he even like tried out to like play seriously, he already had like, I think it was a good 10 to 15 markers at a time. And each one of these things could be like $1,000 or something or more, right? Like the most expensive paintball marker without even having a tank and feeder was like probably 2,500 or something like that. And like he would just buy and sell them all the time. And his wife actually got mad at him because she's like, you have an addiction to just buying paintball guns. So, and like he actually used a lot of them, but like it's true, at a certain point you can't use the stuff enough, even if you are obsessed. Like for me, I was saying like one day I want to have 20 to 30 cars, right? But like I would never be able to use all of them. It's cool if you're okay with like it just sitting there, but you will not be able to operate them enough because there's not enough time you can even make to even justify driving. So it's like having that many is a different idea than what it might seem like if you're just excited about actually being able to get your value out of each thing as if you only had the one thing, right? So it sucks. But yeah, the rabbit hole though of like trying to to just chase that dragon is unending though, and that's with music. That's why I never got into gear, because I only use what's necessary or even less than what's necessary, because I'm like, there's no point of going to that level. I'd rather actually go to that level with the instrument that I play, and then if I'm not playing something, get rid of it, right? But yeah, like it's definitely a thing that can happen with any kind of subject, any kind of like object, especially if you can use it. Like if it's a tool, it becomes pretty crazy. You have 5,000 in night vision for airsoft. I've never heard of that before. That's funny. Night vision? What? How often do you play at nighttime? Oh, rip. Back at it. Gooby, what's up, dude? Planning to run Old Souls again? Yes, I will be. There's quite a few things, and actually Bloodborne's going to be something that we probably do a lot of runs by itself on, because I'm going to get a modded console, and we can go through randomizers on that. Obviously play 60 FPS and combine that with any type of challenge I haven't done yet on it that I've wanted to do, but it'd be a lot smoother, a lot nicer. Did you kill Radon yesterday? I did kill Radon, yeah. Soft spot for how nice vintage, well-played guitars look. Like a worn-in Les Paul looks like art to you. Yeah, the non-reissues, like the 60s and stuff like that, those instruments look amazing. And like they have a sound to them that you couldn't really you couldn't manufacture that sound, and it could be worse even than the original sound it had when it came out, but like people like that quality of it. There's like an artistry to it. Oh boy. There's 40-hour events where you're in a play the whole time and you ruck in the start at night, so you'll have a bad time without night vision. 40-hour events? So you guys like sleep and stuff like that? Like in the forest or whatever? Are you like camping and also like doing tactical operations constantly around that? I remember back in the day, like the biggest event that I ever heard of, I was never into airsoft, but for paintball, it was like D-Day. And they had, I think they had helicopters involved. There was like, you know, a lot of people. It was a whole entire forestry area. There was a lot of setup and everything. It was multiple days, but I don't know if it would run for like a constant time period. So now I'm imagining like you're actually in like a mission from a movie or something. It's become the cheaper game over the years. Somehow, yeah, because like actual airsoft ammunition's cheaper, right? Like paintballs, they've only gone up in price because it's not as popular as it could be. Like, and also generationally, I think less people will be playing it over time. Nice. I like that as an idea, just in case I'm off on the laser. Weird lean attack. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Cool. Used to work at a guitar museum in the Southeast US. 30-ish vintage 58 to 60 Gibson Les Pauls. There was 10 that actually sounded good. 3 that you would have personally wanted. Yeah, and then it's like, what's the price of that? It's like, how much does your house cost? It's funny. You sleep in the field. It's all very absurd. There's blank fire and stuff. At one event, someone brought actual blank firing Russian APC. You can't imagine how much he spent on that. Wow. Oh man, that's funny. I gotta talk to the people I used to play paintball with and see what they think about that, because like they don't, none of us know anything about airsoft. We always have airsoft people try to talk to us about like, oh, you should do this or that, but we never have tried it, so. Be interesting. Whee! Rip. Favorite is seeing at your friend's guitar studio before and after he had his first kid. Tons of guitars versus the 1 to 2 after the dose of fatherhood. Oh man. That's one thing for me. I've always said like having children would never change anything I do in general. It's all like in terms of like that kind of stuff. If I have like passions, hobbies, they only will continue to grow. Like they'll never calm down just because of that. And that's a conversation I've had with a lot of people too. It's like, you know, it's like either they feel like this need to have to change that, or maybe like, for example, their significant other makes them do it. And I was like, that's, if it doesn't feel right though, it's not the right thing, in my opinion. Unless it's like, obviously like maybe you put yourself in a really bad financial position. But other than that though, it's like definitely want to keep the dream alive on that stuff. I'm very lucky though that like I'm not obsessed with collecting music stuff. Thank God, dude. Thank God. I can actually let go of it pretty easily. More of a sell-off guitars because he needed the money. That makes sense. Yeah, that's fine. But if it's definitely not necessary, if there's a way, if there's a will and a way, then do it all for sure. Skill over the gear. Yeah, there'll always be that dude that's a street performer that's playing on an instrument that's not even set up to like, you know, perform well, and he's just dominating when playing his own original composition or an interpretation of something that's like literally like Renaissance level of genius, and then you got, you know, like no one knows about him, but he's on like an iPhone video on YouTube from like 5 years ago and like never has been heard of again. No one knows where he is. So there's tons of like sleeper music geniuses out there with not enough justification in terms of the gear that they can use to actually record, perform, whatever. But that's the cool part. Paulo Gans, I remember. I don't know. He had a pretty good guitar, from what I understand, when he did the Polyphia, his interpretation of playing God. But I remember they sent him their guitar, like the signature, the Ibanez TOD, and oh my god, dude! After he got that, the stuff he was playing on that sounded so good. What OST do you like the best? It's between Bale and Radon, I think, but at this point I have to go back and re-listen to everything. All right, Mateer, we need to make some progress here. 1. The hand doesn't seem to have a hitbox there when you try to attack it. It looked like I hit it. Scary view right there. It's like you wake up and you just see that. Terrifying. Yeah, Mesmer's OST is amazing too. I wonder how many songs they've made for this game, because if there's 164 bosses, I think it was, in the main game, 207 total, like, there's definitely reused music. There has to be. They didn't make 207 songs, did they? Most of them have the same song, okay. Ooh. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Perfect. 1, 2. Only 2. Okay. See, that's where it gets me, because I'm like, why is she not still rolling? But then because I took a second to decide, or like survey if she is, it's too late to attack without having that change, you know, timing, and then I have to basically panic to get out of there. Or I don't have to, but I do. Need to be quicker of realizing if is there anything that you know of ahead of time that you can tell from if she goes from 2 attacks to 3. Commander Gaius music is the Commander O'Neill music from main game. Really? That's disappointing. Wow, that's a terrible boss. Why'd they even make it? Bad soundtrack, reused. Oh my god. Nice, I got 2 attacks in, but that might have been not the best situation. Okay, 3. Almost got the other R2, okay. Cool. One, 2. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. So that I think you can dodge, right? That's not the impossible laser. Phase transition, yes. Gaius more like half-bakedus. More like Gaius more like Trius. More like Dias after Trius. More like told his family he'd be home, but Elias. As the lyrics Hob got hit sound on Elias's stream, so serene as Radon turns him into cream of corn, Randy Savage can't even believe it. But we all are here to perceive it. Oh no. Wee. I thought I could roll early on that and then roll again. Okay, if I roll into her when she does the double hand slam, does it have to hit on the second one if I roll once? Can I roll into like the right and then be missed by that hand? It seems like going right is better. Even though you don't play much Some Kind of Fire, you do think about getting a nice instrument just to have as an investment, but that feels wasteful. I would say if you like the idea, like if you're someone that didn't even play guitars or play anything, and you just liked guitars and you wanted to have it in your room to look at or whatever, you wanted to have it as like a decoration or art, people invest in paintings that like are absurdly expensive. Like I had a friend that was doing some jobs that were inside homes, and literally like the people were telling him some of their paintings are 50,000 and up, and like they would buy the whole collection as an investment, knowing that there's a chance that artist actually becomes popular and that the value goes up, but they might not, right? But they still buy the painting that value, and I'm sure if they didn't get the money out of it, they'd still look at it, and that's all it would do. They wouldn't be interactable other than looking at it. Whereas the guitar, it's sitting there, it could be considered art, but you could pick it up and play it one day. So that seems way cooler as something to decorate a place with than a picture even that's expensive, or a statue or something, to some people, right? So if it's something that you think is cool, I mean, it's up to you to justify if it makes sense, but I wouldn't let yourself feel like guilty because you bought it and that's like, oh yeah, but you're not playing it or whatever. But if you want to play it, and that's why you feel like the urge to, you know, do that, then play it. Maybe it'll make you end up playing music, who knows? It sounds significantly too rich. Yeah, that's just a little bit silly, but you have a story for everything? Which one of your friends has been to space? I don't have a story for everything. I just, like, I can remember quite a few interesting details, and I also, I know quite a lot of different people that do different things over time, and they have their own stories here and there, and I can remember quite a few of them. But that was just one of the things, because the area that they were doing the jobs in, the homes were more luxury. Like, it was a very wealthy area, so you know, he got to see things that were you wouldn't really like understand in a casual sense. Like your average person would probably not be able to even understand at all. Like, it would just be weird, you know. Like, even just he said one person's, I don't even know if you'd consider it a garage even, but the area where they had like vehicles and stuff, they had like stuff on the wall, like secured to the walls and stuff like that, like motorcycles on the walls. It's a little bit extra. Like, you could put them on the floor if you wanted to, but they're on the walls though. Like, and that's not even that crazy, but just the way he explained that. And also, I think in the same space as that, they had a vehicle from a movie that was like the actual, like, I think it's like one of two or one of one or something crazy. And it is I don't know if it was a car that was used as the actual car in the movie, or it was like a double version of it or something, but it's like very valuable. Even if it's not related to that, just the actual car is valuable. And they had like the actual one, or whatever. And there's tons of, you know, again, artwork and stuff like that that you would see where it was just massive and just like unbelievably expensive for, you know, whatever reason. And he said even some of the paintings weren't even good. Like, you know, it's like Jackson Pollock kind of stuff, but you know, it's just different kind of shit. Like, it takes all kinds. That's all we can say. One, two. 1, 2. Elbow. Fingers. Side lean. Boom. Spam it again. Another R2. On the body. Circle around. Get the attack. Boom. Maybe punch the body for damage. Nice. Beautiful. Okay, phase transition. That's the Beyblade attack. Okay, that's an easy one. Spam. I didn't have stamina, but okay. Guys. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Why is that happening like that? Guys. How'd that not hit you? I was in between the fingers, obviously. Black hole or easy fight? Dude, that's it. We did every single boss that's a remembrance level 1 without taking damage on the DLC. That's amazing. Yeah, Matir's dead. We didn't even have to use... Dude, I spent time going to get this thing and we didn't even have to use it. And I used the weapon we were going to use the whole time anyways, and not even any of the other ones we grabbed, so that's very funny, but... No, that was actually lucky, though. Like, I learned a lot of the basic attacks. I have no idea what that transition timing was. Obviously, I got it. And then there wasn't really any other attacks we got that were hard. It was just the same thing as phase 1 right there. Starfist is what they script the fight with. I'm not surprised. Yeah, that's crazy. Wow. Cool. I'm excited. So we've only been live for 50 minutes. That's not good. Because my plan was actually I thought I was going to take like maybe 2 to 4 hours in total on this, and that we would be cutting it close. But I actually am going to be streaming later as well, for anybody that is curious. I will be streaming later. There's nothing else I actually have planned though when it comes to this at all. So I'm wondering what we can even do at this point. I'm trying to think of like what the plan can be. Drums, I can play Clone Hero drums again. I could. I'm not sure how many people would want to see that. I'm totally cool with also playing Clone Hero drums, by the way, and then I'm not going to turn off the YouTube stream this time. I'll just take the copyright on it. I don't care, because it's such a short stream anyways. But we could do that for an hour, and then I'd have to get off. I'd have to go have dinner and stuff like that. Set up everything for the stream tonight, because there's going to be a stream that's later with 3 other people. We're all going to be multi-streaming it. And the idea is basically we're doing seamless co-op, and everything's randomized, even the basic enemies, with DLC content, but we're stuck in the base game, and we're trying to beat it in the one stream in less than 6 hours with 4 people, ranging skill levels and knowledge. Yeah, so that would be the idea. And then that will be also an interesting video, because you'll get to see all the other perspectives if you didn't watch their streams too. Who am I playing with? So actually, I believe it is Prof, Crawdadio, and Galaxy. If you guys know any of them, they all stream. Galaxy does a lot of Zelda, but Prof and Crawdadio, they do Souls content too. Just arrived to see that you beat the last boss. Congrats, Tyrion. Thank you, dude. Thank you. It's funny, that was way quicker than I thought it was gonna be. So now I'm just like, what do we do? But yeah, we could play some more Clone Hero. We were just talking about music anyways, might as well. I am gonna have to set everything up, but I'm not gonna take like a break, a big one. What I want to try to do is, while I'm still live, I'm just gonna leave the character here. I'm gonna put the BRB on the screen, because I can actually put both games on at the same time. So we're gonna do that, and I'll turn off the camera for a second because I have to change some stuff on it anyways. Yeah, so we'll just get everything ready, and you guys take a few seconds to do what you need to do. And we'll be playing some Clone Hero like we were yesterday. I'm going to actually take a little bit of a bigger break in between the songs so we can actually play better, because I was rushing quite a few things yesterday just to make sure we could play enough. And again, if you guys want to see any other things I'm up to, or just catch this full run on the second channel, the edited version of this run, any of the guides that I'm going to be making, just breaking down exactly how I did any of this stuff, it's going to be on these channels, and then there's the music channel as well. I will be right back in, give it like 5 minutes or so, because everything's already
Let strength be granted,
here.
so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Also, Haiti, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. For the 1 year as well. I hope you enjoy your new badge. All right, I'll be right back.